said yesterday.
Okay, good morning, guys. Welcome to the stream, guys. Burnt Bread, Silliest Gusarino J. Kenshin, Snorlax, Usual Suspects, Swanee Bird, Alexis. I'm Nick, Burnt Bread, Silliest Gusarino, Jen. Pop the Magic Dragon, Extreme 6 Pink 1 Stink. Major Alsham, Sepacro, Jaji, Devoff, McDog. Good morning, guys. Please tell me you're going to watch Pisco's chat with Ogre Boy last night. Oh, I'm 2 steps ahead of you, brother. I am 2 steps ahead of you, brother. There's a few different videos that we could get to today. I've had it interviewed both Ro Khanna and Anna Kasparian, so I kind of want to watch one of those. We got a Ogre Boy versus Pisco debate, which was a continuation of the fireworks that happened on Monday. We have even more clips from the Hassan fallout. Philip DeFranco gave his take. There's a lot we can get through today, guys. There's a lot to cover here. Should we start with Pisco versus Ogre Boy? How do you guys feel about that? You might as well start strong, you know. Did you see Atrioc and Coffee interviewing Ro Khanna? No, I did not see that. Atrioc. Atrioc, Ro Khanna. Where are you seeing that? If you have a link, let me know. Is Phil pro Hassan? He's been pro Hassan for like years. So I assume he's pro Hassan in this. This is only a 12-minute video. Hassan reacts to Philip DeFranco's take on the IHIP situation. 5 things that define destiny. From 15 hours ago. Let's start with Pisco versus Ogre Boy. This should be fun. How long do they talk? Looks like about an hour and a half. Oh dear. Oh my goodness. Okay. Wait, hang on. 145. About an hour 15 is how long they talk. It up. We'll back it up. Okay, right here. Here we go. Okay.
Get home, take a mini afternoon coma. Wife's ringing my phone to tell me that the pizza's here. And I have 19 pings in my Dungeons and Dragons aficionado Discord server telling me that Pisco's calling me out.
Wait. So he has a wife. Then what is the point of his tweet? I'm not going to judge him. That one tweet. He has a wife. Well, then how do you explain this? Everything's getting worse. The most awful people never learn and never relent. And with each passing day, my hopes and dreams become more narrowly focused on finding a baddie that'll let me go down on her frequently and cuddle with afterwards. Allah, please at least give me that. What's going on with that situation? I have so many questions now. Maybe it's an open relationship, I guess. Maybe. Yeah. Maybe. Him being a part of a polycule would be like the least surprising thing ever. Well, depending on how you look at it. Okay. All right. Well,
I am. Yeah, I'm calling you out.
Which is a very scary thing.
Not scary.
Because I've been told that I didn't like you used your dad voice on me. That made me feel bad, apparently. So I was kind of trying to cope by taking it out on Hutch. That's the rumor on the streets, at least. That's what I hear.
I don't know. I think that you are able to.
Vishy with $2. I'm telling you, Vadim performed better on Live and Learn than Ogre did here. That is not possible. Stop it. Shut your mouth. Shut that pretty mouth ears. That's not possible. What you just said is not possible. There's no way that that's true. There's no way that that's true. Was listening to the debate on my drive to Kansas, and he could not answer a single question properly. Pisco had to rage end the conversation because of how useless the convo was. Okay, all right. You know what? Well, I'll be the judge of that. Okay, so chat, Vishy is saying that this performance from Ogre Boy is worse than Vadim's performance on Monday. We will be the judge of that, but there's no fucking way that you're right about this. It's not possible.
Weather criticism in a way that some people are not. And yeah, so I don't know that I believe that of you, but I do think that the conversation we had with Hutch and Vadim and Live and Learn was disappointing. I think that your response to like this recent news, which like I said, I consider to be a nothing burger in many respects, to be like just so annoying and bad faith.
Well, let's rewind a little bit since you mentioned Vadim. I did get to see. Let me shuffle in the old chair there. I did see a little bit what you said yesterday, and there's a couple things in there that I don't know if like necessarily. Actually, yeah, I do think is a little like disappointing or frustrating or what have you. In the event that the country goes to shit, do you think I'm like immune to that? Because you had this moment where you said that I was turning the knife. I think that's what you said, or
twisting the knife. Yeah, I think you were. So I'll give you the example of when that happened. I just the audience aware because they might not be to know. You said something like, "She lost all the swing states, all of them, right? All of them, Hutch," and asking it that way.
I almost just responded. I almost just responded. Yeah. What? How? Just a parasympathetic response, you know. I almost just responded to a VOD, you guys.
Indicated that you were trying to, I think, press Hutch in a way that made it derisive of Kamala Harris's loss. And I think any reasonable person would understand you saying, and she lost all the swing states, all of them, right? Wasn't it all of them? That would be understood as twisting the knife. Do you disagree with that?
Liberal tone policing?
I'm not talking about, I'm just, this is what you were trying to do.
It's because they sound almost gleeful when they recount the tale of Kamala Harris's 2024 loss. Do you know what I mean? They sound gleeful when they talk about it. Because to them, even though the negative consequences that have manifested as a result of the second Trump term have been really bad, like really, really bad. Even though all of this horrible shit has happened, they still get a sense of self-satisfaction telling a liberal that Kamala Harris lost the swing states. Whereas liberals, we feel like we all lost. You know, that wasn't just like the liberals losing in November of 2024. We all lost. Like we're all paying the price for that, you know? So whenever they do that tone, like, oh, did she lose all swing states? Is that right? Am I remembering it correctly? It's like you're using the pain that has been caused by the second Trump administration to get a jab in during a debate. It all seems so trivial, like they're trivializing the very real pain that people are experiencing right now. Alexis with $2. Thank you so much.
Right? I just want to be clear.
If we rewind, because I don't know, right now in the moment, I don't remember what led up to it, but I almost guarantee anytime that I would have brought something like that up, it's the argument, okay, of all of the shit that he's trying to say, where he thinks the party needs to go, what he thinks the party needs to do, et cetera, et cetera. And this overall like reflexive trying to defend everything from the rearview mirror that we know it didn't work. We know it didn't work.
Hang on a second.
So many different items.
So it is, I think, not a critique of the position that Kamala could have done better, this or that. It's that you come, and this is maybe get into the heart of the liberal criticism, as a friend bearing gifts and wise words as though you want to help, right? And so when you take that opportunity to, in that tone, yeah, then I guess it is me commenting on your tone, no doubt about that. But it's done for the purpose of showing that perhaps your motivation isn't this sort of, you would have listened to us to make things better. It's more,
it's because
you guys suck and you're an asshole.
I'm mad.
You're mad at who are you mad at?
Yeah. Anybody that's looking in the rearview mirror and saying that was what was still that's what needed to be done, that nothing should have changed, that it's exactly what needed to happen.
Hang on. Hang on a second. That's not what we're talking about. You keep saying, and I got to get you to commit to this at this point. You understand that it's not our position that the campaign was run as optimally as it could have been.
Does he?
So why do you keep suggesting that it is? So you don't believe that. So you don't believe that.
Have
you heard us?
The suggestion is that yes, the only way that
we know he's heard us. We know. I know he's listened to. How many hours of my stream has he listened to, guys? It's got to be hundreds. There's got to be literally hundreds. So he knows we've talked about this. He knows we've talked about all the myriad ways that she could have run a better campaign. And I think you can hold space for both things at the same time. Like, number one, I do think that she did a pretty good job given the time that she had, given the amount of pressure that she was under, given the constraints, given where the electorate was at, given where her own sort of position in the American political dynamic was at relative to Trump, who had fucking 10 years on her. I think she put up a good fight, and I do think she made a few grave errors, and at least one of those errors I would consider to be a betrayal. I think that her going along with Biden, telling her to protect his legacy, basically, you can call that a betrayal. You know, I think she should have just done whatever she felt like she needed to do to win that race. So at least one of her mistakes, I would say, is really significant. And then we can get into the minutia about all the other ways that her campaign came up short. There's a lot of like tactical errors that I could point to. I have no problem diving into that. I don't avoid those kinds of criticisms of her. But I think people like Ogre Boy hear me say something like, I think she did a pretty good job. All things considered, I think she did a pretty good job. I think he hears me say that and he just tunes out the rest. Like none of it matters. Like as soon as he hears me say that, it's just like, oh, he's in the tank for the establishment or whatever. Jinx with 10 gifted memberships. Jinx, I fucking love you, man. I want to suck you off, buddy. Thank you for that.
You could phrase it that way. The only way that you could sit there and say, well, the campaign, they could have made some tweaks, guys. They could have, there was some missteps. And if they would have just corrected those slight missteps, and at a certain point, it's like, what the fuck? Like, what are we doing?
Hang on a second. Hang on a second.
What are we doing?
We're dealing with the claim that you made. Your claim is that she did the best possible campaign of all time. It was flawless. That's what your straw man was of our position. We have more substantive critiques. I certainly have more substantive critiques about the.
Did I miss super chats? Alexis? Wait. Oh, Daz Vidani with $5. Had a convo with your boy Pisco near the end of his stream. Didn't really get through my second point, but it was a good combo. Nice. We'll check it out right after this.
The Harris campaign and really Joe Biden's bad actions in what led up to the campaign, for sure. But we're dealing first and foremost with your straw man, that we do not accept any criticism of Kamala Harris's campaign. That's false, isn't it?
Is
it false?
That's arguable.
So you're not, are you unsure whether it's false?
The person that I came loaded for
I don't know. Sorry. I just want an answer to the question first. I want to answer the question first. Is that okay? Like, why is it not okay to get an answer to the question?
Because you're trying to, okay. That's not, Woosah. Rob Van Dam. Okay. The issue becomes, it's not a matter of.
Oh no. Oh no. I'm starting to see it now. Vishy, were you right? Oh no. What? Why is it so hard to get these people to answer really simple questions? Why is this so hard? if you're consistent in the things that you believe in and you feel reasonably confident in your positions, you don't need to worry about being gotcha'd. Do you know what I mean? You don't need to worry about that. It's just, I feel like some people, when they step into the arena and start doing a publicly broadcasted debate, they either question themselves or second guess themselves, and they get really self-conscious, and they're just very hyper vigilant about being gotcha'd because they don't want that perception out there, that they end up like really struggling with the most basic questions. But again, if you feel like your thoughts and your kind of foundations are solid, and you've thought him through like outside of the stream, and if you feel good about like the things that you believe in, you would not struggle this much. But everybody's so hyper vigilant about gotchas, you know.
You want to expand it to like you and Soy Pill and all libs everywhere that exist.
I just
et cetera,
asked why you were unwilling to answer the question. Did you think I'm going to forget? No, that's not explaining. I want an explanation. I won't answer the question because
the original question is it
Do you
false
remember the
to
question?
say that you guys don't have criticisms? At this point, I'm a little frustrated. So go one more time. Go for it.
okay. The question is
serious.
false.
Go for it.
It is false, isn't it, that we don't accept and are not willing to hear criticisms of Kamala Harris's campaign? That is a false statement, correct? That we are unwilling to hear such things.
Okay, sure, it's false.
Okay, then I don't appreciate this.
That's not
false
what
statement.
I'm talking about.
Okay, what
that's
are you talking
not, No. That's not what I'm talking about. The issue becomes you have a coworker, a cohort, a person that no matter what, at every turn, he turns around and specifically says, everything they did was the right thing. They couldn't have done anything different because
It's just not, come on. See, I know, like, all right, guys, we need to really, this fucking mic stand, I'm so over it. Is that better? Yeah. At this point, I think we do need to entertain the possibility that there is a mass psychosis going on. An actual pathology. A literal pathology. There's some kind of delusion happening, some kind of auditory hallucination. Because I know that Ogre Boy has watched my stream for maybe hundreds of hours. Actually, definitely hundreds of hours. I know he's watched my stream. And we've talked about the ways that I think that Kamala could have run a better campaign. Her missteps. I'm not exactly saying anything groundbreaking or new. I largely agree with all of the various autopsies that I devoured after the election. But if we want to revisit the ways that I think that she could have run a better campaign, then fine, we can list the things. Like I've already listed the first thing. She got a call right before the debate with Donald Trump from Joe Biden, who told her no daylight. He was basically telling her, protect my legacy, don't shit on the administration. And she abided his request. That, I think, amounted to a betrayal. I don't know if that in the end would have changed the outcome. Maybe, it's possible. But I think that both of them in that moment put their own administration above the country. There were perceptions of her that she was inauthentic because she had run as this like super lefty progressive in 2020, but then in 2024, she was running a more kind of tempered campaign, a more moderated campaign, you might say. And so people felt like she was an unreliable narrator for the story of America right now, like for her own campaign. People didn't know how to people didn't know how to reconcile these clips of her in 2020 running.
I simply don't know. You can speculate, but
yeah, people felt like she was inconsistent. I did not read her book yet. I will read it. Well, I'll listen to an audiobook the next time I drive up to Nevada. So there was an inconsistency, a perceived kind of inauthenticity. And I think those two things are linked. Like, so her effort to make sure that there was no daylight between her and Biden, and then her tone that she had in 2020 when she was running, I think those things are kind of linked. She started off the campaign, I think, a lot stronger than she finished. So she started with her most popular policy that she put forward was anti-price gouging stuff. There's like a populist kind of wave going on in this country right now, and so people are connecting more with that kind of campaign messaging. And then it was kind of shortly after her campaign started to hit the ground running that you could tell that she started to pull back and started to play it like a lot more safe. So Tim Walz was out there memeing about couches and calling Republicans weird, and it was really kind of energizing the Democratic voter base. And she was leaning more into a populist direction without running as a populist. And then it was like you could tell something changed. It was like a month, 3 weeks, a month into the campaign, she started to strike a little bit of a different tone, and Tim Walz wasn't really talking about people being weird, and you can tell that there was a shift. And we know that behind the scenes it was because her campaign people sat her down and told her, like, you know, stay away from the weird stuff, and, you know, kind of get back on a more I don't know. I don't know what the word is. Like a less edgy kind of tone. And so that was kind of a mismatch too. So people were like, wait, what happened? You know, what happened to the Kamala just like 3 weeks ago? And so that was kind of a liability for her as well. Her policy positions, I think, were like, I mean, I would have liked those policies that she proposed, but they were too technocratic in terms of like how they were presented. So instead of saying, I want to bring the cost of housing down, she was like, I'm going to give you, you know, a means tested $50,000 grant for first time. You know, it was like more, it was much more kind of like a detailed policy. And it should have just been much more simple. Like, I want to help you buy your first home. I think that would have been better framing. And you can do that with her other policies too. And so it's not like her policies were bad. I thought that her policies were pretty good, but they were framed in a kind of technocratic way when they should have been framed in a more populist way. What else am I missing here? What else am I missing here? I'm sure there's a number of others. There's probably like 3 or 4 others if I thought about it, like in terms of like big mistakes that she made. Hold on, let me think about this. I'm struggling right now. I'm struggling. So it was messaging, not policy. I mean, no, I mean, like the policies themselves, I would say, are like, I don't know. She was in a tough spot because like the electorate had obviously shifted right. And so she couldn't run on the same sort of progressive policy platform that she ran on in 2020. That just wouldn't, you know, that would have been a liability. And she was probably looking at the same numbers that we're all looking at now. There was that CNN poll that came out yesterday that showed 58% of the country thinks that the Democratic Party is too liberal. And I'm sure her people had polled for similar questions and were showing her the same things. And so her instinct and effort to moderate was the correct thing to do. I think obviously. But I think she could have been she could have gone like a little bit bigger with the policy agenda. made it a little less technocratic, you know? Did she even run on paid family leave? I don't even know. She told the truth and made reasonable promises. Trump lied and promised the moon. Yeah, I mean, we've talked about that a lot on this stream. There's a bit of a dilemma with presidential candidates in the United States where you can run on a bunch of promises, right? Like you can run on a promise to pass a public option or codify Roe v. Wade protections and these kinds of things. But unless you anticipate getting a 60 vote Senate majority, then you're not going to be able to deliver on those things. And so, you know, what are your options then? It's like, well, you could get up there and be honest and be like, hey, listen, I'd love to run on a public option, but let's be honest, that Senate map, that's not going to happen. That's not a very inspiring campaign message. It's the truth. It's the truth, but it's not a very inspiring campaign. Or you can say, you know, you can frame your aspirational goals as promises and then get shit from the base after you are sworn in, and then it doesn't happen. Like the lefties fucking devoured Biden because he wasn't able to deliver a single payer public option and a $15 an hour minimum wage, and you know, yeah. So it feels like a bit of a catch-22. Like I don't really know how to run a campaign that's not going to piss off some part of your base at some point. Daz Vidani with $10. Kamala's polling surge in the beginning was driven by Dems getting back on board after being demoralized by Biden. The bump wasn't really with independents, swing voters, or Republicans. Yeah, I assume that you're right about that. All right, let's get into... Glup Shido said, voters don't want to hear a platform full of compromises that don't deliver sizable economic relief. The compromise needs to be done after the election when you start negotiating with Congress. Well, you see, I mean, I agree with you. I think it is strategically better to just run on bold promises and then come up short when you're president. But when you do that, it infuriates the left flank. Infuriates them. I think you're saying it would have been the right thing for Kamala to do to go bigger with her policy agenda, to promise passing a public option, to promise passing paid family leave. But then if she wins and is sworn in, and then that inevitably does not happen because they don't have 60 Senate votes, she'll just get slaughtered by the left. We watched them do it with Biden on like 15 different things. It is more infuriating when they start with the compromise. I agree that it's more infuriating to kind of the median voter and definitely like the median Democratic voter base. But it's my position that it should not be infuriating. I temper my expectations accordingly. When Biden was sworn in, I wasn't sitting here thinking, okay, we're going to get like Medicare for all because it was a fucking 50-50 Senate. But I'm not the normie median voter. So I don't really know. How do you avoid this? How do you avoid this dilemma? You run on bold policy. You're sworn in. You don't have the votes in Congress to get the big stuff. You compromise, get smaller stuff or more temporary stuff, and then the left flank revolts. And it just feels like we're on this fucking merry-go-round. And I don't know how to avoid this. I don't know how to get off that merry-go-round. If you ask the left flank, they'll tell you, oh, it's just easy. Just do the thing. Just fucking do it next time. Just fucking do blanket student loan debt. Just fucking do a public option. Whip the fucking votes next time. That's like their counter argument. And I'm just like, I live in reality. So I don't have the luxury of deluding myself into thinking that it's like that simple. The mistake is thinking that there is a series of policies that would get the LARPy left to fall in line. The reality is the moral opt-out from the LARP left is essential to the brand. You know what's something else I was thinking about last night in the context of the last few days of this debate about, you know, do you commit to supporting the Democratic nominee in 2028? They keep saying, especially over like the last like day, I saw so many tweets. One of these fucking idiots tweeted this, and then they all thought it was clever, and then like a dozen other of these fucking idiots tweeted this thing where they're like, hold on, let me find it. These fucking morons. I actually hate these people. I really do. I fucking hate these people. They're just as damaging as MAGA. They are MAGA. Fucking idiot. Great. If the leftists won't vote for it. So the whole thing was like this tweet. Did you guys see this tweet? This fucking moron. Will you, as a centrist Democrat, commit right now to vote for the AOC Sanders ticket on 2028, or are you a MAGA traitor siding with JD Vance? And it's like, yes, of course. What the fuck? Obviously, yes. Why the fuck would I ever do anything to help Vance win an election? Why the fuck would I ever do that? Why would I ever willingly help JD Vance win an election? Why would I do that? Of course I would fucking vote for AOC. And then they turned around and they were like, ha, you fell for my trap. They spun it around. They're like, oh, you idiot, you just fell for my trap. Because then there were other people posting, great, if the leftist won't vote for a centrist, but the centrist will vote for a leftist, then everyone should support a leftist in the 2028 Democratic primary. It's the only way to beat JD Vance. I fucking hate these people. They are hurting America. They're hurting us. First of all, the premise is just like, so, you know, there's this like, okay, so we have primary contests all over the country, and that's kind of like an intra-party discussion, but not really. But the way that these people frame it, it's as though the kind of moderate established wing of the Democratic Party, okay, they're one hive mind with the collective consciousness, right? And then you got the left, kind of left, populist left voter block Bernie wing in the party, and they're a hive mind collective consciousness. And then the two collective consciousness come together and they're like negotiating. But that is not how it works. It's, you know, a bunch of disparate states and territories on their own, like casting their own individual vote for who they think they should represent the party. And then the voters, you know, whoever secures the most delegates after getting the most votes, they get to be the nomination, or they get to, you know, they win those delegates in that states. Like, that's how this happens. But like, even if we could devise a situation where we could mind meld, let's say that we could do that. Like, we have the technology, okay? And all the moderate establishment Dems, we all do our mind meld, and then we have like maybe like an avatar, and then the lefty block, they do their mind meld, and then they have an avatar, and then our avatars meet to sort of like negotiate. Why would I trust? Like, let's say we indulge them. Okay, you know what? You say you won't stick with the moderate candidates, and you say the only way that you're going to vote for the Democrat is if it's someone that you like. Okay, give me your list. Let me see. Okay, there's like AOC, Ro Khanna, you know, I don't even know, Marianne Williamson. I don't even know who's going to be on that list. And then let's say the moderate establishment centristy Democratic voter bloc, they all agree. Okay, we've all talked about it. We're okay with AOC. So let's do AOC. Okay. Like, let's say all that is possible theoretically. Why would I have any faith that these people are going to stick with AOC no matter what? How do I know that a month before the election, they're not all going to turn on her because she supports funding for the Iron Dome in Israel? How could I be sure that they're going to stick with that if I know that these fucking losers purity test every single one of their preferred politicians into oblivion? Why would I trust that they're going to follow through on their end if we even agreed to their candidate? I couldn't. How could I? Anyways, these people are hurting America. They're hurting America. Okay.
It would have been an automatic.
Connery with 51 months. Thank you so much. This isn't the lefties being confused about positions. It's just bad faith. The same way MAGA people don't believe what they say. They know they're lying. What were we talking about when you typed that out? Henry with $2. That's exactly what they would do. Look at Mamdani. How could I have any faith if we even agreed to their terms, you know? How could I have any faith that they would like stick with their candidate? How? Come on. These people are, I think these people like revel in devouring their own. It's all a 24/7 nonstop, ongoing competition amongst themselves to see who can out-virtue everybody else. That's how these people operate. It's not about electoral politics. It's not about actual results. All it is a fucking game. It's a stage for them to stand on and demonstrate why they are the most virtuous of all. It's an intra-movement competition that never ends. They're all trying to out-virtue each other. That's it. They have no real kind of politics to speak of. Tallybots, thank you so much for the tier 1 membership. Appreciate it. What does that say? Off my chest? Tallybots, thank you. Hope you're doing well.
Worse results, so therefore you can't question them. You can't fucking make any suggestions that they either fucked up, they intentionally fucked up, anything of the sort.
I have never heard Hutch say that. Hutch,
you and Josiah both have almost.
That's funny because it's like I unmuted, and then after like a 10-minute rant about how we can't trust the lefties, he says this. Hold on.
They did was the right thing. They couldn't have done anything different because it would have been an automatic worse results. So therefore, you can't question them. You can't fucking make any suggestions that they either fucked up, they intentionally fucked up.
Intentionally fucked up? Do you really believe that, Ogre Boy? Do you really believe that Kamala Harris intentionally fucked up? Is this the whole cut a liberal and a fascist bleed situation? Is it because Kamala secretly supports Donald Trump? They honestly talk that way sometimes. You guys realize that, right? Tallybots with 10 gifted memberships. Oh my goodness. Tallybots. What did I do to deserve that generosity? Thank you. On Friday, guys, we put the YouTube chat in members only. It's just to incentivize people to support the stream if you guys enjoy the content. If you would like to be free to speak, if you would like freedom of speech in today's YouTube chat, consider throwing a membership my direction. Dan Saltman, what's up, buddy?
Anything of the sort.
I have never heard Hutch say that. Hutch,
you and Josiah both have almost exactly made that exact criticism to him in hours-long conversations.
Hang on, the context is very different than that. So the context.
There's the campaign. There's like the Kamala campaign, and then there's the kind of like satisfaction with the Democratic Party leadership currently.
Is like with Schumer, it seems like you have this kind of Dr. Pangloss. I think that's the guy from Candide, the best of all possible worlds analysis of it's the guy who in the book,
Simon, thanks, buddy.
book Candide, this is Voltaire or whatever, he's like, all this horrible shit is happening to these characters, and he's continuing to say, well, this is the best of all possible worlds, this is the best of all possible worlds. And I kind of ridicule Hutch sometimes on that view of Democratic leadership, and I think that he is apt to just trust the plan. He's like the plan trusters in MAGA. He's kind of a plan truster when it comes to Democratic leadership. I would critique him for that, but your claim is stronger, is like that he's intolerant of any.
I think in terms of being effective in their roles as Democratic Party leaders in the Congress, I think Schumer and Jeffries are both pretty thoughtful people. And as far as like the shutdown fight is like a really good example of what I'm talking about. I'm doing too many rants. I should just let this play a little bit. Daz Vidani with $5. At some point, he says it's bad that elections are essentially popularity contests, which is what elections are and always have been. Oh boy. Okay.
Brother, hold on. You need to back up, because how dare you suggest that Hutch is like MAGA? There's 4 different
why are you doing this
right now that are exploding.
So you come in, you're tipsy, and
because
it's impossible to have a conversation. No, I'm not agreeing with you. In what sense am I agreeing with you?
Because you just got done saying this is the exact same thing that I'm saying.
Ogre Boy went into a political debate with a sharp-minded lawyer, and he showed up tipsy. Hello?
He does it constantly.
No,
I wish I had that confidence in myself.
I think he's generally far too much of a plan truster, but that's not precisely what you said. What you said is like he's intolerant and he's unable and unwilling in bad faith to hear critiques of the plan, which isn't the case, and is evidenced by the fact that we have back and forth conversations. Now, oftentimes I think he's far too much of a plan truster, but it's again different than your claim, which is somehow like we are not willing to hear any critiques of the candidate. It's not true. And it has nothing to do with the point isn't that the candidate couldn't have done anything better. The point is, what should you have done? And instead of saying, I don't want to answer
what should I have done differently? What should I have done differently?
Yeah.
I told you straight up. Now, what the decisions that I made at the last second in the fucking voting booth, that's on me. And I've already said that.
Yeah.
And I've owned up to that. However, when I have.
Doesn't he live in a battleground state? Do we know what state he lives in? I'm pretty sure he lives in a battleground state, and he did not vote for Kamala. Like, he is literally partly to blame for everything that's happening.
I have the across the board opinion that she left votes on the table, and that's unacceptable, right? That's not something that you look back and go, well, she should have done some more podcasts. Well, she should have separated herself a little bit.
She should have. I did forget that too. I don't think she did I don't think she showed up in the most optimal spaces. I think she showed up in the safer spaces online, and she should have been way more unconventional with the kind of social media appearances that she was doing.
More, which also there's before I split off into too many different directions, and I don't necessarily want to do that. That's cope as well. Her people went on Pod Save America, said, we know we needed to do it. She goes on her book tour and is like, I didn't know that was that important to do. There's so many different angles with every one of these little pieces of cope along the way that's designed to try to protect her or defend her, when she herself has put out enough to suggest that she knew better. Like, a lot of this shit is so frustrating. And when you bring
she knew better in the sense of she like essentially surrendered the election to Trump.
I wouldn't necessarily use those words from her perspective.
I don't know what you mean.
You
think she wasn't trying to maximize her?
She fumbled the bag.
Yeah. So I think that people, I want to be clear about where I stand on Kamala Harris. I don't think that she ran a perfect campaign.
Okay.
I really am admiring of her taking the mantle in that moment to try to stop the fascist threat. Did she behave perfectly? No. Was she the right person to do it? No, she wasn't. And I think that, if anything, the biggest mistake was a personnel decision. That said, I'm proud of her for getting us to a better position than Biden would have, where we would have lost massive amounts of Senate seats and unrecoverable margins in House of Representatives, etc. And I am totally willing to hear your critiques of the campaign, to hear lefty critiques of the campaign, some of which I probably agree with. What I don't like is shifty bullshit. Okay? I don't like shifty bullshit. If people don't want to answer questions, just say it. But this whole like, you have to earn the vote, you have to earn the vote, that shit needs to die. It is bullshittery equivocation. It is shifty language done for the purpose of changing one inquiry, which is, who are you to talk down to us? That's the feeling of many liberals when you wouldn't have done X, Y, Z, whatever, when it came to preventing Trump. That in response to that, the refrain is, well, she didn't earn my vote. And that makes me think sometimes that you're doubling down on what I think was a mistake.
So I don't think I've ever used the language
that kind of shit. That kind of shit. You know what I'm talking about. It's up to the candidate to do this and that or whatever.
It would have been funny because Ogre said, I don't think I've ever used the language that she didn't earn my vote. It would have been funny for Pisco to jump in and be like, did she earn your vote? And then he would have been like, no.
You just laid it out. Let's walk through it. You just laid it out. Let's walk through it. I don't think I've ever said that. That's one. For two, I've told you specifically, and I wasn't fucking fibbing, to the extent that I have a fucking minuscule reach, okay? I'm working on it. It is what it is. Maybe I'll never get there. But I was telling people beforehand that, hey, if you're coming to me and you're asking me about electoral politics, you've only got two fucking options. And even if you're the single issue voter candidate that is Gaza, I didn't think based on 2023 to the end of 2024, I didn't think that she was going to be that great of an option for the Palestinians based on her own language when pressed on CNN, based on what she said on the campaign trail and what you could see with your own eyes day to day, what was coming across like internet news feeds and shit. Okay. But I still turned around and I said that between the two of them, one of them was going to be actually pressurable given enough time.
I'm not talking about that.
And that she wasn't going to put, I'm trying to lay out to you, and maybe it is you want to jump or something, and that's fine.
I'm not trying to
trying to lay out to you where I was coming from.
I understand that you,
the whole like, votes are earned. You're not entitled to my vote. I think this applies way more in the primaries. And then once you get to the general, it's always about triage, especially for a presidential contest, because any action you take or inaction amounts to material support for whoever wins the election. If you didn't vote and Kamala win, you helped her win by depriving her opposition of a vote. If Vance wins and you didn't vote for Kamala, you will have helped Vance win by depriving his opposition of a vote. That's how this works. So the framing of, well, Kamala didn't earn my vote. It's like, well, okay, so tell me why Vance did. I don't understand. You helped Vance. So how did he earn your support? That doesn't make any sense. This is like a bumper sticker. Like a meaningless bumper sticker. It's thought terminating. Just think about it. Just like think about the consequences of your inaction. People try to get around this by like opting out, but you can't opt out. There is no opting out. That is not how it works.
We were telling people
one of them was going to be pressurable.
I understand that you were saying that.
What was I supposed to do different?
Well,
you're trying to talk to like an accountability piece, right? That we lefties or this lefty needed to do something different. What was I supposed to do different?
Well, one, the vote itself, which you already granted, correct?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. That's one. Number two.
But I can't go fucking backwards on that.
I know you can't. I know. Listen, you're not the only one, right? Like I have no problem interacting with people who didn't vote for Kamala.
Hutch, are you excited for the end of February for the server slam for Marathon? Yeah, I'm super excited, man. I'm fucking really excited about it.
Or who said, things like she hasn't earned my vote. And the reason why, I'm not saying that in my mind candidates don't have to quote unquote earn votes. It's just what's being done with this language of earn vote is to hide what is a normative question, a question about preferences. Who should you?
It's the standards, okay? If your standard for a presidential candidate to earn your vote is for them to pass a rigid purity test, especially along a single issue kind of line, then you are the problem, not the candidate, because that's a crazy standard. That is a crazy standard. If the candidate does not meet your specific purity test for one specific issue, like the president is such a impactful position in America. All right, Duzda, I'm almost ready to ban you, bro. I'm so sick of your stupid shit. I'm so sick of your stupid shit, man. So stupid. God, man, I'm so ready to fucking ban you. I'm not even kidding. Alexis with $5. Thing is, if they cared about genocide, they would have understood what mass deportations would turn into. Is it a crazy standard to ask your candidate to stand against genocide? How did the people who helped Donald Trump win the election stand against genocide? How the fuck did they stand against genocide? How stupid. Oh, you drive me insane. A lefty that's like, my conscience is clear. You know, I made the decision to help Donald Trump win. Therefore, I care about genocide. Fuck you, man. It's such stupid, pathetic, nonsense virtue signaling. Jay Greaves with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Vote for. And if the question is, you should vote for the candidate who earns your vote, we need to know what earn your vote means. I understand earn vote to being do enough actions or be a candidate such that.
It is such a cliche that these people think that they can shut any conversation down about their bad decision last November of 2024. They think they can shut any conversation down by just repeating the word genocide. It's such a cliche. And they do it every day. How dare you question us? How dare you question, who are you to judge me for helping Donald Trump win an election? Have you heard of genocide? They just want to, that's their attempt to deflect any scrutiny, any judgment of their bad decisions. They just shout the word genocide. Genocide, 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 genocide. I'm sorry, genocide? Okay, well, you know, I mean, I think the mass deportations have been really awful, and I'm horrified at the idea that we sent a gay hairdresser to a torture prison in South America, Central America? Is El Salvador South America or Central America? Central America. You know, 11-week blockade of aid into Gaza. Fucking hundreds of thousands of people dead from USAID cuts, you know? And you're like, genocide? I don't know if you know this, but you're talking to someone who opposes genocide? How dare you imply that an action that I took caused real harm and mass death on a scale that eclipses Gaza by orders of magnitude? I don't know if you know this, but you seem to be judging someone who opposes a genocide. Guys, get a load of this lib. He is telling me that I made a bad decision, and it's like, genocide? God, man. It's nauseating every fucking day. Devoff with 23 months. Thank you so much. Morgie with 6 months. Thank you so much. Swannybird with $5. Leftists be like, I didn't vote for Kamala. Now 700,000 people are dead from USAID cuts. My conscience is finally clear. They'll never. So the way they avoid that is they say, well, USAID, that was just another arm of US imperialism. That was just another arm of the CIA. I'm glad USAID's gone. That was just imperialism. Or they're like, well, you know, that study is bullshit. There's like multiple. It wasn't even the Lancet group. There have been multiple independent bodies, like independent agencies, who have done their own projections. We know for a fact. It is observed that tens of thousands of people have died in Sudan because we used to give them food. We used to give them hella food. And then one day, they just stopped sending the food. In fact, we had warehouses of food where the food just stayed there and just rotted. And tens of thousands of people have starved to death because that program ended. And these idiots have the nerve to try to deflect any kind of accountability by just shouting genocide over and over again. It is infuriating. These sanctimonious pricks. I actually hate these people. They are MAGA. They're fucking MAGA. Alex with $2. I watched Greenland this week. Good movie. Greenland 1 is a fucking solid, like, 7.5, 8. Just a really fucking cool, fun movie. Greenland 2, not as good. Not as good, I have to say. Not as good. Caramel Cold Brew with $5. Thank you so much. Squeaky Duck Quack with the Tier 1 membership. Thank you so much.
One ought vote for you. In other words, I use earn vote and should you vote for someone synonymously. But if you're using earn vote differently than should you vote for someone, or she's the person you ought vote for, then you need to clarify what earn vote means. And maybe it means reach some minimal threshold of goodness or something like that. But in that case, if it's irrespective of lesser of two evils analysis, then you should just come out and say it. I will not vote for the lesser of two evils. I think that's a stupid principle to go on. And I don't care if on the other side of the equation and ledger is some horrible demon. Unless you take a certain position on Gaza, I will not vote for you.
I thought that was really sharp of Pisco. I think that's a really good way to frame the question. That was really good what he just said. Can we revisit that? Listen to what he's saying here. This is good. This is good. Is this guy a lawyer or something?
What was I supposed to do different?
Well, one, the vote itself, which you already granted, correct?
I just want to listen to this whole section again because that was really good.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, that's one. Number two.
But I can't go fucking backwards on that.
I know you can't. I know. Listen, you're not the only one, right? Like I have no problem interacting with people who didn't vote for Kamala or who said things like, she hasn't earned my vote. And the reason why, I'm not saying that in my mind, candidates don't have to quote unquote earn votes. It's just what's being done with this language of earn vote is to hide what is a normative question, a question about preferences. Who should you vote for? And if the question is, you should vote for the candidate who earns your vote, we need to know what earn your vote means. Mm-hmm. I understand earn vote to being do enough actions or be a candidate such that one ought vote for you. In other words, I use earn vote and should you vote for someone synonymously. Mm-hmm. But if you're using earn vote differently than should you vote for someone or she's the person you ought vote for, then you need to clarify what earn vote means. And maybe it means reach some minimal threshold of goodness or something like that. But in that case, if it's irrespective of lesser of two evils analysis, then you should just come out and say it. I will not vote for the lesser of two evils. I think that's a stupid principle to go on. And I don't care if on the other side of the equation and ledger is some horrible demon. Unless you take a certain position on Gaza, I will not vote for you. And I think a lot of people are shy about that and don't want to say it in its strongest form. And so they use this earn vote language to try to make it separate.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. People say, well, you got to earn my vote as a way to avoid the responsibility of choosing the best possible outcome, choosing to influence an election in the direction of the best possible outcome. They use this language to avoid that responsibility. You know, there's nothing that lefties struggle more with than just a basic trolley problem. They think, you know, in their minds, they're like Daenerys Targaryen. Where it's like, I will blow up the wheel. But then they don't blow up the wheel. The wheel keeps going. They don't blow up you can't blow up the wheel. The point of the trolley problem is not that you can pull an RPG out and destroy the trolley. You can't do that. That is not an option within the trolley problem. The trolley is coming. It will go in one of two directions, no matter how much you want to stop that from happening. Did someone say trolley problem? Dunkarood with 27 months. Thank you so much.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, with peace and love.
Yeah.
Okay. And around here in the Ogre Boy 6 cinematic universe, we love Pisco. Pisco's our boy. But this is one of the most hyper online sorts of tries to attack this that I think anybody could possibly have. At this point, it's online smarts arguing with online smarts when one of the sides of this is trying to say that it has nothing to do with me or even people like me. I was watching probably in the lead up, the 107 days, I probably watched more Kamala than I did Hassan. I watched more Kamala than I did Hutch or fucking you or anybody. I'm watching this shit from like on stream to 3 people, and we're all collectively just losing our mind going, oh my God, this is bad. The number of like, and this is anecdotal, but it's the number of man on the street, like, are you going to vote for Kamala interviews where they go to each one of the swing states and they ask, and it's again, anecdotal, but like hundreds of those, and people are going, no, I'm not voting for her. I'm not voting for somebody that supports genocide. I'm not voting for them because of Gaza.
Dedicare with $5. While all death is bad, the approximate 70K dead in Gaza in 2.5 years is dwarfed by 200K dead kids in 1 year. These genocide cultists have no leg to stand on. No, they struggle with that a lot. So I brought up USA ID cut, and Ogre Boy literally rolled his eyes. Oh, come on, bro. Come on, bro. The 70K dead in Gaza, I think, is there's consensus that that's an undercount. I think most of the estimates that I've seen fall between like 110 and 130K. Yeah.
Over and over and over again. And I'm sitting at home going, oh, fuck me. The poll thing comes out that I talked about during the podcast. 34 aggregate polls, swing state polls that show that 3-4% in each swing state would have made a difference. You could go into,
we've talked about this. It's bullshit, but let's just get this brass tacks. I know where you're going.
Why is it bullshit? Hold on. Why is it bullshit?
I'll tell you what. I will tell you why it's bullshit. We've talked about it before, so you know my position on those. But let's just get to brass tacks. On your view, Gaza voters cost Kamala the election, yes or no?
Specifically that? No.
They want it both ways. They do. They want it both ways, you know. if only she would have been different on Gaza, then it would have electrified and energized the base, and the people, maybe enough people who didn't vote, abstained or whatever, would have shown up to vote. But then also they don't want the blame for Donald Trump. Like, they do want it both ways. They always do the Schrodinger's left meme. They always do that meme and direct it towards libs, but they're the ones that want it both ways. I think it's because Donald Trump has been so profoundly bad during the second term. You know, I think during the first term, maybe they would have felt more comfortable saying like, yeah, we did that. We're the reason why that happened. But the second term has been so bad that they don't want to do that. And so they run away from responsibility for Kamala losing in a conversation about Trump and all the bad stuff that he's done. And then they run back towards, well, you should have appealed to the quote unquote base. In a conversation about maybe propping up their influence. Like, they want to be seen as having leverage, is what it comes down to. Like, they want to be able to tell the libs, if you don't give us this, and this, then we could potentially take an action that would cost you the election. Like, so they want that leverage, but they don't want the responsibility for the negative consequences of Donald Trump. I have the Jew with $2. God, I love Pisco with a hostile drunk witness. Yeah. Tundra with the tier 1 membership. Thank you.
What do you mean? I thought it's your view that if she had taken a position on Gaza, she would have won the election.
You're looking at everything as like a hyper factionalization thing. Like, you've got these pots that have different people in them that are
Own it,
specifically
man.
and
Own
only
it.
doing it because of one thing. No.
So then it wouldn't have helped,
There's
right? So
people-
it wouldn't have made a
there are
difference, right?
people-
Wouldn't have made a
No.
difference.
No, not in the way that you're thinking, not in the way that you're taught, trying to nail it down. And maybe I will never be able to get you or somebody like you to understand this.
Someone like
There's
me, like a
enough
No.
Hispanic
People
person.
out there.
Wait, what did you just say? Hold on.
Not in the way that you're thinking, not in the way that you're taught, trying to nail it down. And maybe I will never be able to get you or somebody like you to understand this.
Someone like
There's
me, like a
enough
Hispanic
people
person.
out there. Bro, my fucking step grandfather's name is Jose. Don't
listen,
pull that shit
just
with me.
wait. Why is it the
I'll
case
send you
that if she
when
had
this
called
is-
it a
hold on, and
genocide,
just so that
why
you know,
wouldn't she have
and
won?
Just so that you know, hold on. Just so that you know that I'm not bullshitting, I will send you a fucking DM later of me as at 16 with hair standing next to my
Okay.
papa. Okay,
Okay.
so don't
Okay.
pull that shit.
Yeah, no.
Having said that,
like, why is it the case if she had come out and said it's a genocide and we're going to stop Israel on?
He can't compete with me on that front. He can't. I literally descend from a slave. You're not going to win that fight with me, buddy. It's crazy, you guys. It's crazy. Like, there's a picture. There's a picture of my great grandma. Crazy. It's like one of those black and white, like 200-year-old pictures where the people are like staring deadpan into the camera. Crazy, you guys. It is wild. I descend from a Confederate lineage, and within that lineage, one of my great grandpas was a slave owner, and then had a baby with a slave. There's a fucking picture of them that I've seen where I'm like, what the fuck? Some of the YouTubers, I've talked about this part of my lineage a lot, but some of you guys might not have heard the story. Like, I have like a great uncle who is a fucking literal Confederate war hero. There's a town in Georgia named after him. He's called, I think, Henry Pelham the Gallant, because he was good on a horse. And Robert E. Lee personally gave him the nickname Henry Pelham the Gallant. They called him the Gallant because he was in charge of artillery with like cannons. And there was one particular conflict, or was it one particular battle, where he would fire on the Union Army from one position. And then he and his battery of, what do you call it, a battery? Like he and his group of like artillery people, they would all get on their horses and like quickly move over to a different position and then fire on them from that position. And then they rode their horses over to another position and fired on them from that position. And it made the Union Army afraid that they were surrounded. He did, and it was like he's famous for this one particular battle where he did that. Did I get the name right? Henry Pelham the Gallant. Oh, John Pelham. He even fucking kind of looks like me. Ish. This guy. Kind of got that slender frame, you know? Kind of got that slender frame. He was in West Point before the war broke out. He was completing his military training in West Point. And then weeks before the Civil War broke out, he made the decision to, and West Point is up north, right? What city is West Point in? West Point, Virginia? Virginia? Is it Virginia? Is it New York? Is it in New York? He snuck out of the South. He snuck out of the South. He left West Point 3 weeks before graduating. And then him and a friend wore disguises and snuck out of West Point and took a train, took the rail line or whatever down to the South so he could be down there when the war broke out. And then he ended up becoming this fucking Confederate war hero. There's a fucking literal city named after him. The Confederate Senate approved Lee's recommendation that Pelham receive a posthumous promotion to lieutenant colonel. He got shot in the head, or no, rather, he took a piece of shrapnel to his head during another battle, and then they tried to get him to a hospital and were moving him for 3 days, and he died in transit. Pelham's body was returned home and buried at City Cemetery in Jacksonville, Alabama, where a statue erected downtown in 1909 commemorates the fallen Confederate soldier. A stone obelisk monument honoring Pelham, which contained an inscription on the base referring to him as gallant and beloved, which had stood in the grassy median of a busy avenue in Anniston, Alabama since 1905, was removed during the woke years, late night on September 27, 2020. However, there were still plans to relocate it to Confederate History Park. There's a city in Alabama and North Carolina and Georgia, you guys. Pelham, Alabama, Pelham, North Carolina, and Pelham, Georgia. Named after this guy. Just a crazy thing to learn about yourself. I was shocked and shook. I learned about this like 2 years ago. I was shook. Like, what the fuck? And that part of my family, that lineage, along my dad's side descend from the first prime minister of England. What the fuck, man? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? We don't know how or necessarily specifically why that side of my family ended up in America, but we do know that one of my direct ancestors in England committed some crime and was given the option to either go to America or go to jail. We don't know what the crime was. But they decided to go to America. And that is how my dad's side of the family, that dude committing whatever crime he committed, is the reason I exist. And then on my mom's side, I directly descend from someone who died in a criminal insane asylum. Like, my family lineage is fucking nuts, you guys. It is nuts. I'm sorry, I got a little sidetracked there. Shock Doctor with $5. Hutch is a bald Confederate. This explains why you want the Dems to be segregationists. Oh my God, I should not have said this. I should not have talked about this. That was stupid. Should have kept that to myself. I simultaneously descend from a Confederate war hero and a fucking slave. What the? Tapnotis with $10. I'm black and from the South and have an ancestor who died fighting in the Battle of Antietam for the Confederacy. He was white and his family owned mine. The shit that we learn about our genealogy. Crazy. We first discovered that something was my parents, like, before 23andMe, you would just go on what your parents were told about your heritage. So my dad was told that we were Irish and Scotch-Irish. And my mom was told that she was basically like 100% Italian. And on my mom's side, she is very Italian. She's like 95% Italian. My mom's side is a very Italian family. And my dad's side, he said Scotch. He said Irish and Scotch-Irish. I don't even know what that means. But then he was also told that he had Seminole blood. How many of you guys were told that? I had an Elizabeth Warren situation. Seminole tribe in Florida. I was told that I had like Seminole blood. And then they did wait, isn't there a Seminole tribe? The Seminole tribe is Native American group with origins in Florida, yeah. So that's how I was raised. And then my dad's brother got a 23andMe test. And I was like 3% of African descent. I was like, what's going on there? What the fuck? And then fast forward, I'm looking at a picture of my fucking great-great-great-great-great-great-grandma, and it's a slave. I'm that cliche. I am literally that cliche. Oh yeah, I'm like 3% black. I'm literally like 3% black. Anywho, Shock Doctor with $5. Hutch is I think I already got you for that. Frothe with the tier 1 membership. Hundracam with the tier 1 membership. I have the Jew with $2. God, I love Pisco with a hostile drunk witness. I think I already got you there. I think I'm caught up. Yeah.
Day one of my administration.
Well,
why wouldn't she have won the election?
Let me ask you this. Let me ask.
No, you're dodging that because stop. You are dodging it.
I will explain. I will explain 100%. But I want to do my best to understand how you're looking at this. Are you really seeing is like this faction over here that sees this very hyper specific thing? They have their feet planted, and you need to just get it. Just those people. And you have this vision in your head of exactly who they are. It's like online lefties or some shit.
My friend.
Okay.
You're overcomplicating.
There's enough people out there that they only ended up looking at this, not the way that you do with looking at news feeds and shit all day, not the way that I do listening to podcasters and Twitter accounts and shit all fucking day. They go to work, they come home, they fuck off for a little bit, they listen to maybe 20 minutes of the news, and then they get ready for another fucking day at work. Mm-hmm. And the only thing that they turn around and hear is what comes out of the candidate's mouth.
I'm not gonna get distracted by your.
I just don't know how anything he's saying relates to anything Pisco said. I don't really understand. We Killed It. Hutch reminds me there's a Civil War documentary series named by Kevin Costner, which has written notes from soldiers who died in the harsh winter mountain regions in the Appalachians. I've actually watched that. We Killed It. I found that. It's like a series of like 5 videos, right? I've watched that program.
Your little game there. Like when you say those,
it's not a game. I'm trying to talk to you. I'm trying to explain to you that the idea, the concept. There's people that don't, if you even try to explain to them what the fuck Twitch is, or that there's people yelling into microphones.
I just don't understand what Pisco said that he's responding to with this. How does this have anything to do with what they're talking about?
In voice calls, trying to argue about politics. They look at you like, why aren't you touching grass?
So you're trying to describe it. You're trying to describe an archetype. You're trying to describe an archetypal voter that you're referencing. But I think I have a problem with this archetypal voter. One, describing it doesn't really help answer my question. And 2, I don't buy it. And this is a comment from one of our community members, that there are a bunch of entirely politically unengaged voters who are single issue voters on Gaza. How do you square that? What you're describing is a kind of voter who's more vibes based, who doesn't really get into the meat of issues, who isn't really paying attention to shit, but is single minded on Gaza, such that if you told them that Kamala has promised to enforce the Leahy Act, they would be motivated to vote for them in a dispositive way that would win her the election or something approaching it. That's what doesn't make sense to me.
Kamala had said, I think if Kamala had said, pushed by Dana Bash on CNN in that moment and said, you know what? If something comes across my desk,
I need you to respond to what I just said. I'm not going to tolerate it any longer for you to like just go on these rambles.
Get him.
Why should I? What? It is disrespectful to what I'm saying for you to just go off on a diatribe. It's like what Counterpoints does. And frankly, I'm losing patience with him too. Did you hear what I just said?
Go back to your original question. I apologize.
I need you to listen to what I'm saying, okay? You're describing as a way to not answer my original question, but I'm a fool enough to even allow you to do this little derail, but fine, we'll do the derail. You're describing this kind of like archetypal voter who isn't like a lefty, so to speak, and as a way, in my opinion, to shift responsibility from the instrumental effect of lefties so that you can still hold on to that preciously. That you're describing this archetypal voter who is like very disengaged, more vibes based, not on their newsfeed. These are all things you said that I'm listening to, right? I'm listening to what you're saying. I'm responding to it. And I'm saying it seems very implausible to me that someone who is disengaged, not really following things closely, is going to be myopically focused on communiques from the campaign on in the weeds Israel policy. That just seems so outlandish to me as an intuition.
But it wouldn't be in the weeds Israel policy.
Of course it would be. If you said
people are getting exploded. No, it wouldn't.
On the show, wait, hang on. So we're going to say it now. I mean, like, why do you deny it? When I went on the show and said, you want her to call it a genocide and call her unconscionable? You're like, no, nothing like that. But if she had said, we're going to enforce the Leahy Act, that would be enough. That's why I'm pointing to the in the weeds thing, is because that's what you said.
Have you seen the clip where Dana Bash talks to her in that moment when she's got walls right behind her?
That's not
Do you remember that or
responsive to
recall
what
it
I
at
just
all?
said. So what I just responded to was your claim that you're not asking for something minutia in the weeds. I used the example of when we had the conversation and I was describing more bombastic rhetoric, or, you know, rhetoric tailored to the common person, which relates to genocide, relates to unconscionable acts, which you rejected. So she wouldn't have to go that far. She would just need to do something
On
like
the podcast, fine. Going with what you were
Okay,
saying.
yes.
On the podcast, you were trying to do a loaded question to suggest that on CNN, she's supposed to say, well, yes, we are doing a genocide and I'm going to stop the dreaded Israeli state. You wanted me to basically say something that's ridiculous. It's not what I was looking to have happen.
Well,
I
hang on.
have.
She's
a
right.
very
You were
specific
one
moment
example
in
of something you
time.
were looking for.
I have a
One
very
specific
moment in
example.
time.
One specific example that you said was it would be enough for her to claim that she was going to enforce the Leahy Act. That's what you said.
Yes, because I was trying to tell you something concrete, but I'm
Right,
pointing
but
to
how
the
would that
interview she
appeal
had.
to disengaged Vibes voters on the couch?
Because I'm trying. I'm
You see the
trying
problem,
to set
don't you?
For you the exact tone. No, I don't. I'm trying to set for you the exact tone in the exact moment. The thing that you can go back to. You can pull it up on fucking YouTube right now. She got asked by Dana Bash. She said the left, the progressives, are trying to get you to do an arms embargo to bring about a ceasefire, something that was popular in every one of the swing states. And she said, "Are you going to do anything different?" And she ended up saying, she said, "Hey, we're our commitment to arming Israel is not going to change, but and that's first and foremost, et cetera, et cetera." She had a moment. Are you going to do something different when it comes to the current situation? Not everybody watching that interview is going to know about accords that were or weren't signed in the fucking 60s. That's not the point. The point was they knew something was bad. They knew something very bad was occurring and they just wanted it to stop. And in that moment, she had a softball handed to her. She didn't have to throw herself or Biden under the bus or anything like that, but she could have said, I'm willing to do something different. And she signaled that she wasn't.
And if she said like what would she say? I can't get into it right now.
All she had to do, like I said, is say that when the time comes under her administration, she's sitting in that chair, if evidence comes.
No, but Dana Bash is going to obviously ask her, well, what do you mean? Can you get into details? And then just imagine Kamala saying, well, I can't get into the details now. I feel like that would have been even worse than the answer she gave. Like, what do you think Ogre Boy would have said? He's trying to do this post hoc kind of, all she had to do was like say this thing. But if she would have said the thing and then Dana Bash pressed her and then she said, well, I can't tell you what I'm going to negotiate in advance, which is, Trump says similar things all the time, by the way. Ogre Boy would have lost his mind. He would not have accepted that answer at the time. He is coming up with some hypothetical situation to avoid confronting Pisco's consideration to realpolitik. It was tricky. I mean, I think broadly, it would have been preferable and good and maybe could have changed the outcome if Kamala was more willing to break from Biden, just generally speaking. But if we're getting into the specifics on Israel, literally at a time when the current administration is trying to negotiate terms with Israel, and then she goes up there and she says, it's a genocide, they're doing war crimes, I'm going to do sanctions, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do an arms embargo. Can you not understand how that would have severely complicated the current administration's negotiation process with Israel, diplomatic relationship with Israel? Some people think that you just got to get up there and you got to say the right thing. You just got to get up there and you just got to tell the truth. Just be virtuous and just be honest. Just say the truth. Doesn't matter what happens. And it's like, when we're talking about sensitive international diplomacy that is ongoing, it's not that simple. It's not. It's not. It's America. You know, we've had a one China policy for how many decades? You guys know what the one China policy is? We support Taiwan. We signal an intent to defend them militarily if need be. And yet, America's official position is that there's one China, which includes Taiwan. Is that immoral for us to have that position if it means more opportunity for diplomacy with China? All these things they matter a lot. Like the kind of language you use on the world stage about people that you're engaged with diplomatically or countries, a simple word being different can blow up any kind of diplomacy with another country. And so you do have to consider these things.
Comes across her desk of war crimes or something like that, she'll act accordingly. When she got pressed on
but you know you're fucked right now, right?
What did she say?
You know you're fucked. You know what you just said you're fucked on, right?
She said she loved the law and wanted to follow the law when it came to trans
I'm asking
issues.
you,
Swanee Bird with $20. Ancestry research is fun. I descend from a woman in Haverhill, Massachusetts, who in 1907 defended her family from a Native American attack with a fire poker, literally stuck one of them with it. Without her, my entire bloodline would not be around. God damn, you got a warrior spirit within you.
You just fucked yourself, right?
Would have stopped. How so?
You're saying all she would have had to say is something non-specific like, I'll be different. And if pressed, say something like, if there are war crimes, we'll look into it. And that would have been enough. That's what you just said, right? Do you agree with that characterization or no? You disagree with it?
No, that's fine. Okay, elaborate. Why am I fucked?
You're fucked because A, you know that would not have been enough for the ideologically committed. And B, how would it be enough for the Wait, let me finish. How would it be enough for the non-engaged voter?
I'm not talking about the people that are ideologically committed. I'm talking about the people that I already got done saying 4 or 5 times.
Hang on. I was addressing both. I was addressing both. I was addressing both.
Knew something was bad.
I was addressing both. I was addressing both. So you stopped me as I said this a second. I said, A, you know it would not be enough for the ideologically motivated. And B, how would it be enough for the non-ideologically motivated disengaged voters? Disengaged voters aren't watching the fucking debates. Disengaged voters aren't easily reachable.
That's not a debate. When I say Dana Bash, interviewing her on CNN,
they don't watch that shit. They're disengaged. Or interviews. That's the problem, right? Like, I agree with some of the lack of distance with the administration is an issue. And maybe even Gaza policy is an example of that. I don't doubt that. The question is, does her changing her positions at time equals 0 when she's given the nomination by the delegates in a legal process, when that happens, is it going to change that perception? The answer is almost certainly not. Almost certainly not. And to the extent that you're relying on disengaged voters, it seems exceedingly unlikely that substantive signals on Gaza differences are going to appeal either to the extent that they're weak to the ideologically motivated, or to the extent that their signals being done on shit that the non-engaged are not watching, that it's going to affect them in the slightest. I mean, if you watch that debate between Trump and Kamala, it was embarrassing. Like, Trump embarrassed himself. It was disgraceful. Didn't matter.
So the Trump and Kamala debate, where they both argued over who was going to take better care of Israel, was supposed to be that was going to affect people's outcomes on this. How?
That is your encapsulation of that debate. And the disengaged voter is looking to that. Look, the archetype that you're describing is would characterize that as who's going to
So I am probably in the top 1% of people that are politically engaged in terms of how much I talk about and consume political content. I'm probably easy in the top 1% in this country. I can't even remember a single thing from the debate about Israel. I couldn't tell you a single thing that was discussed during it. I can remember like 5 moments. I can't tell you. I cannot for the life of me remember anything about Israel. What about like the normies that were tuned into that debate? You know, when the normies walked away from that debate, were they all saying like, wow, you know, that was really just a competition between, you know, who was going to take better care of Israel?
Defend Israel more, and that's what the disengaged voter was looking at.
She should have won off of abortion and the fact that he was talking about eating cats and dogs and shit. Sure, 100%. What do you mean?
No,
I'm with you. What
I'm disputing is your character is because you want to have it both ways. You want to have it a way which it's like, oh, if you had listened to us on Gaza, you would have won the election, because that is what you feel. You do feel that. That is your position, right?
Yes. Yes.
But you want to have it in such a way that it doesn't imply culpability for being a determiner.
Yes.
In which way the direction which direction the election
That's exactly
swung.
what's happening.
And so
yes.
you're inventing these like non-aligned, disengaged, single issue Gaza voters, and that's how you're doing this.
Wait, why you keep using culpability over and over again? Why?
Moral fault.
There's a moral fault
responsibility.
To yell from the sidelines. There's a moral responsibility.
Can you just address what I just said? Do you understand?
You're calling me immoral. Do you know that I was shouting genocide every day for 3 months, and you're calling me morally culpable? Are you aware that I was shouting genocide every day?
The substance of what I just said. So you're staked out a position. Your position is if she had aligned on Gaza in a way that I'm describing, per these polls, she would have won the election. That is your position, and therefore she ought to have done it. Because wouldn't it have been better to win the election than to lose it? That's your position. However, you don't want to bite the bullet to say, well, therefore ideological Gaza voters are responsible for her losing.
That's exactly what's happening. That is exactly what is happening. And I think Pisco's doing a really good job of like pulling that to the forefront. DeBiz with 59 months. Thank you so much. Alexis with $10. Let's not forget they kept moving the goalposts during the campaign. They were always going to move to move the demands to a position in which they would be superior for not voting for her. Yeah, obviously.
And so to avoid having that be the case, you say, well, there's these like non-aligned voters who are disengaged and don't really care about shit and are more vibes-based, sitting on the couch. And they're the ones that would be responsive to the Israel Gaza policy shifts, such a way to determine the election. And that is how you're going to have your cake and eat it too.
The people that she lost between, okay, so hold on. So the people she lost between 2020 and 2024, those are all hyper ideologically aligned lefties?
Did you just hear what I said? I need you to respond to what I'm saying. Do you understand my criticism?
So the group you want to paint is the sort of
Ogre, the criticism is that you want it both ways. That's the criticism. This is not complicated. It's like his mind. I'm telling you, there's a pathology here. I mean, it is just like tribalism, right? I think that's what this is, like just tribalism and cognitive bias, and I don't know. There's probably a few other buzzwords that we could throw in there, but like Ogre, it's almost as if literally Ogre Boy's brain is finding a way to like violently push Pisco's point away. Like he can't, it's like he physically can't hear the words, you know?
Machiavellian.
I'm not painting anything. This is an internal critique. Do you understand an internal critique? I'm not proposing something. I'm questioning your, premises and your logic and your argument.
So you're saying that the people that were concerned about Gaza, that they're ultimately responsible, or their culpability for voicing their concern.
He's not saying that. He's saying that you're saying that, Ogre Boy.
Is the issue at fault?
I'm saying on your view, if Kamala Harris and her team had taken a different approach on Gaza, they would have won the election. That is your view. You already agreed to that. And I said something else. I said, additionally, you are not wanting, you don't blame ideological Gaza voters for the loss of the election. Those two things, right? Those are two things that are true. Both you think that the position cost her the election, but you don't think the voters who voted on that position cost her the election from the ideological perspective. That seems to be a contradiction. The way that you square that contradiction, my assertion, is you have to invent this other group of voters.
It's because in Ogre Boy's mind, the voters can never be blamed. That's what he thinks. I think that lefties view voters as a bunch of mindless drones. That's what I think. I think that they think that the voters are a bunch of mindless drones that just need to be, they're just waiting to be manipulated by the most charismatic or intelligent or convincing candidate. And so therefore the voters can never be blamed because, well, they're just mindless drones. He thinks that you should only blame politicians when you have an election like this one where Donald Trump wins. It's only Kamala's fault. It could never be the fault of the people who voted for him, or in the context of this discussion, the lefties who didn't vote for Kamala. I am the Senate with the tier 1 membership. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Hutch, the voters and their influencers specifically. Yes. Also, yeah. Certainly it couldn't be someone like Hassan's fault, who had this massive platform and went out of his way to not endorse, which says everything. Not his fault either, right? It's only Kamala's fault, even though democracies are participatory exercises and require participation. You know, voters do have a responsibility. They have a civic duty, I would say.
That aren't ideologically plugged in, but who would be responsive to shifts, moderate shifts in Israel-Gaza policy. Do you understand the critique now? That a way for you to avoid a contradiction, that is,
yes,
they both would have changed.
You're also, it's not a matter of me trying to avoid contradiction.
Yes, it is.
Because you want to try to set some kind of guardrails or some sort of third rail that nobody can go near, to say that I'm trying to, the whole idea is that I'm trying to point out a broader group of people at the end of the day that are lower informed or lower information voters, or whatever the terminologies you want to use for it, that just knew something was bad and something needed to change.
And would be assuaged by
something
Gaza.
Willing to change.
On Gaza.
But I'm not calling those people like but I'm not calling those people like hyper online single issue Gaza voters.
I know you're not. I know you're not.
People that knew something was really bad.
I know you're not. I know you're not.
So in trying to iron down culpability for the hyper online Gaza concern,
you're saying they don't have any because
say that we're responsible. We are. It's not a matter of that they do or don't. If I'm across the street from your apartment and I'm yelling, "There's a fucking bomb in your apartment. You need to get the fuck out of your apartment."
Yeah, I'm not gonna get distracted, but you can go ahead.
But Ogre Boy, so in order for your analogy to make sense in the context of elections, you in that moment yelling, "There's a fire in your house," have agency that you could run over there with a bucket and throw water on the fire and try to stop the fire. That would be an analogy that makes more sense. So he's trying to say, like, well, the lefties told her, we fucking told her that if she didn't change course on Gaza, she was going to lose the election. We fucking told her. And it implies that they don't have a, it implies that Kamala forced them to not vote for her, is what it implies, which is nonsense. And so in order for his analogy to make sense, which you're standing across the street yelling to your neighbor, "There's a fire on your house." Well, you don't just have that option. Let's say there's a bucket right next to you and a hose right there. Like, you could run over there and try to put out the fire, right?
It still blows up and you never left. And you never left the apartment. Do I have a level?
Dangly sack. Oh my goodness. Holy shit. Where have you been, buddy? What the fuck? I haven't seen you since 2 days ago. Wait. Never mind. You're still regularly in the chat. Somewhat. I don't see you speak up as much anymore.
Of culpability for trying to warn that the bomb was going to explode. Like, I don't understand.
So you don't understand clearly, because that has nothing to do with what I just said. And so I'm going to try again. You have a bunch of views about the election. One view that you have about the election is that if Kamala Harris had simply made moderate shifts to her Gaza policy, she would have won the election. That is your view. I've confirmed it 2 times. I want to confirm it a 3rd time. That is your view, correct?
Not in and of itself, no, but it would have been something that could have been a gateway to spiral out to other
So
shit.
now we do have a contradiction, because you just said that it would have changed the results, and now you're saying it wouldn't necessarily by itself change the results. So
Baseline me with a gifted sub. Thank you.
they both can't be true. Which is it? Would it have changed the results of the election if she had shifted on Gaza or not? That's what we're told, right? These are the polls you're producing. The polls are.
It's not that simple.
So,
it's not that simple.
So then it wouldn't be enough for her. In other words, it's not enough to shift on Gaza to win the election. Is that
because you're trying to hold on? No. You're trying to paint it as if she would have said a very specific thing to a very specific group of people, that by itself would have been the winning factor. I don't necessarily think so.
So do you know or do you not know?
But when you point to,
do you know or do you not know whether or not her position on Gaza, if she had taken a different one, would have won her the election? Do you know or do you not know?
I have polling that suggests that it would have made a difference in the swing states.
Okay.
That enough is a reason for
Okay. All right. You're almost there.
me to see that she should have done it.
So is it your?
But I think
no.
Hold on. The disconnect I think is because you keep trying to put it down to something where I think it's broader in scope than you're trying to narrow it to.
I'm using your own view. Before you said if she would have had a different position on Gaza, the polls show she would have won. That was your view. I'm not oversimplifying it. That was your position. I don't agree with that. That was your position.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it is anymore. Now you seem to be like, well, it's not that clear that she would have won if she had taken that position on Gaza. Counter to the other polls and information that you're bringing to bear, which seem to be trying to marshal an argument that this is all it would have taken. Do you understand what I'm saying or not?
I think she was weak and no, I do. I think there.
Do you though? Do you though? You say that. You say you do.
There are other things that definitely would have played a factor, but I think in the swing states, at least, there's enough argument that she dropped the ball by not.
The question isn't whether she dropped the ball or not. The question isn't whether or not she would drop the ball or not. The question is only whether or not you think she would have won if she had taken this other view. So anytime you say I would have taken the view, or I would have said this, or something like she dropped the ball by not doing it, that's not addressing what I'm saying.
I don't think that Gaza would have been an absolute slam dunk, but I also think it would have started enough, more support grassroots for get out the vote and shit like that. So you would have seen more people willing to jump to their feet.
So you think it would have improved her chances? Is that a fair characterization?
Yes.
Okay. So
incredibly so. Yes.
It would have improved her chances. Therefore, is it your view or not that ideological Gaza voters significantly decreased her chances?
It has to be that, right?
Sure, let's go with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So isn't there a basis for
that's what you're looking for? I mean, that's part and parcel. That's what you're looking for. But
no, Pisco is just trying to parse out your position, Ogre Boy. That's what he's doing. He's not wanting something specific from you. He is just telling you your position right back to you. You made a claim, and then he is drawing a logical conclusion, factual conclusion. If it is the case that Kamala's decision to not break from Biden on Gaza, in his words, significantly hurt her chances in the swing states, it must be the case that single issue leftist voters who stayed home on election day in those battleground states significantly contributed to Trump winning. That has to be the case if you think that her decision to not do that significantly hurt her chances in those states.
I don't.
Well, I just don't
we're not
understand.
gonna agree on the terms as
no,
far
but
as-
I just don't understand why you try to shift blame. Then isn't that part of your argument that the ideological
Wait, why
Gaza
is it
voters
blame?
lowered their
Why do you
chance?
keep going back? You keep wanting to say
No,
culpability and blame over and over again.
Because that's the argument that people are having, the frustration that we are feeling every day, suffering under this administration, is directed at people who, on their own view, think they significantly lowered the chance of Kamala winning. And if you understand that, then you understand the frustration, surely.
I can't ask you this question because then you're gonna get mad and treat it like it's a virtue signal. And in some ways, I will understand
Is it a
why
genocide?
you feel it as such. Why do you think? Why? No. Let's stay away from genocide just for a moment. Let's just call it war crimes, crimes against humanity. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Ogre Boy is right, but he's not great at explaining it. What? What? What are you talking about? No, I am triggered. Steve, I'm going to ask you two questions. Steve, I'm going to ask you the same two questions that Pisco is asking Ogre Boy, and I just want a yes or no question, or a yes or no answer, okay? All right. Irishman Steve. Did Kamala Harris's decision to not break from Biden on the specific issue of Israel-Gaza hurt her significantly in the battleground states? Yes. Okay. So, the single issue leftist Gaza voters, or rather non-voters, in the battleground states significantly contributed to Donald Trump winning that election, right? Oh. What? Hello? All right. He says no. Okay.
But whatever you want to ask.
That in and of
for.
itself, is that fair?
Yeah. Are there war crimes?
Why
No
is
doubt.
it? Why is it blame? Why is it blameworthy and culpability worthy? Right? Why is it something that elicits frustration from people when you try to say that the administration is guilty of war crimes, guilty of crimes, of facilitating crimes against humanity? Why is it something that I should be held for blame to say, Ogre, you motherfucker? Why is it blamable? Why am I worthy of derision for trying to scream from the fucking balcony
About that?
that's something that should have?
Because voting day is not about screaming. Who cares about screaming on election day? On election day, you vote. You make a decision. And whatever decision you make impacts the outcome. Who cares if you're screaming?
Been halted and corrected.
I
don't
I
get
don't.
that.
I don't do that. I don't do that. Do you see me
Isn't that- I mean,
freaking
that's
out
part of
about
this- that's
Mehdi
part of this
Hassan? Wait,
math.
do you,
Alexis, with $10, even if they didn't have an effect, they didn't have a crystal ball when they voted. Well, just mathematically, if you did not vote for Kamala Harris, and if we want to be specific within the confines of like American politics, if you did not vote for Kamala Harris in a battleground state, especially, you helped Donald Trump win. You contributed to his win. It doesn't mean that you alone caused his win, but you are now a part of a block of voters / non-voters who either voted for Donald Trump, voted for Jill Stein or any of the other third-party candidates, or didn't vote. You have now joined MAGA. You're now a part of the MAGA block in that election cycle who helped Donald Trump win. It's not any single voter's fault, but you are a part of a collective of people that helped Donald Trump win that day. Right? Right?
You see me
If you're
freaking out
turning
about
around,
I don't do that. Some
Okay,
people
but
do because I
part of
disagree.
this, sure, but if part of this back and forth, even right now, is you're trying to say take blame, take culpability for lowering her chances because of all of this suffering that we're going through right now.
I'm
Take
trying to get you
blame
to
for trying to
understand.
call it out.
I'm trying to get you to understand the position of like
I don't think I would talk as much about their culpability, and I think they are culpable. Partly. If they didn't spend all their time doing flowchart and blaming Democrats for everything that Trump is doing. They do it every fucking day. Every fucking day. Here's a really good example, and I am so triggered. We have a no brigading policy, okay? No brigading policy, okay? No brigading policy. This is here. Let me give you this is a perfect example, okay? This is a perfect example. The reason why I'm talking so much, me personally, I'm talking so much about how leftists who abstained or voted third party directly contributed to 600,000 people dead from USAID cuts, which is literally true. Fuck yourselves. Sorry. I apologize. The reason why I talk about it so much these days is because there's so many. There's an entire online ecosystem of these people who say this kind of stuff. Okay, so this is what Hassan said. I mean, he said Democrats would literally murder trans people with a gun.
You're yelling at one of the few people that does give a fuck about trans people in general, okay? That's all you're doing. Democrats don't give a fuck about you. They would literally shoot you in the fucking head if it meant that they would be able to secure additional electoral wins. Shut the fuck up.
Literally.
You're yelling at one of the few people that does give a fuck about trans people in general, okay? That's all you're doing. Democrats don't give a fuck about you. They would literally shoot you in the fucking head if it meant that they would be able to secure additional electoral wins. Shut the fuck up.
Let's listen to that one more time, okay?
You're yelling at one of the few people that does give a fuck about trans people in general, okay? That's all you're doing.
Literally.
Democrats don't give a fuck about you. They would literally shoot you in the fucking head if it meant that they would be able to secure additional electoral wins. Shut the fuck up.
We would literally shoot trans people in the head. And then Madeline Pendleton, this fucking idiot, who is hurting America. MAGA Madeline. They're calling her MAGA Madeline. Everyone's calling her MAGA Madeline. She loves Donald Trump, helps Donald Trump, loves MAGA. She says Joe Biden signed the first federal anti-trans legislation in years. He is objectively correct. Do you guys have thoughts on this? I have thoughts. You guys have thoughts on this? You guys know what she's talking about? I will say, technically, devoid of any relevant context, technically, what she's saying here is correct. It's correct. So let's just lay it out there without any context. The Congress determines defense budget every year. Okay? Congress has the power of the purse, and they appropriate these funds for our defense budget every year. They have to pass these budgets. Is it once a year, twice a year? I'm not sure, but every year, okay? And military spending will stop if they don't pass these budgets, which has a whole host of implications that are felt all over the world. But it also means, for example, that paychecks stop going out. Like everybody in the military stops getting paychecks, right? And in one of the budgets, the Republicans included a provision that restricted access to gender-affirming care for children / dependents, minor dependents of military families. And Joe Biden signed that bill. That's true. It's true. Technically speaking, Joe Biden signed the first federal anti-trans legislation in years. Now, what's the context? What's the context? That budget was passed with a Republican-led House and a Democratic Party-led Senate in December of 2024. You guys follow me? In December of 2024, almost 2 months after Donald Trump won that election, and 3 weeks before, closer to 4 weeks maybe, Donald Trump was to be inaugurated. Meaning, there was nothing that Biden could do to stop the Republicans from forcing that provision in the bill. He was a lame duck president. It was a must-pass bill. And Donald Trump, Joe Biden would have said, I am not going to sign this bill. We need to protect trans kids, blah, blah, blah. What would have happened? There would have been 4 weeks of no military spending, no paychecks going out to military families. Donald Trump would have been inaugurated. 4 weeks later, he would have signed that bill day one, and the policy would have gone into effect. All this to say, there was nothing that Joe Biden could have done to stop Republicans from forcing that provision in the bill. This is a textbook example of idiot leftist flowchart logic. A thing happens. Who did the thing? Republicans. Did the Democrats stop the Republicans? No. Fuck the Democrats. That's that line of the flowchart. And this idiot leftist MAGA Madeline Pendleton agrees with Hassan that Democrats would literally shoot trans people in the head if it meant securing them, Democrats, electoral wins. Because Joe Biden couldn't stop something that the Republicans were able to force after they won the House in 2022. And I wonder if I go back to this person's post in 2022, I wonder what they were posting in 2022. Was this person trying to help Democrats win elections in 2022 so we didn't lose the House, so the Republicans could not have forced that into the bill? Or were they spending their time on Twitter doing what they're doing now, accusing Democrats of being willing to murder trans people to get more votes? I'm willing to guess it's the latter. In other words, this idiot very likely contributed to that provision being in that bill and is turning around and blaming Biden for not being able to stop what he had no power to stop. And so they might push back and be like, well, he shouldn't have signed it anyways. He should have done the right thing and made a stand. For what reason? What would it have changed? Well, then you forced the Republican Party to own it. Guys, I've got some really bad news for you in terms of how the public feels about gender affirming care for kids. I've got some really bad news for you. Make them own it? I've got some very bad news for you, because probably like 70% of the country, number one, don't even know what gender affirming care means in the context of a trans child. They think it just means sex change operations. And number two, they don't like it. It creeps them out. They don't like the idea of gender affirming care for a kid who expresses a trans identity. Also, this idiot leftist MAGA Madeline Pendleton just conveniently just forgets everything that Biden did as president to protect trans people, to expand their access to healthcare. He reinstated Section 1557 of the ACA for transgender people. The administration restored Obama-era rules that prohibit discrimination in federally funded health programs on the basis of gender identity. This reversed the previous administration's rollback. Do you guys understand how fucking significant that is? On Monday, May 10th, this was months into Biden's presidency, Biden administration reinstated Obama-era protections included in the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act for transgender and all LGBTQ people. This move undoes the Trump administration's reversal of these protections. Under this restoration, healthcare providers who receive federal funding may not discriminate against individuals based on their gender identity. The ACA mandates protections for all individuals seeking healthcare. Specifically, Section 1557 of the ACA explains that individuals may not be discriminated against, denied benefits of, or denied participation in any health program or activity that is federally funded under or established under Title I of the Act. This includes protection against discrimination on the basis of race, color, national origin, sex, age, disability, and sexual orientation, in addition to gender identity. President Biden's announcement comes amid a recent series of attempts made by multiple state legislatures to pass bills that would curb transgender people's rights and access to healthcare services. It remains to be seen how such current or future discriminatory legislation at the state level will be dismantled following the reinstatement of ACA protections. He restored federal protections against discrimination healthcare settings for LGBTQ plus people in 2024. It was a rule change that reestablished protections against discrimination on the basis of gender identity or sexual orientation in healthcare environments. He strengthened federal civil rights protections for LGBTQ plus Americans. The administration highlighted its work to advance equality, including expanding federal recognition and protections for LGBTQ plus families. These broader protections help reinforce non-discrimination principles across federal agencies, including those that regulate healthcare. When red states all over the country were passing anti-trans laws, it really kicked into high gear when he was sworn in, like starting in 2021. They really stepped it up. Red states all over the country started to pass a slew of anti-trans state-level legislation. And what did the Biden administration do? How did they react to that? You had DOJ lawyers getting on planes and flying to these states to sue these state and local governments in an effort to end these discriminatory laws. He took significant steps as president. I think he was the first president that even spoke about trans issues. Like, I don't even think Barack Obama talked about trans issues. I could be wrong about that. This was an administration that had trans people's backs. This was an administration that fought for trans people, literally fought for trans people. And this idiot leftist MAGA Madeline, this is what she has to say. It's infuriating. It should infuriate you. I get so mad when I read these types of posts. And then you go in the replies and it's just a hug box of people like, yep, they would fucking murder trans people. Infuriating. I hate these people. I hate them. I really do. I hate them so much. I actually hate these people. Thoughts on this, Jenk? What did he tweet? Oh my God. Are you fucking kidding me? I no longer believe official 9/11 story. 2 paper passports did not burn and were found on the rubble. But it was so hot, WTC 7 burned down across the street. Nonsense. Okay. It's time to look for who gained from 9/11. Our government doesn't work for us. They've been lying the whole time. We know who the fuck he's talking about, guys. We know what he's talking about here. It wasn't Saudi Arabia. It was the Jews. We know exactly what he's saying here. What is happening? Why are people, am I going to go crazy? How old is Jank? Am I going to go crazy, guys? You only got a precious little time left with me because apparently you get past a certain age and you just fucking lose your mind. Like every comedian I liked when I was a kid, they all fucking suck now. It's crazy. Like basically every comedian that I fucking loved when I was a kid, they're all like horrible now. Jank is 55. At most, guys, you got 13 good years left with me. Oh God, I just got nervous. I'm gonna die one day. So permanent. Curly Sap with 6 months. All this stress is going to leave you bald. No, what the stress does to me is it fucks with my vision. My right eye. It fucks with my vision, which is consequently my dominant eye. That I use for shooting. Dazvidani with $2. So Jank has announced that he is a 9/11 truther. He's talking about Israel.
So you have chosen death.
We're all gonna die one day. Doesn't that fucking bum you out? It's so permanent. What if there's an infinite multiverse? What if, right? Like, what if there's an infinite multiverse? Like, I feel like I got insanely lucky. Not just with the circumstances. I got really lucky in my life, but also just like, you know, I do think that the universe is probably teeming with life. And across a vast and infinite cosmos, as a life essence, I was born onto this planet at probably the most critical juncture for my entire species. Like this moment right here, I think is such a critical inflection point for the human species. And I was born to witness it. We're on the precipice of learning so many secrets of the universe. It seems somewhat likely that we're going to confirm that life existed on Mars in about 4 years. We're going to be able to confirm that. It seems like somewhat likely. And then I'm just going to fucking die. And then it's just going to be permanent oblivion and nothingness, which is a concept that the human mind literally can't even conceive of nothingness. There is no experience to speak of. It's nothing is nothing, you know? I get really bummed out when I think about that. I want to be able to, I don't want to be alive forever, but I would love to be able to live for like 250 years and just kind of see where the story goes, you know? Anyways.
Pissed off libs. And if you grant that ideological Gaza voters, which by the way, I don't even grant this. I don't grant it. That ideological Gaza voters significantly decreased Kamala's chances of winning. Again, I don't grant that. But if that is your view, then on your own view, you surely can understand why libs are upsetty spaghetti at it. and that's not mutually incompatible or exclusive with.
Well, wait,
that.
I genuinely don't.
With you being justified in your calling out war crimes and the facilitation of genocide. None of that is.
We're going to skip a little bit because apparently Pisco rage quit this debate. We're going to skip a little bit because I don't think I can listen to this for like too much longer. We'll go to the last 5 minutes. Madeline didn't tweet about politicians much in 2022, but this is a banger of a tweet. TikTok is just a bunch of people who confidently repeating something wrong they heard somewhere once with no intention of even Googling it to see if it's true. You fucking hypocrite. You became the TikToker that you hate. Madeline, read a fucking book, Madeline.
To pass, you know, because all the resources that otherwise would be focused on your campaign are focused on Biden's, and it puts them in a difficult spot without more time. I can't believe you're I have to move on. Are there other stuff that that you take issue with of what I'm talking about?
Well, also, again, the people there was a cross section of people that were essentially double haters that were fucking ecstatic that the party was listening to them and willing to switch over to her. She had the momentum, 100%. I believe that. I genuinely believe that. It was hers to lose, essentially.
She was never ahead in the polls.
I don't share your outlook.
She was never ahead overall in the polls. Never in a convincing fashion. It was an uphill climb.
I think by the end, she was slightly favored to win. Slightly favored. Just had a slight edge in the polling for the national polling. Slight edge in the swing states. But it was very close. Within the margin of error. So if his point was that she never had a convincing lead, then he's correct about that.
It was a difficult situation. She definitely had some momentum out of the excitement and exuberance after the dropout. No doubt about that.
The excitement.
I think that she squandered a lot of that potential by some of these pivots to just being boring and not sort of chancing on that excitement, but it's vibes based. It's aura based. It's not, in my opinion, anything to do with substantive policy on Gaza.
It's also risk aversion. And that's what killed the vibes.
I think that there is a lot of risk aversion. I think that they should have taken more risks and stuff like that. What I'm not convinced of is that, and you should be assuaged by this. I don't know why this doesn't come for you. I don't think that lefties cost Kamala the election. I think it was inflation. I think it was baked in perceptions about Biden. And I think it was like anti-incumbency bias, that kind of shit. I don't think lefties cost it. And what I take issue with is this notion that some people on the left have, that they can be smug as fuck and say, you should have listened to us, but then also be like, we didn't do anything. We wouldn't have changed anything. And don't have that be your outlook. It's toxic. It doesn't convince anybody, and it makes people pissed off. And I think the proof is in the pudding.
Stay slimy with the gifted sub. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
With this recent Hassan clip, for me, this is a nothing burger. This is Hassan's position. He's always had it, and it's not something that is surprising or new or anything. It's everyone losing their shit over it. Maybe it's just because it reminds them of it. So maybe that explains it. But yeah,
I think you should be losing your shit over it, I guess, because, I think he contributes to a culture of apathy and indifference. I think he helps MAGA. That's why I think it should bother you. I think Hassan actively helps MAGA. So in the same way that you're furious and upset with partisan MAGA people, I think you should have the same energy for Hassan.
If you do this kind of shit and if you signal this way, it's going to piss people off.
The fact that he has held this kind of position in the past doesn't really matter. Actually, to be clear, he did not do this in 2020. In 2020, he told his audience they should vote for Biden. He took a affirmative stance in that election. So he has changed. He's now moved away from harm reduction principle in 2024 and apparently for 2028.
And that's expected because it actually is a kind of silly, have your cake and eat it too approach that reminds people
but hold on,
the people who didn't vote for Kamala Harris and fucked us over, including but not limited to such voters.
If you're pointing at the fucking iceberg ahead, and then afterwards, when you're all on fucking pieces of wood floating in the Atlantic, whatever, fucking,
you're like, do you really want to talk about why we're here?
Where you're gonna be fucking mad.
Do you really want to talk about why we're here? We're all on the same shit right now, and now you want to start pointing fingers? Like, I can get that attitude, and guess what? You're talking to somebody who, you know, I talk to counterpoints who kind of has a little bit of a similarly attitude. Yeah,
This is like an abusive parent. Why did you make me hit you? That's what it's like, you know. The leftists are hitting us by helping Republicans win. And then they turn around and they say, you forced me to do it. This is like a dad taking off his belt, getting ready to fucking pummel the ass of like one of his kids with that belt. And then saying, you did this. You made me do this. I told you not to do that thing, and now I have to beat the shit out of you.
I'm not going to fucking vote necessarily for the Democrat if they're nominated. I talk to lefties like you who didn't vote for Kamala. I appear on Crystal and Kyle who did not firmly endorse Kamala Harris. So I'm not saying never interact with such people, never treat them nicely, never have a good conversation. What I do take exception with is any explanation that the attitude that such people have makes any kind of ethical or intuitive sense to me. It doesn't. It's filled with contradictions, double standards, and I think it's beneath you. I don't think you need to do it. You can just own it. It was a mistake not to vote for Kamala, and this is all cope about if she would have been Gaza, it would have been better. No, it would have been better if she had better vibes. It would have been better if she was a better speaker. It would have been better if she wasn't saddled with the feeling of Biden's economic policies. And it would have been better if she had more time to organize.
Why was she saddled with Biden's economic policies? Why saddled?
Because she's the vice president of the administration. She's saddled. If she attacks it, she's attacking herself.
The beginning and end of it?
Yeah, in the same way that JD Vance is going to be saddled with Trump. You understand that?
So there's no lane to show the ability as a potential leader to say,
I didn't say there's no lane. I didn't say there's no lane. I didn't say there's no lane.
So, okay. So what was I going to say?
No, but don't mischaracterize
me. I didn't say
no. I want to interrupt you because you mischaracterized me. I didn't say there's no lane. I said it's tough. It's hard. It's saddling. I'm not saying there's no way.
And when you don't try to turn around and say, hey, you know what? We've had an uphill climb. We've done a lot of work, but I've seen what we can build on, what strengths we can build on, and I have a bold vision for what to do moving forward. We've come a long way, but I see what we need to do now to go even further. And
yeah, you didn't listen to
America.
These are the kind of platitudes that Kamala was offering.
Really? So she admitted that things weren't great, but they need to go somewhere better. Being in the shit
absolutely
was enough.
Wait, chat, tell me I'm crazy. They're like, we know that people are still feeling this, and that we know that this is we need to do better. We know that like not everyone is having access to the same situation, and the pricing. Too many people are unable to buy homes, that kind of stuff. I mean, it seemed to be like one of the core messages is that we're going to do better on affordability. That's why we have this drug plan. That's why we have this housing plan. We're listening to you, that you care about this shit. Like they were acknowledging that there's a lot more to do. And we can pull up a
lot of people who, especially if you look at the cuts that are coming, it's about Medicaid. I mean, I was just talking.
Oh, this might have been after the election.
And looks great. And thank you. Wonderful. Nothing like a good blow dry. And
I think that was after the election.
If you want.
This was the stump speech, the affordability language wasn't even something that was happening until after the election, until we got closer to Mamdani.
No. Oh my God, I want to hurt myself. Mamdani did it better. Mamdani felt more genuine. Mamdani had way better
You
vibes.
didn't even start to hear. You didn't even start to hear fucking Jeffries and Schumer start to say affordability over and over again.
I'm ending the call because I'm actually too offended to continue. I'm too offended.
God.
I'm too offended to continue.
Okay.
You can't have this conversation.
Okay.
Well, we can talk later.
Okay. Later, bud.
Later.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. That makes sense.
Hypothetically speaking, I mean, I love Pesco. He's my boy. I love him.
Just you wait. Sha-da-da.
All right. Philip DeFranco apparently weighed in on the recent discourse.
Just you wait. Sha-da-da.
Was I right or was I right? Yeah, he was. I don't know if he was as bad as Vadim. Oh, your convo is at 417.57. 417.57.
Yep.
And be honest about it. Yeah.
All right. I think that's it.
All right. Hey, appreciate you.
Bye, Pisco. Bye, chat.
Later. The goose. That was the goose. All right. Our last person is Andrew. Surely not Andrew Wilson. Yo, what up, Andrew?
I do think that Philly D is probably going to take Hassan's side. He's like very, very, very like generally pro Hassan. I don't know if I've ever seen him be even lightly critical of Hassan.
Andrew.
Hey, how are you enjoying this warm New York weather?
Oh, it's so warm. I love the warmness of it. What about you?
Yeah. You know what? I walked outside and I was positively sweating. I was like, it's not single digits? What's this bullshit?
Crazy. Yeah. It's like the things are melting and
He isn't a Hassan stan. He's pretty neutral on him. I disagree.
yeah. But no, appreciate you, fellow.
I'm not like a Philly D scholar, so I can't bust out receipts off the top of my head, but Philly D's whole thing is that he tries to be somewhat neutral. It's like a strategy for him, like a content strategy. But anytime I've ever seen him talk about Hassan, I feel like it's been painted kind of leaning towards more positive, favorable coverage.
Fellow New Yorker.
I think he's changed his perspective on him over the years. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I do want to listen to this conversation a little bit, then we'll get over to what Philly D said. Ryan with the primer. Ryan, thank you so much. Hope you guys have a good weekend, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. There's over 1,000 of you in the chat right now. My goodness. Thanks for choosing me, guys. There's lots of other creators you could be watching right now.
Absolutely. So I do have a disagreement with you. And the disagreement I have with you is regarding you saying that the Hassan thing is a nothing burger. And I think the basis of you saying it's a nothing burger is along the lines of we already know Hassan's position.
Water is wet.
The big yeah, water's wet. And in my heart, or to an extent, I agree with this. You and I think a lot of people a degree of people who live online understand that is Hassan's default. But I think the thing that maybe, like, I don't want to say you're not seeing, that seems unfair because, like, you pay attention to this shit, is that, like, Hassan is put up as a representative of the Democratic Party to people. Like, he's covered in mainstream media as a representative of a constituency within the Democratic Party. He gets on Pod Save America panels. He gets covered by the New York Times. And I think it's unhelpful for Democrats when, especially with media living more and more online, people in media living more and more online, when they observe the environment, and we can have a discussion on the merits of them doing that. Mm-hmm. Like, if they're doing that if they're observing the environment online and they're seeing the online media landscape dominated by these right-wing accounts that hate Democrats, and then by these left-wing accounts like Hassan, like the Majority Reports, all like also hating Democrats, I think that paints a picture to the media, who then reports on this as like everyone fucking hates the Democrats. And I think that's unhelpful. And then the other thing I think it does is I think
but how does that make it more of a something burger, right? Like, isn't that, are you saying that the fact that people might have a misimpression that he is a constituency within the Democratic Party, I don't know if that's not true. So we'll have to talk about what that means by constituency within the Democratic Party or whatever it is, or subgroup within them, because it might be true if it depends.
Wait, hang on. Philly said it wasn't a shot caller? Wait, hang on. Hold on. I want a clip. Somebody send me a clip. Is that true? Oh my God. That is like such a good litmus test. I think that is such a good litmus test. You can't just throw a claim out there though without showing me a clip. Show me a clip of that.
And what you mean by that, but like that makes this news somehow more of a something burger.
I think when I say what he said, when he represents a constituent, where he's interpreted to represent a
Jean-Luc Dickhard with the tier 1 membership
constituency within the Democratic Party. What I mean is, I think there are people in media that see Hasan and see his audience and see him as left wing and being accepted within like these more Democrat friendly circles, like the Pod Saves. That
he is.
This is a person.
He regularly talks with politicians. He he was at the DNC even though he was kicked out. He regularly interacts with people who are pretty much known members of adjacent to Democrat sphere, including TYT, including the Pod Save Bros, including these like Never Trumpers. Like, so isn't all of that true if the media reports on that?
Yeah, it's true that he gets access to those people, but just because you have access to those people doesn't mean you should be seen as a representative of the Democratic Party. Like, non-Democrats have had conversations with all of those people. Like Chris Christie's had conversations with the Pod Save America groups, right?
Well, then I don't get like, I need clarity then. So like a representative of the Democratic Party, do you think people think that he is a Democrat?
Yeah, I think that's
well, he positions himself as being the Democrat. Well, to be clear, he talks out of both sides of his neck. Depending on the setting, if he's on a center left platform, he will talk about the Democrats in the context of we. And if he is in a more explicitly leftist crowd, he'll speak about the Democrats as though they're a separate entity. Yeah.
So Democratic leader or something.
That he is representative of a significant constituency within the Democratic Party, right? In the sense that Hasan has a large audience. They are largely, well, let's...
Yeah, but he is.
I'm hedging here.
Yeah, but he is. He is. No, but he is representative of a large constituency within the Democratic Party. Those who call themselves socialists, those who
are they within the Democratic Party? Because it seems like what he says outside of that is that he's not a Democrat.
Well, he might not register as a Democrat, and he might say shit that's whatever. But he is a paragon for a contingency of people who register as Democrats, vote for Democrats, and push for left-wing candidates of Democrats, including, for example, this candidate out of Illinois, candidates like Mamdani. That is a constituency within the left, and I think his audience is a part of a broader set of people. It's loosely affiliated. These are just people who probably register as Democrats.
Well, if they're registered as Democrats, I think because we have a two-party system and not this the parliamentary system that is composed of their, I think like you can register within that party and not necessarily actually be a part of that party, right? Like, would you say like Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger are like Republicans right now? I don't know if I would, but I would say they're so right-wing.
It's a good question. So like, I don't think that they're representative of a major constituency within the Republican Party, because I think that constituency is like largely like gone, basically. But I don't view that. Yeah. Maybe in Hasan it's something different. It's like Hasan himself is I probably consider Hassan himself more antagonistic to the Democratic Party than his audience, almost. But I think that the people who view him are probably a constituency within the Democratic Party, young, disaffected liberal or like socialist types.
I think there can be seen within his audience some people who you would say are Democrats and represent a progressive wing, but I also think there's a significant chunk of his audience that maybe they're registered Dem because they have to, because that's just how like our politics work.
They're voting for in these primaries for very left-wing candidates, and so that's why I think there could be some accuracy to what these. Now, you might take the view that it shouldn't be this way. That's a totally coherent view to take. That it shouldn't be the case that he, represents so many people. But I do think it's true that his audience, there is like a groundswell of more left-wing members of the Democratic caucus or Democratic registered voter base, and they're making their influence heard in a lot of these primaries and like winning some of them.
Yeah, they're winning some of them. I question whether like I question how much of the groundswell it is, right? This New Jersey 11 primary win, that's a big win for them, but it also was a win in which the person won with a narrow plurality in which they barely got over 30%, right? Is that a sustainable
that's a lot. I don't know about this term sustainable, but I'm just saying there is a contingent there, and you see them everywhere, right? The DSA types, they're often at loggerheads with the Democrats, but there are such Republicans too, like who are considered like the Tea Party people, the Freedom Caucus people that are vexation, like vexing and a source of consternation for leadership in the Republican House. I mean, these people exist, and so to say that maybe Hassan himself is not an archetype of his audience, and I think that might even be true that he's not archetypical of his audience.
Oh, McMitty, oh my goodness, with $20. Thank you so much, man. The arson of leverage politics theory misses that wins move both parties the same direction. Obama's wins gave us Bernie's best run. After Trump won, Biden outperformed. Before she shot the bed, the Trump 2 right run was terrifying. I just want to know when this has ever worked. Like, what is the historical analog of like a populist or insurgent kind of left-wing movement using leverage in this kind of way? Which is to say, like, empowering the clearly worse party, or in the context of modern American politics, helping what I believe to be a fascist party. I mean, they're not a they haven't completely descended into fascism, but they have fascist instincts. They have fascist desires. They romanticize fascism. Donald Trump himself has engaged in behavior that I would consider to be fascist. So what is the example of this working out? Like, when has this ever worked? A more left-wing movement threatening a more centristy movement with, like, I'm going to help the more conservative movement win if you don't give us what we want, and then it led to good outcomes. When has this ever worked in history?
Audience. But there is something there that's part of the quote unquote Democratic base, which are these like more socialisty, very left-wing Democrats.
Well, I don't think that would be the base then. I don't know if that's the base of the Democratic Party, right? Your base is it's supposed to be your strongest supporters that you can rely upon. And if they're like more iffy voters and they're more antagonistic to Democrats, I don't know.
I have some hard truths for you, my friend.
I'd be very surprised. Okay, lay the first on me.
I think that the further left wing you are in this country, the in general, the far lefts are likely to vote for Democrats. The more
I think generally that is true, but then when you get to the final like 5% most left wing, I think it plummets. Like the farthest left, those are the ones that are voting Green Party or abstaining and spending their time on Twitter talking about how the parties are the same.
Interests you consider yourself, like the more liberal you are, I think it's true that you're more likely to vote for Democrats.
But broadly, he's true, right? But I'm just saying, like, once you get to the very, very farthest fringes, then it's going to drop the fuck off.
I don't know if I necessarily buy that, because if we're looking at the results of the 2025 elections, the candidates that overperformed and the constituencies that voted for those candidates were the more moderate candidates. And the more moderate candidates are more representative.
That's different.
Well, what gets elected says something. And what I was going to say is that as impressive as Zoran's win was, his was a win that was underperforming of the polling. So I don't know if I would necessarily say that, like, the further left you go, the more of a constituent you are for, like, the Democratic Party. I think the Democratic Party constituency is largely college educated, like suburbanites at this point. And I don't necessarily think that's equals, like, as far left, right? Like, Mamdani brought in a lot of new voters who definitely were more far left. But if those are new voters that aren't...
He also brought in people that don't really have coherent politics. You know, there's a lot of people that are... their politics are more just kind of broadly anti-establishment. But yeah.
Turning out for anyone else but Mamdani, are those really part of the Democratic base?
I think that Mamdani isn't. I think that Mamdani probably has an appeal to some like disaffected, disengaged people, but I think Mamdani's like winning among rich, white, highly left-wing people, you know, and those people vote Democrat.
No, yes, but
that is true, and it's one of these things that has upended conventional wisdom about voting demographics in this country. It's just the strangest thing that's happened in modern, it's basically in the Trump era, is where these demographics have kind of realigned. And it's a little strange for me because I'm a little bit older than probably a lot of you guys, but it used to be conventional wisdom that people that had higher advanced degrees of educational degrees and higher incomes, they were more reliable Republican voters. And now when we think of like the politicians that the demographics that are most enthusiastic about like democratic socialist candidates, now those people tend to be whiter, more affluent, and more educated. That's a kind of strange realignment.
No, he is, but one of the big keys to his success in that election was that he brought in new voters. But if he's bringing in new voters and those new voters then don't turn out to vote for other Democrats,
I don't think he's bringing in new voters. I don't think he's bringing in new voters. I think that's like a myth. That's like a leftist myth.
I don't think it's a leftist myth. I think that's like a valid thing. In the same way it's valid to say that like there are Bernie Sanders supporters that like vote for Bernie Sanders but don't vote for someone else, right? Like, I think like the data that we saw, I have to relook at that polling, but I think the data backed up that like he brought in a lot of new voters that were willing to vote for Mamdani, but maybe weren't willing to vote for.
Oh, then I have to see that. I have to see that because I thought what I saw is like he had like the very highly educated people, and he did kind of like middling with more of the
like traditional big voters. He underperformed with black voters, and he lost the Jewish vote. Right. But like that's significant that we're pointing that out because those are the traditional bases. If we're microsizing it to New York City,
maybe there's some. Well, I think those are very important parts of quote unquote the base. But like the notion that he's relying on new voters who don't turn up. That's what I'm kind of saying is I don't know if there's a basis to believe that. Feels like he's getting people with postgraduate degrees. He's getting people who. I mean, let's look like Mamdani Voter Coalition. Here it is. This might support you. The voters Mamdani added to the Democratic Coalition in New York, CBS News analysis. One of the hallmarks of his historic win was a big turnout that included lots of new voters. Okay, the city's expanded electorate saw far more young people cast votes than usual, as well as many voters who had not turned out in recent elections. As the Democratic Party discusses whether to focus on turning out its base or persuading those on the other side, CBS News dove deeper into the data on new Democratic voters in last week's election, specifically people who didn't back them in 2024. This group differs demographically from voters who backed Kamala Harris in the presidential election. Mamdani's new voters are younger, more ethnically diverse, and less affluent.
I wonder if that change started with the realignment under Clinton. I don't think so. I think this is a product of the Trump era. Something happened during the Trump era for this realignment along income and educational lines. Like the educational realignment became so important to the analysis that it was, I think to my knowledge, that was like the number one issue that pollsters would weight their results was along educational lines. It was more predictive than other things.
And they also voted in the off year for reasons distinct from those that drive consistent voters to the polls. A closer look at the CBS News voter poll suggests
the DNC's hostility towards Mamdani was a souring point for a lot of voters, I think. There's one problem with that. That did not happen. That didn't happen. The DNC was hostile to Mamdani. That did not happen. What? What are you talking about? The DNC supported Mamdani after he won that primary. Jeffries is not the DNC. I swear to God, man. If I could go back and change one thing in history, I wouldn't go back and kill Hitler. I wouldn't go back and save Jesus Christ. I would go back and try to undo 2016 because it has permanently damaged the discourse. We're never going to get past 2016. We're never going to get past it. It's just, we're going to be doing the same thing 30 years from now. I'm going to be having conversation. Oh, I'm going to be 73 years old. Oh my God, I just got nervous again. Why do we have to get older and die? What the hell? What am I doing with my life? Why am I having existential angst today? I'm having I legit just got a flush of anxiety. Imagining 30 years from now when I'll be 73 years old. And I'm like, these years are flying by. For me, these years are flying by. Like the last 3 years have flown right by me. Oh God, I'm getting nervous. I'm going to die one day. It's all going to end. It's just going to be nothing. Nothing. I turned 35 this week and also had an anxiety moment. Generally, I like being in my 40s. My 40s are like the best. The best. Let me tell you, age 40, 41, 42, best years of my life by far. I love being in my 40s. It's awesome. I don't give a fuck what people think. Like when I walk down the street and people are all around me, I'm not even thinking about them. I don't give a fuck. You know, I would be like 20, and I'd be walking down the street or I'd be in a grocery store and I'm kind of scanning the environment, and I feel kind of overwhelmed and self-conscious and everybody else looks so confident. Why does everyone look so confident? I wish I was that confident. That was like me in my 20s. Constantly trying to fucking impress girls and just get validation in 1,000 different ways. All that shit is gone, bro. It's all gone. I am free. I'm truly free. I walk down the street now, and now I'm probably that person that people are looking at like, why? How does he look? How is he so confident with his face? Because I just don't care. I don't care anymore. I got my shit. I got my apartment. I got my pets. I got my fiance. I got my family. I got my Netflix programs. I got my video games. I've got my new hobby of marksmanship, and I'm getting so much better, you guys. It's crazy. I'm getting so much better. That part of being 40 is awesome. But I'm going to die kind of soon. every day I march closer and closer to death's sweet embrace. Alexis with $10. Mamdani won in part because he seemed like a genuinely nice guy running against monsters. I think that was a part of it, yeah. I heard Ezra Klein refer to Mamdani's superpower as being his smile. That's like another thing. Like every video that you watched of Mamdani, he's just this like insanely handsome guy with a really warm smile. I look fucking weird when I smile. I'm like, you know, I look like a psychopath when I smile. But he's just got this smile that's just like, it's so warm. And every time he would do that like man on the street video, he was always like smiling from ear to ear. And yeah, I think people do like that. And then Deceptijon, thank you so much for 5 gifted memberships, buddy.
Just that 15% of Mamdani's voters didn't back Harris last year, either because they preferred Trump, 5%, voted for a third-party candidate, 3%, or just didn't vote for president, 6%. Mayoral votes are still being counted, but that translates to around 60,000 Trump to Mamdani voters, another 70,000 voters who sat out 2024. An even higher share of Mamdani, not Harris voters were new mayoral voters. That is, half of them reported that they'd never voted in an election before the mayor. Queens stands out as the borough where the Mamdani voters both flipped and activated the most voters. About 1 in 10 Mamdani voters backed Mr. Trump last year, and another 7 did not vote for president. Looking at those numbers. All right, let's see. Mamdani benefited from strong youth support, but Mamdani, not Harris voters, are even younger than his other voters. 2/3 of them were under the age of 45. Mamdani, not Harris voters are less likely to have college degrees, and they tend to have lower family income. Mamdani, not Harris voters are plurality Asian, while Harris Mamdani voters are plurality white. And when it comes to religion, a 29% plurality of Mamdani, not Harris voters are Muslims. Okay, what does that tell us? That he did bring in new voters, probably, right? And that this is something like how much percentage of his base? 15%.
I think you read
15%. Yeah. Okay, so I'm convinced that there was that there's some new people there. Is there a basis to believe that this is like an ideological, I don't know, left wing something? Like, what is the conclusion from this clutch of voters?
I think the conclusion that I would take from that collection of voters is that the conclusion I'm taking is like a wait and see.
Odd Human Steve with $10 ex Vosh viewer here. Could you go over his MAGA Hassan video? I thought Vosh was joking about voting over JD Newsom, but I guess he's brain broke. I do have that queued up.
For him, disappointed.
I do have that queued up. Says Hassan won't vote for Gavin Newsom. Maybe we watch that next. It's whatever you guys want. We can figure it out.
Those be new base voters for Democrats, maybe. But right now, what I would say is that right now, what I would sort them under is they voted for Mamdani, but I wouldn't necessarily sort them under Democratic base voters. I want to see more record of them participating in elections moving forward. And we won't see them participate in the primary for the New York gubernatorial because the primary is now over. That Anthony Delgado dropped out.
And you would say that the thing is like, isn't the stereotype of Hassan viewers that they're like all white, rich people, kids? That's what I mean. Like this clutch of new voters, which I didn't know that this was the case. I thought it was the opposite. So I think that I'm convinced that he does have a significant amount of new voters. It's 15%. That seems significant. But you know, are you trying to say like that is the Hassan type voter? Because I feel like the stereotype of Hassan viewers are like they're very white, they're very rich, and those are the people who like did vote for Harris. You know.
I think it's a mix. I think there are definitely people who watch Hassan who ID as Democrat and vote Democrat even if they are cranky. But I think Hassan, also a large chunk of his supporters are left-wing people who do not support Democrats or begrudgingly support Democrats or see Democrats even themselves as an opposition party. And
I wouldn't be surprised. This might. I just want to real quick. I don't know if you agree with this.
Okay, go ahead.
I think if you did a real poll of Hassan voters, I would not be surprised if like 85% to 90% of them voted for Harris.
So this actually came up. Somebody left a comment on either one of my videos or it was a reply in my mentions, but apparently there was a poll that was done in his chat on election night that showed 80% of his audience voting for Kamala. Couple problems with that. First of all, on election night, I think he had like over 1 million viewers, right? Wasn't it a crazy amount of viewers? I don't know what he had, but it was well above his average in terms of viewership. So probably a lot of people that were tuning in that night were not like regular Hasan viewers. I think it's fair to assume that. Because otherwise, why would the numbers be like 10x what they normally are or 20x what they normally are? And so I would argue that we don't really have like a good representative sample from that stream. But then the other problem there is, I feel like if you asked my audience, like, let's do it right now. Did you vote for Kamala Harris? All right, you guys got to answer this honestly, okay? Do a quick little poll. If you're out of the country, don't even answer. If you can't vote, don't answer. Twitch chat about to be 25%. I think Twitch chat's going to be less than YouTube chat for sure. Oh, it's close. Close. It's close. Close. Wait, what the fuck? YouTube is slipping. YouTube is slipping. Well, that's interesting. Honestly, I thought it would be higher. So if I'm going to criticize Hasan for 80%, I don't really have a leg to stand on if I'm not that much higher. I am a little bit higher. In both chats. But I don't even know what his final number was. So I actually don't even know if it was like exactly 80. Keep your Billsteins. Thank you so much for the tier 1 membership.
I would hope. I am hoping you are correct.
Yeah.
Don't allow multiple votes. Wait, can you vote multiple times? I don't think you can you?
You know what? Let's embrace our inner optimism.
His exact number was 77%. Gotcha.
And say that's correct. I have doubts. I think one of the things I would point to is that it does seem like Hasan in his rhetoric is moving more and more extreme in his rhetoric. And I don't think that's just himself. I think that's also reactive to the audience that listens to him. Like, I think that's reciprocal. I think if his audience was more mainstream Dem, you'd see a Hasan who wouldn't go as far in his rhetoric.
It's a symbiotic radicalization process. Is how I would describe the relationship that Hasan has with his audience. I think it is a symbiotic relationship born out of audience capture is what it seems like.
Like,
why do you think politicians go to his channel?
Because he has a big platform.
I think certain politicians go to his channel, but I think certain politicians, especially if they're more far left, see an opening there to interact with his audience. But it's
because he has a big platform and you want to get your name out there. Fart Lord McJizzy Nips with the primer. Thank you so much for that. Interesting name.
Issue is, who are those politicians, right? Are those politicians that we need in order to
YouTube, how the fuck did this happen? %87 of the Twitch respondents voted for Kamala versus 85% in YouTube. How the fuck did you let this happen? I'm reevaluating everything now. I'm going to end the poll. I don't even want to look at it anymore.
Flip the House and the Senate? No, not really.
It's some prominent ones like Ro Khanna is like probably the hottest Democratic senator or representative right now in the moment with the whole Epstein stuff. But I mean, like he's in the news all the time, right? No, he's in the news all the time. I mean, he goes on there. He has conversations, I know, with major Democratic figures that run the game. He doesn't have conversations with people like who are the more blue dogs. Here I'm thinking about like Glusenkamp Perez, Swazi, Jared Golden.
But also Ro Khanna sees his, if you don't mind me interrupting, like Ro Khanna sees his path to victory, the further political success within that base. Like I think Ro Khanna, when he has the opportunity, is actually pretty combative with the Democratic Party. So if we go back to like 2024, do you remember in 2024 when the Houthis attacked our Navy vessels, right? And so Biden ordered a response under Article 2. Ro Khanna was very critical of that, said Biden violated Article 1, because I think Ro Khanna believes that that was a signal he can make to that sort of voter, that sort of left-wing person, that I am the candidate that represents you. I think Ro Khanna himself sees an opportunity there.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to say, like, I think that it makes sense, obviously, for like very left-wing politicians to come on Hassan's stream to try to win those primaries, and they've been doing that. I saw that Kat Abuza, I can't pronounce it. I need to learn how to do it because she's very online. Maybe I should talk to her. And sometimes I have more viewers than she does. But she goes on there, like other politicians go on there. Obviously it makes sense for left-wing people, but some people who are more like I don't think Ro Khanna is like ideologically socialist, right? He seems more opportunistic in a way, more calculating, and kind of trying to carve a lane for himself that isn't strictly speaking. I mean, he's doing all these like meet and greets with fucking Thomas Massie, who is probably the most ideologically conservative member of Congress. Yeah. So yeah, like I think it could make sense for a lot of people. Like I think it would be good for Gavin Newsom to go on a Hassan Piker show. Like I think he should.
Right, but I think if Gavin Newsom were to go on a Hassan Piker show, what I would want Gavin Newsom to be is like skeptical and confrontational, right? Like that's the expectation that I would have for Gavin Newsom on his stream.
If Hassan behaves, he should do that.
If Hassan behaves, if Hassan's willing to have a good faith conversation.
Yeah, that changes it for sure. Because if Hassan is behaving and then Gavin Newsom goes into debate mode, then that's just bad optics. And so that to me would be politically stupid to do that. If Hassan started accusing him, for example, like I'm getting triggered again. If Hassan started accusing him of turning his back on trans people, or being willing to shoot a trans person in the head if it meant getting him a vote, then I would want Newsom to turn on demon mode. Because Newsom does have a demon mode. He's actually a really good example of a politician who can sit down and have a conversation who's like ideologically opposite to him, but he can still come across as sort of affable and charming. He's had conversations with Hannity, for example, like many conversations with Hannity, where he will oscillate back and forth between cracking jokes with Hannity, giving off the vibes that they're friendly with each other, and then on a dime, he can go into like demon mode, surgical Gavin Newsom, and just like really aggressively dismantle Hannity's accusations or claims. I think more people are going to learn about Gavin Newsom and his rhetorical abilities once we get past the midterms and the primary contests start to ramp up. People are going to become familiar with his game. those of us in California who have been exposed to Newsom for fucking 2 decades now, we know he is very sharp. There's a reason why. There's a reason why he, you know, was the mayor of San Francisco, became the governor of California. There's a reason why. He's like very, very sharp. And so, yeah, it just depends. Like, if Hassan was friendly, then yeah, definitely don't go demon mode. If Hassan starts accusing you of like wanting to murder trans people, fucking go nuts, you know, because Hassan is not. I'm sorry. And I'm just saying, like, I've never, just to be clear, I don't claim to be like very good at debate. I think Peace goes better at debate than me by far. You know, I think Soy Pill is better at debate than me. I think Destiny is better than debate than me. I think Vosh is better than debate. It's not my, I wouldn't say that. I do a lot of like circling the drain, and sometimes I'm not the best at articulating my points, and sometimes I fall for logic traps, and I have no kind of formal debate training, and so I just don't make that claim. All that said, I've never seen a debate from Hassan where I have been particularly impressed, and I've seen a couple debates where I thought it was embarrassing, like really embarrassing. Has Crimes New Roman post about okay, so they reached out and they emailed me, but I have not read the email yet. The Crimes New Roman? But there's a different one. I think it's like Crimes 2 Roman, right? What is it? What's the Twitter account for Crimes New Roman? No, I have not seen that tweet yet. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I did see that. I thought you meant a new one. I think they reached out. I only saw the body of the email. And it started with, I'm gonna keep it a buck. And so I guess I assumed that the conversation was going in a direction that they were not interested in having a conversation with me, but let me actually just check real quick. I'm pretty sure that's where they were going with it. Oh, this is a long email. Jesus Christ. Okay, they're open to having a conversation if it is not blood sport, it seems. This is a long email, so I'll read it later. Which I'm down, for the record. People think I'm fucking mean, and I don't think that's true. I feel like dude, bro, hang on. I feel like I am so much more patient and charitable with people. What I get accused of doing a lot of the times is being too charitable. I get confused. I get accused all the time of being too nice. Too willing to not assume that people are being dishonest. Danny with 72 months. Thank you so much. Danny Bezin with 5 gifted subs. Bezin, thank you so much. Okay. Soypill put out a tweet about the most frustrating part of this Hasan discourse is how he keeps bouncing between mutually exclusive arguments. When you bring up harm reduction, he says he gets harm reduction, but presupposes that were Gavin the nominee, the Democrats will have already lost with or without his support. Even though I completely disagree, and I think every bit of help is morally necessary, maybe you could back this up with polling data. But then he'll also talk about Gavin's shortcomings and draw an equivalence between some of his bad policy or messaging takes and literal fascists, implying that no, it's not that harm reduction doesn't matter. It's that Newsom isn't really reducing harm because he will be just as bad for marginalized groups. If you believe that, then you don't understand the harm reduction strategy because you don't actually see it as harm reduction. You think these people are barely different. So spare us with the whole they have already lost shtick. Just say, I think Gavin Newsom is as bad as fascists. Because if you don't think that, then it's your job as a content creator with influence over millions of people to educate your audience on just how much better Newsom would be than fascism. That said, the primary hasn't happened yet, and outside that hypothetical, now is absolutely the time to be quibbling over policy and finding the best Dem candidate. Yeah, I think he put it. Yeah. I think I'm on board with most of this, but we kind of touched on that in Pisco's earlier conversation with Ogre Boy, because that's what it is to interact with these people, to engage with these people. They really do want it both ways. Like, they are doing the Schrodinger's lefty, where they're this eminently important voting bloc that the Democratic Party needs in order to win elections moving forward, which they claim gives them leverage to make demands like, nope, I am not going to vote for Newsom. Pick someone else. It can't be him. And then also, what, so you think it was the lefties' fault that Kamala lost? Like, they do Schrodinger's leftists. Like, the definition of leftists or the impact they have changes according to their immediate needs in the context of whatever discussion they're having. The other problem is that Hasan does thoroughly confuse his audience about what fascism is. I don't think he's doing it purposefully. See, there I go again. There I go again. My instinct is to not believe that people are lying. That's my instinct. Because I have a hard time with that. I have a hard time with people who knowingly lie. Adults that knowingly lie. I have a hard time with that because I think that's crazy to knowingly lie, you know, like in this kind of way, right? Like, there's sometimes where lies are fine, but he tells his audience, for example, that the bipartisan border bill was fascist, which that's kind of crazy. That's really insane. The bipartisan border bill is fascist. Excuse me? Part of the bipartisan border bill was increased staffing of lawyers and judges to adjudicate asylum claims more expeditiously. Is it a fascist policy to allow for asylum, like refugees? Is that a fascist policy? To allow, to have a policy of asylum in the first place? Hello? How the fuck is that fascist? Excuse me? Bipartisan policy is almost definitionally not fascist. That's another good point, yeah. But that's what he tells his audience over and over and over again. The bipartisan border bill was fascist. He constantly refers to the Democratic Party as fascist light. What? The Democratic Party? Excuse me? How? And then he like worms, like he'll worm out of it. He's like, oh, the reason why they're fascist light is because they enable fascism by losing. Okay, so are you going to help us beat the fascists? No. No, don't ask me stupid fucking questions. But the Democrats are fascists for losing elections to Republicans, right? Yeah. So you'll help us win elections, right? No. But they're not the enablers and we are. You know what I mean? Like, it's insane logic. This has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but it made me laugh. Okay. Wait, can I... What? What's happening? What is happening? Oh my God. This is a great video. I love it, man. He's got his male pattern baldness and he's just rocking that shit, man. Just rock. He's that guy is happy in that moment. You love to see it. But you were in Miami last night. I was not. Last time I was in Miami was a year and a half ago. Swanenberg with $10. Leftist logic. I have this group of 9 other friends who all want to watch Lord of the Rings, but I want to watch The Hobbit. So I'm going to stick all of their dicks in a blender unless they watch what I want. Yeah, I mean, they're authoritarian, though. They are authoritarian. You understand it? They don't think that liberal checks on power is a good thing. Do people not realize this yet? If you're a good liberal, you're a true liberal, if you're a good liberal, that means that you value that representative democracies, constitutional republics, we are not a monarchy. We reject kings. We reject having an ultimate authority. The Supreme Court has a different view of things with the unitary executive theory, but even within the scope of the unitary executive theory, even with Donald Trump having all this power to do what he wants and immunity and even he has been checked by the courts numerous times. We have a system where Donald Trump can pick up the phone and call Texas and say, give me 5 seats. And then the sovereign state of California, we can say, fuck you, pass our own constitutional amendment, and then just take away all those seats. So these are like checks. Federalism and the separation of powers and the co-equal branches of government. These are things that we celebrate as liberals because we don't like it when too much power is concentrated at the top. We like the idea of forcing some kind of consensus to get stuff done because we think that's what gets at the core of what a democracy is. That's what a democracy is all about. It's like you're not going to have a situation where everybody's happy, so you try to make as many people as happy as possible. And you try to like protect minority rights. These are all things that we value as liberals. These people don't value that. They think that liberalism and checks on authority is just a hindrance to progress. And it is sometimes. Just to be clear, it is. That's the price of liberalism. Chinese Communist Party can just say, build me a high-speed rail. Do it now. Take that land. Just do it. And they can get that shit done in like 2 years, 5 years or whatever. And here we got to go through all this fucking red tape and, They think that liberalism is insufficient to fight against fascism. Which, that's just another form of authoritarian government. A fascist or authoritarian leftist, the results are going to be similarly dystopian.
And then I think you should be able to have a good faith conversation. Yeah. But I find it hard to imagine Hassan would have necessarily the best face conversation with Gavin Newsom, considering the things Hassan himself has said about Gavin Newsom.
That's why I think it's like, I think that Hassan going on, or sorry, Newsom coming on Hassan's show might get Hassan to be more like puppy dog in the face of it, and really pressure Hassan to not seem more
I'm not
dovish,
advocating for not engaging with these people.
Yeah.
Like that's not the thing I'm advocating for. Like I think you should be willing to engage, but I think you need to be willing to you need to be skeptical, and I think you also need to be confrontational, because once again, I have a hard time the things Hassan has said about Gavin Newsom. Like, I would go as far as to say, do constitute lies. When he says that Gavin Newsom sells trans people down the river, when he says Gavin Newsom has abandoned homeless people, when he says things like Gavin Newsom vetoed Medicare for all, those are lies, right?
Yeah. So he should come on and challenge, and I think that he should be briefed on it and raise some of these things up. But I think he should be congenial in a way that I probably wouldn't be with someone like Steve Bannon.
Yeah.
And the reason is there's many reasons for that. I want him to be more confrontational with Bannon and Shapiro than with Hassan Piker, and it has to do with what I think those audiences are like, and where I think he'll get his flowers.
So where I disagree with you on that is, I think you can have amicable conversations that are still confrontational and skeptical.
Yeah.
With people you very vehemently disagree with, right? You have conversations with Rob Noor, and maybe those can get heated because, he's very shouty, but those are largely, I would say, amicable.
A lot of them are more amicable than people want, in fact. But yes, I can have amicable conversations with people I disagree with vehemently. And everyone's a critic. No, that's what I'm saying is, I think that going to these places, I can imagine Joe Rogan. Now Joe Rogan is bigger than Hassan, obviously. I imagine Joe Rogan has said a lot of fake shit about Newsom. I would encourage Newsom to do Aiden Ross. If there were an opportunity for Newsom to talk to some of these fucking streamers, XQC or whatever, I would do it. I would take it. And I think that a lot of these people are literally 1 IQ. I think XQC has brain problems sometimes. Especially in his recent self-defense takes.
I think that is some French Canadian slander right there.
Yeah,
I think you are hating.
But the thing is, I'm so happy to grant that I hate this opinion from Hassan. I'm so happy to grant that if you define political opposition to mean won't commit to voting for your party, then he's definitionally political opposition. What I'm not understanding is the so what after that, because you get something like, well, treat him as such, treat him like you would that way. I'm well, I treat people who I consider opposition in that sense very dependent on the nature, context of the conversation and other things, right? That's what I was getting at with this conversation with Hutch, where, oh my God, you would take a politician differently, one who's I understand, right? You treat someone who's in a swing state who is essential to your fucking thing different.
Was he impersonating me there? What was that?
That's my point, dipshits. What I'm saying is there is no necessary entailment from calling someone opposition, and that how you treat them, if they're quote unquote political opposition or not part of the coalition, depends on so many different factors that there isn't a generalizable rule that can be extracted from this. That's my whole point in bringing up Manchin. When people get so fucking hot and bothered, their brain turns off and their dicks get hard and they just want to fucking start throwing around some torches and do a little
My dick gets hard every time Joe Manchin comes up. I'll be honest about that.
Pisco derangement syndrome.
Well,
shit.
I think the Manchin example, I understand where you're coming from that, because Manchin didn't endorse Kamala Harris. I think that's a bit of an apples oranges comparison, though. Manchin's an elected official. You're kind of
God, you're stating my point, dude. Do you not understand? Right?
Maybe he's all revved up from previous debates, but Das Vidania is such a chill, not bad faith guy.
The whole point is, if all you know is that a person is political opposition, that's not enough to know how you should treat them. All right? Agreed?
No, I agree with that, but it doesn't. Okay. But it should also color. It should color the disposition you go in with. I think is what I'm getting at, right? And it's affected by what they are, right?
In ways that can be opposite. In ways that can be opposite, right? The fact that someone is political opposition in one context might mean you should be nicer to them, right?
Right, but you can, sure, but I think you can also judge whether they're opposition based off a pattern of behavior.
It's not about like us being nicer to them is the point. They're not asking for us to be nicer to them. They're demanding certain things. In a good faith negotiation where there's actual compromise, these kinds of negotiations don't typically look like this. Unless the person has an insane amount of leverage. I mean, it depends on the context, but like if we're talking about like political negotiations or diplomatic negotiations, the lefties are not asking us to be nicer to them, to not be so mean to them. What they're doing in the context of this discussion is they are demanding that Democratic Party primary voters not choose Gavin Newsom, otherwise they will help JD Vance. And I'm gonna keep going back to this. Like if that's how you're really gonna position this, then I don't know why liberals would trust leftists, even if we acquiesce to their demands. Even if libs said, you know what, it doesn't say, we don't like, we want that lefty block and they're demanding AOC, and okay, you know, I'm going to go and vote for AOC because they say they're going to vote for her. Why would I trust them? Why would I trust them that they would stick to that? Mike from PA is a really good example of what it's like to negotiate with these electoral terrorists. Yesterday, Connor said the exact same thing to you and you didn't care. Are you sure? Maybe I didn't understand what you were saying. Why would I trust them? Like Mike from PA said, if Kamala Harris chooses Tim Walz, I will vote for her in November. She did that and then he didn't. Many such cases. If we chose AOC, I cannot be sure. I cannot be confident. I cannot count on them following through with their pledge to support AOC. How can I be sure that they're not going to purity test her into oblivion? You know, 2 weeks before the election, they decide, you know what? Her votes for the Iron Dome funding over the years, deal breaker. How could I possibly trust these people? So it's not about being nice to them. They are making demands and threatening to enable fascists. That's what they are using as leverage.
And
That's
I think
we're assuming.
Anybody doing that, we should publicly, aggressively push them away and tell them to get fucked. I think that will benefit us in the short term, and I think it will benefit us in the long term. We cannot ever give these people the impression that they get to make these kinds of demands and threaten to help fascists. We cannot indulge that. We won't. Obviously, we're not going to do that. Obviously. All this discussion is taking place online in a hyper niche kind of way. Okay. 99% of the country have no fucking idea about this discourse right now. Everybody else is just living their lives, okay? Those are going to be the people that show up and vote during primaries, and they don't give a shit about leftist demand on Twitter. And they're probably going to pick like Gavin Newsom or Kamala Harris or Josh Shapiro, or, you know, it's probably going to be like an establishment pick. And these idiot lefties are going to get up there and say that, you know, Kamala Harris wants to murder trans people or something. Like they're just going to keep doing what they do. Fuck these people. Like my whole thing is like, stop. It shouldn't even be something that we're like debating. They are opposition. They are no different from MAGA. They are MAGA. They are opposition. The proposition of like, should we listen to them or should we try to meet them in the center? That's like me. Just, would we ever apply that to a MAGA voter? Like if a MAGA voter made demands of Democratic primary voters, we would just ignore that and be like, okay, well, you're not a part of this. Why do I care what you think about the primary winner for the Democrat? Why would I care if a MAGA person came up to me one day and said, I really think you should choose, you know, so-and-so? Who cares? You're MAGA. Like, why the fuck do I care? It's the same thing with these Green Party voters, third party voters, people who abstain. You should treat them the same is what I'm saying. But again, I'm not talking about all leftists. I'm not talking about all leftists. It's just those particular people that are making these stupid fucking demands. Tell them to get fucked. Fuck you. Your demands mean nothing.
Assuming someone is political opposition, how you treat them has nothing to do with that. How you treat them has to do with shit that isn't quote unquote political opposition. That's my whole point in doing the Manchin example. Not because they're exactly the same, is because they're different, and just noting that they both fit the definition of political opposition provided by Hutch shows you.
But the issue is that their roles are.
Oh my God. I know their roles are different. Why are we're doing this?
Danya, why is he getting so aggro with you? You're like the chillest guy ever. Alex with $5. They punish the populace of the US in the end, not Democrats. Yeah. That's what they think gives them leverage. They are actual electoral terrorists. They are actual electoral terrorists. Dr. Imposter was 65 months. Thank you so much.
I know their roles are different. I know you should treat them differently. That's my fucking point.
Bad Company with $10. Also, lefties, even Peace Corps, are pushing anti-Israel as a democratic policy. So now anytime a Dem is questioned about Israel, if they're even slightly in favor of Israel, they get skewered in the media. I've been saying this for months, guys. I've been telling you guys for months. The populist left, the online left, like the sloppiest left, they saw 2024 as an opportunity, as a ladder to climb the chaos. A broken, fractured, weakened Democratic Party. And now their project is to do a referendum on Israel policy within the Democratic Party. And so then you get these, that's how you get these like young left-wing populist candidates that are running for a fucking seat in like Indiana. And their number one policy platform is like anti-Israel stuff. Like the cat Abu Ghazala, is that her name? And Cameron Kasky before he dropped out. That's what they're trying to do. They're not going to be successful because just foreign policy is not salient for voters in that way. That's just not going to happen. They're, in my opinion, they're delusional. Like, they're delusional. They really think that they can turn this moment into like a national kind of reckoning about Israel. And it is not going to work because people are more concerned about the cost of gas and, you know, Americans dying in fucking Minnesota.
Fucking point is, just knowing someone is opposition doesn't tell you like anything about how you should treat them.
Dan, curious if you will go where my mind is. What single non-politician person do you think is doing the most damage to the Republican Party right now? What single non-politician person do you think is doing the most damage to the Republican Party right now? That is a really good question. That's a good question. The dead bodies of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. I don't know. That's a really good question. I don't know. There's like a few names like honestly, like Rogan kind of came to mind, because even though, but then I take that back, because like he hasn't said that he, wishes that Kamala won. But Rogan's starting to turn on him. Rogan's starting to like call the ICE Gestapo, and I think that stuff actually really matters. Jennifer Welsh responded yesterday, and she said something so funny. She was going off on how popular left-wing positions are in the U.S. and how they're winning so many elections. No, I reacted to that, actually. There's a video on my channel on YouTube. I reacted to the Jennifer Welsh thing. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. A non-politician who is doing the most damage to the Republican Party. I mean, Hassan is not even in the top 100, Death Tome. Hutch, stop infighting with people on the left. You are not helping. You are making things worse. It's not infighting. Don't you get it? That's the point I'm trying to make. That's the point I'm trying to make. It's not infighting. It's outfighting. We are not fighting amongst ourselves. There is no we. I am not in a we with Hassan Piker. There is no we. Don't you get it? That's the point. That's what I'm trying to get people to, like. That's where I'm trying to move people towards. There is no we with these electoral terrorists. They're not in the same team. We don't want the same things. They don't even want liberal democracy, bro. Dan said the answer is Fuentes. There's an argument for that, but I feel like Fuentes gets boosted massively by bots. Massively by bots. So I think they're afraid of him, but they shouldn't be as afraid of him as they are, I think groypers in this country represent less than 1% of the population, and yet they give Fuentes more attention than the Democratic Party gives like Hassan, which is crazy. It's not about Hassan, it's about young people that may still be finding their political identity. I mean, I would assume that Hassan's audience skews very young. Demi Urge with $5. Destiny debated a tanky Hassan fan. Might be interesting to react to on stream. Yeah, give me a link. Hit me with a link.
That if they're critical, if they're in a context in which they're like a necessary vote, if for whatever reason you feel that you can appeal to their voters, or if you think that it's necessary to a 50-state strategy, you might even treat political opposition in those contexts nicer than political allies. That's my point.
Okay, here's the issue I'm taking. And I know you're saying like, this is your point. We treat different people differently based on like what we expect to get out of them, right? Is basically like,
yes.
Is that a good sum up of what you just said?
No, it's not. It's not a good sum up because it's missing critical point. The critical point,
okay.
The critical point that it's missing. Hang on, let me refresh this real quick. Reload.
Right, okay.
The critical point is the following, right? People say, treat them.
The tanky got into a little fight after and was escorted away. You guys have a link for this? Name a single political person that has more IRL turnout than Fuentes. I feel like his impact is way bigger than we give credit for, bots or not. No, I'm not saying. I think he is building a movement. And I think the movement has grown. I don't fear. I'm just so bullish on America that I don't fear that. I don't fear that Fuentes could ever really successfully take over the party. Like, I think his views of just explicit white nationalism and are never going to be. He's never going to be able to take over like the Republican Party. Never say never. I could be wrong, but I think there's a hard cap on how much he can grow. But that doesn't mean that he can't be disruptive. But I think it's crazy that like JD Vance felt it necessary to weigh in on purity testing Nick Fuentes out of the Republican Party. That's a little wild to me. That made me think like, oh boy, I think JD Vance might be too online. Correct? Absolutely no way he can, but he can massively hurt the Republicans. No, I agreed. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. He's our Hassan. Yes, I said this like a month ago. I was like, yes, I think I said that Hassan it's more appropriate to compare him to Nick Fuentes. I was saying he was the Nick Fuentes of the left like a month or two ago. Bad Company with $5 telltale sign. You're talking to a Hassan fan. I'm not crazy. Like I'm not like some crazy Hassan fan. All right, let's try to get through. Hang on.
Treat them
like opposition.
Like opposition, right?
All right, I'm not going to pause for at least 3 minutes.
This is the prescription.
Yes,
Treat them that way.
Yes,
right?
yes.
And this is the test, not my test, right? Opposition equals not voting for, right? Not voting, whatever we want to
That's too passive. I would say helping Republicans.
put in there. Not voting for, not committing to voting for, whatever.
Helping Republicans.
Treat them like opposition if they are opposition. And now we have two examples of opposition under not my definition of opposition, someone else's definition of opposition, that we treat entirely differently. One we treat extra mean, and one we might even treat extra nice and want to appeal to them. So what does this tell you? It tells you that there's not a uniform way to deal with opposition, in which case this opposition label is doing nothing to how I'm going to calibrate myself. That I need to know, are they necessary? Do we think that like are they a politician versus a streamer? Are they swayable, or is their audience swayable? Like
So I don't know. I guess when I think opposition, I think these are people that cannot be persuaded. In my mind, opposition means they can't be persuaded, or the process of trying to persuade them would actually lose us more votes. Like that's what I think would be an appropriate definition of opposition.
so much shit. And so treat them like opposition. Well, I treat my opposition very differently. So that's why I think it's a fucking stupid thing to say based on the definitions that they've laid out. And me bringing up Manchin as someone, yes, who I would advocate you treat differently than a black pill lefty. No doubt. I would say treat him differently than that. That's my point, is to show you would treat them differently. And so this opposition label, it's not much of a prescription if just knowing this isn't enough.
There's also like an opportunity cost. Like I think there's very little value that these type of lefties that I'm talking about can add really any value to the Democratic Party. So like we're risking so much. In other words, we'd be risking so much. We would be risking like hemorrhaging voters by trying to cater to their demands and to like reshape the party in the way that they demand.
Right? We need to know more things.
Okay, but I think what you're missing here is like, why do we need both these people? Like, the thing that I need Manchin for isn't his voters necessarily, because we're pretty resigned to the fact that you're not going to be able to really win West Virginia for a very long time. That's just how the demographics come out to. Like, what we needed Manchin for was his votes in the Senate. What we need Hassan for, or what presumably Hassan is saying that we need him for, is outreach to his audience that represents a voting constituency. But the issue is that if that voting constituency is going to constantly shift the goalposts, if they're going to be consistently resistant to voting for a candidate that they decide they don't like, in this case, this example was Newsom, then like, I feel like I have to treat that person more like opposition than I do Joe Manchin. But now that
you don't understand. This is semantic. I don't know what it means to treat someone like opposition, because it could mean treat them well if they're Manchin in the Senate when we need the vote, or it could mean treat them badly if they're a black pill lefty that we think keep shifting the goalpost.
I think Pisco's being a bit obtuse here. I would vote for Hassan Piker, you know, if he was running for a Senate seat, if it meant flipping an R+30 seat. And I would encourage other people to do the same. It's just a very, very different value that a sitting senator who can flip a red seat, that is a very different value than like a political commentator with a platform and enormous amounts of influence. I wouldn't vote for Hassan Piker for president. But if it's like the current Democratic Party plus Hassan, and that means we flip a red seat and take control of the Senate, yeah, of course I would. Of course I would. I could use some other extreme examples right now that have gotten me in trouble recently, but I would apply that to basically like everyone who has ever existed in history. If they had a D next to their name and they could flip a red seat, and we could take back the Congress, any person you can think of, I would vote for them.
Right? So I don't know. I just want to be clear about my problem. I don't know semantically what the words you're using, treat them like opposition, means, because we have two case studies, two opposition, that we treat very differently. So I don't understand what is meant by treat them like opposition. It's a semantic issue. I don't understand you.
So do you see do you see opposition as the same as like when Hutch says these people are not in the coalition, or do you see those as different things?
I view them synonymously because that's how it's being defined for me. So I'm using this label that's being.
Dusverdunny, how much longer do you have this conversation with him? Does it go on for like 30 minutes? Because I do want to listen to the rest of this, but I might split this up because I want to get to this. Somebody said Destiny was arguing with a pro Hassan Tanky. And I do want to kind of get to some of this today. We'll split that up. We'll save it for Sunday, because I want to see where that conversation goes. But for now, I think I want to switch over to this.
Hey, what's going on, dog?
Hey,
Big
what's up,
G
buddy?
is in the house, Destiny.
Okay, Big G, how's it going?
It's going pretty good, man. I would just like to say something to you.
Oh, boy.
How about instead of unfuck America, you unfuck the relationship with your son?
Okay, I'll go right on that.
Yeah. But what I would like to debate you on
More
is
life advice?
huh?
More personal life advice?
Well, I want to take it from you, considering you're being
No, I was
sued
asking you
for
for life
sharing
advice,
porn
'cause
of
it
other
feels like
people
you
without
have,
their consent.
you got your
dude.
life together real well, yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, I got like almost 4.0 GPA, and I'm a senior about to
that's
graduate.
Crazy. Oh my God, that's good for you. What major you in?
Public health. Right now, yeah.
Cool, good job.
Then hopefully med school afterwards. But what I would like to
You
seriously...
taking your MCATs yet?
No, I've been studying for that. I'm taking a gap here. But what I would like to debate you on is capitalism.
Okay.
So, I don't know that much about you, but whenever it comes to...
You don't know any of my positions, but you have personal attacks for me? Well, okay, that's fine. No, it's all good. Go ahead.
But, yeah. So you're a why do you attack like people on the left and stuff like that? It depend.
If people aren't liberal, I usually...
Dazvedani with $5. I answer his what is opposition question right where you paused. Okay, all right, hold on. We'll get to that answer, because I do want to hear that real quick. And then we'll switch to that, okay? Just 1 second.
Being defined by Hutch in the context of that conversation. He's defining opposition and coalition in that way.
That's fair. Like for me, when I say someone's not in the coalition or that they're opposition, what I'm saying is you shouldn't cater to them. You should be skeptical of them, and you should be confrontational with them. That's what I mean.
And certainly don't negotiate with them. But yeah, I think that's a good example of that. Okay.
Really attack illiberal people because I don't think we have the same common values.
I mean, yeah, but like, I think that's like kind of antagonistic. Also,
I do want to be antagonistic to people that don't have the same values as me. That's the definition of politics,
I know, but shouldn't we be uniting against the right instead of attacking each other?
I'd love to do
you
that.
wouldn't unite with people that don't share fundamental values, right?
Well, fundamental values right now should be attacking fascism in America. And the corporate oligarchy.
Attacking fascism is like a subset of attacking illiberal ideology, and I think communists or socialists also have illiberal ideology. So I don't think I would
they're not
want them.
fascists, though. It's an antagonistic attitude because fascism promotes capitalism, monopolization of the economy.
Well, I think liberalism promotes capitalism. So I mean, I don't know what you mean by that. Like if you're an anti-capitalist, if you want to like abolish all private property and abolish the, your participation in like the ability to vote for different things that other people might not like I wouldn't really consider that a political ally.
I mean, you don't have to abolish democracy. You can have democracy and socialism as well. It's a complete ideology, democratic socialism. We've had instances of democratic
I mean, so far that hasn't happened in human history, but maybe this time it'll be different, I guess.
Democratic socialism in countries that was elected democratically, such as Salvador Allende's Chile.
In a socialist country, would you be allowed to have a party that advocates for a capitalist economy?
I mean, it just depends on how free the
The
economy.
answer is no. The answer is no.
In your socialist government, would you be allowed to have a capitalist party?
I mean, yeah, sure. But
Okay.
I don't think it should be given.
I mean, that would break the mold, right?
power.
What is that?
Denmark is a liberal democracy. Norway is a liberal democracy. These are not socialist states. These are liberal democracies. Okay.
I mean,
well, I mean,
you see, you can't even say no. You would. It's okay. You can argue against it, but like
Yeah, no,
to say that you have like a free, like a totally free democratic system, but like there are some ideologies that are literally banned from competing in your political parties. I mean, obviously that
yeah,
wouldn't be
but
completely
those
free, right?
ideologies are completely like amoral and exist for the exploitation of the labor class, though.
That's fine. You have that opinion, but at the very least, that.
I
But
mean,
you're not. It's not a
actually
democracy
like
at that point,
true
right?
that they
Sure.
exploit the labor class. They kill millions overseas. Nestle company killed 8 million people.
Okay.
for
How many people
instance.
died in the Holodomor? How many people died in Mao's revolutions? How many people
Under
died
capitalism, even though we have a resource surplus in regards to food, 8 million people die every year due to food insecurity. We have constant wars for
We're also like the most obese nation on the planet.
imperialism, constant wars for.
Although that's starting to change. All elite memes with $5. Did you see Crimes New Roman made, two Romans made a community post? Oh. No, I didn't see that. Is it Two Roman or New Roman, the one that he, oh, there. Community post. Just so everyone stops about asking about it, Hutch and I exchanged emails. Him asking for a conversation after he reacted to my video. I sent him a response basically asking if our in-person conversation would be more civil than the response he gave. Be like, okay, listen, I got a little spicy in my reaction to him, but he can say that he was being civil in his video about me, but he was saying some things about me that I found to be quite fucking offensive. Just because you said it nicely doesn't mean that it was civil. It was very frustrating, but particularly since he said in his video he would not be able to have a civil conversation with this person. Shit, kind of boxed myself into a corner on that one. No, I think I could though. I think I could. He has not responded back to me, despite definitely being online and continuing to crash out on Twitter. So at this point, I'm assuming it's not going to happen, which is probably for the best. At this point, I don't even want to, considering everything that's gone on. Considering everything that's gone on. I will not be talking about this again and continue to make more unscripted videos about random things I want to talk about as I have been, because that's what this channel is for. Thank you. The fact that this dumb little video got more views than some of my major essays on the main channel is crazy. All right, well, I will respond to his email tonight. I really can have a conversation without it devolving. I prefer those conversations. I don't like the blood sportsy kinds of conversations. I don't like getting angry. I don't like it when my fucking adrenaline spikes. Sometimes it's very stressful. I don't like that experience. So we can have a calm conversation. That's fine. That's fine. How I behave kind of depends a lot on how the person I'm engaging with behaves. But yeah.
How is socialism solving any of these? Do we have less wars with the Soviet Union or what?
Soviet Union wasn't like, it wasn't starting wars and doing like proxy shit.
Really?
No,
Like, they were tanking-
Afghanistan? Hello? Wait, what? Hang on. The Soviet Union wasn't engaged in proxy wars. What? What major conflict post World War II didn't have some kind of involvement with Russia?
It comes from the Hungarian Revolution. What do you think all the...
Who overthrew Salvador Allende Chile? Who overthrew Nicaragua?
I'm not
Who
saying
invaded
capitalist
Panama?
countries are perfect. I'm not going to argue that. Of course, there's issues. I'm just saying I don't know why we would assume that.
You're comparing an aggressive power to more of a defensive power.
You think the Soviet Union was just defensive?
They weren't fucking overthrowing every single country that had socialist
What do you think
values
the
left and
Soviet
right.
Union was? How do you think they got all those other countries in the Soviet Union? It was by overthrowing their governments or supporting people to overthrow
Yeah, but
the
those were
governments.
domestic revolutions in many cases.
Domestic
you have to
revolutions
have domestic support
that
in
were
order to do a
supported by
revolution.
the Soviets? You think Afghanistan? You think all these were just domestic revolutions? The Soviets just happened to. Do you think the same in Ukraine
So you
right
think
now?
every single one of those people who overthrew those governments were Soviet Union agitators then?
I think there's
You
a
don't
reason
think they had
why
to
when the
develop their own
Soviet Union
domestic
collapsed,
ideology?
the countries that left didn't want to go back. There's a reason for that.
Well,
And
the
it's not
Soviet Union didn't exist when, also, when you're talking about like Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, even Ukraine, they all voted to stay in 1989 with the Soviet Union.
Why didn't they even go back after 91?
Because the Soviet Union dissolved under Gorbachev after he
Why
did
didn't
an
they try to
illegal
join
dissolution.
Russia?
What?
Why not try to join Russia?
Because Russia is a capitalist oligarchy.
Okay.
It's not...
That was their issue after, is that Russia became too liberal for them?
What
They wanted
the
back
fuck?
their Soviet
The
overlords?
economy collapsed under shock therapy, dude.
Sure.
Nobody's going to want to rejoin that. It did.
okay,
GDP collapsed under Boris.
Clout Sheep with 3 months. Connor told you he'd vote Vance if we don't nominate his preferred Dem, and you let that slide. Why didn't you treat him like a terrorist? I mean, that's a good question. If I'd have to think about that, but my intuition right now tells me that I think he could be. I feel like I could probably persuade him. But the other part of this is like, and some people are already typing this out. Connor is a conservative. He is a conservative. I used to think that he was like a closeted progressive. I had a conversation with him one time and I even told him, I was like, come on, you seem like you're a progressive. Come on, man. And that's what I thought. And I've since learned after hearing him on more and more podcasts and listening to him, he is a conservative. He is definitely a conservative. He is a never Trump conservative. And so in that respect, we found enough overlap for me during the Trump years to have a friendly relationship with and still have a friendly relationship with. But I'm not gonna be, like, it's just a different kind of consideration. So you cater to him more. I absolutely believe that it would be easier to persuade someone who is now a never Trump Republican to support the Dem nominee in 2028 than it would be for me to convince these electoral terrorists that I'm talking about on the left. 1000%. I would have more success. I might even slowly over time persuade them to adopt some more liberal views. The people that I'm talking about are intellectually lazy and curious. Their personalities are rooted in a desire to be counterculture and contrarian. They do not care about facts. They arrive at a conclusion and then spin a narrative to support that conclusion. And it doesn't matter if the narrative is just outright false. They don't care. They're not interested in an honest dialogue. These people are fanatics. They're lunatics. They're actual lunatics. Then you need to give the reason for the treatment of lefties. That would be 100% valid. That's what I'm talking about. Like, the lefties that I'm talking about are lunatics. They're not interested in politics or political power. It's not about that for them. I don't think any of them actually think that the revolution is coming. Put it that way. I don't think any of them actually think that the revolution is coming. I don't think any of them actually think that they'll ever get any kind of political power. Theirs is a politics of like nihilism and self-unaliving. It's just chaos. It's just fucking chaos. At the very least, here's a difference. At the very least, Connor believes in, you know, small L, like liberal democracy. That's a pretty big difference. He believes in, you know, co-equal branch of government, individual liberty, constitutional rights, free press, peaceful transfer of power, you know. He believes in like the pillar of small L liberal or big L liberal democracy. The people that I'm talking about don't. They fucking don't. They think liberalism, they think of liberalism the way that we think of Nazism. Do you understand that? Truly. To them, liberal is a pejorative. It's upholding the status quo. They think liberalism, just like, listen to the guy that Destiny is speaking to. This guy legitimately thinks that capitalism is destroying like the human race. Liberal democracies and capitalism flourished, especially after the fall of the Soviet Empire, and has led to a significant decrease in global extreme poverty over the last 100 years. It's just not true that capitalism has decreased like the average quality of living across the planet. Now, there's problems with capitalism. Obviously, there's problems with capitalism. Not a perfect system. But they think of capitalism the way that we think of Nazism. That's how they think about it. That's how they think of capitalism.
Yeltsin.
Yeah, I'm aware. I know you guys say Yeltsin. Okay, what today in our political system, like, the problem is also like this is so pie in the sky. Like, so for instance,
I swear, some of these tankies support Trump because they want an authoritarian regime to overthrow. They aspire to be the good guy with a gun that goes out with a bang.
Yes, there's a romanticism of violence with these people as well. Here's like a really good example of what you just typed out. This fucking idiot. Sean Padraig McCarthy. Bro, it's only 2026 and they're already demanding we shut up and vote for Gavin Newsom. You know, like, and then just like, look, you know, he's complaining about he's complaining about people asking him to vote for Gavin Newsom. And then you go back to his tweets in 2024. And he said his preference was Donald Trump. You know, these are the people I'm supposed to negotiate with? I'm supposed to court this person? I'm supposed to appeal to this person? Why? Why would I ever waste my time doing that? I could never make this person happy. Never. Because I will never be like his. I don't believe in the things that he believed in. It's because people like you, Hutch, have learned nothing. Here's what I have learned. I have learned that when American voters, on balance, overwhelmingly this is the case, with few exceptions, when American voters in the modern era elect Democrats, better outcomes happen and less people suffer. And when American voters give the Republican Party control of government at the state level, local level, at the federal level, worse things happen and more people suffer. And Death Tome, I don't know what it's going to take to get you guys to wake the fuck up. I ask this question a lot, but like, what would it take? Is there a theoretical red line that the Republican Party could cross that would get you to entertain blue no matter who? What would it take? I think we cross that line years ago during the Trump term, the first one. I think we've been past that line. What is the point of blue no matter who? The point is to take as many seats away from the Republican Party as possible. And the reason why this strategy exists is because the people who push this kind of a strategy view the Republican Party to be uniquely dangerous. There is simply not an option to allow them to have power. It is really important that we take power away from them in state houses and state senates, governor's seats, mayor's seats. We need to take U.S. House of Representatives seats away from them. We need to take U.S. Senate seats away from them. They cannot be trusted with power. When we give them power, they do things like eliminate the EPA's authority to reduce pollution. And they cut USAID programs, and they kill Americans in the streets. And they make life humiliating and difficult for trans people. They take away women's right to do with their bodies what they wish. They want to do things like get rid of Obergefell. They want to ban gay marriage again. Like, how much suffering would it take for these people to finally say, you know what? Maybe we should block Republicans. Like, maybe that is necessary right now. Maybe my particular ideology or policy prescription is not the most... What the fuck is that? The Hassan Piker fan that debated Destiny 30 minutes ago got into a fight and then got arrested. Am I allowed to show this?
It's just dude, actually, all you do, you said you would cower instead of standing up for your values. You're a fucking pussy, bro. How about you hit?
This guy is not doing well. This guy really needs to talk to someone.
Hit the fucking gym and some fucking bitches.
Bro, look at your arms. You're a bitch.
Well, hang on. I mean, he pushed him, right?
Don't fight.
Uh-oh. Oh, whoa. Okay. All right. Chill. I mean, the other guy pushed him first, to be honest with you. But that guy needs support, man. That guy's not doing okay. People hear the blue no matter who thing and they think that means like just have no standards, but that's not even true. I mean, like I don't view the Democratic Party as the lesser of two evils, okay? I view the Democratic Party in the context of the 42 years that I've been alive. And I've watched the Democratic Party move in a direction that is more proximate to like my ideal version of governance. I think my Democratic Party of 2026 is way better than the Democratic Party of 2020. And that was way better than the Democratic Party of 1980. When you elect Democrats, like, I'm really proud of the fact that it's Democrats all over the country that are, in spite of a cultural pendulum swing away from support for trans people, that's what's happening right now. That's what's happening. It is unpopular to fight for trans people. And it's not just in the United States, all over the world. And my party is probably doing the most to hold the line and stick up for trans people than any other political party on the fucking planet right now. I am proud of that. That makes me happy that I'm a Democrat, you know? I look at Joe Biden's presidency and he did so many things that I thought were so good, like such good actions that helped people, made people's lives better. So I reject this whole like, well, where are your standards? My standards? Where are your standards? What would a Democrat need to do for you to vote third party or abstain in this hypothetical? It is a non-MAGA Republican. It's a simple calculus. The Democrat would need to be worse than the Republicans. I would need to calculate the outcomes would be worse if I supported that Democrat, which is inconceivable in the current moment. I will grant you that it's not impossible, but it is in practice, I think, inconceivable that any random Democrat would be worse than any random Republican.
So if we talk about like progress towards whatever world you want, what candidates would you even support today that are already in office besides Mamdani? Would you even support Mamdani anymore?
Oscario Cortez is a really good one.
Oscario?
Bernie Sanders, even though he's kind of become more liberalized. I mean, democratic socialism is something that Americans want right now.
Then where are the politicians winning elections that are Demsocs?
Rigged. It's rigged. It's rigged. We all know this story.
Don't they exist anywhere?
Ilhan Omar, Democratic Socialist, Oscario Cortez.
So we have the Justice Dems, those four.
The city that has the greatest GDP production in the United States, New York, got a Democratic Socialist mayor.
Yeah, so New York City, a very blue place. I'm aware of that. But outside of like these plus 30, plus 40 like blue places, where are all of these Demsocs? Why don't they win elections in like competitive areas, in purple areas? Why don't they win elections in red areas?
I mean, Graham Plattner is positioned pretty well, I think. That's one example, but he hasn't won yet. You know, he still has to beat Susan Collins and, you know, survive her opposition research and campaign ads. That'll be fun.
Areas. Why is it the only elections they can ever seem to win? The very, very few they have, the 5 that you've pointed out, the 4 Justice Dems and Mamdani, are in like super blue areas. That makes it seem like the people don't generally want democratic socialism.
Well, yeah, you have a polarization. America's a heavily propagandized population. Red states politicians.
Okay, then I can't. You understand? I can't win the argument, right? Because on one, you just said that most Americans want this, and then when I ask, well, why don't they win elections? You say, well, because most Americans don't want it because of propaganda.
He's playing into the meme. The country are secretly yearning for socialism. They just don't know it yet. There's a silent majority of Americans yearning for the sweet embrace of socialism, but they just don't know it yet because they've all been propagandized. Like, I think a big part of this type of leftist philosophy, and I mentioned it earlier on the stream, but a big part of their worldview, guys, a really crucial part of their worldview that is critical to understanding how their minds work, is they legitimately think of the entire electorate as mindless drones that are just waiting to be manipulated by the right benevolent dictator. I don't dispute that a lot of Americans are uninformed. I kind of reject the idea that most people are stupid. I think most people are actually not stupid, but it's more about like an attention economy and people just don't, you know, what's that word? Benevolent, you know? Human beings aren't necessarily always rational, but I don't think this country is like a bunch of like mouth breathers, sub 60 IQ situation. I don't think that people are easily manipulated. I don't think that having a sufficiently charismatic Democratic Party nominee is going to be enough to change people drastically on the issues. On the margins, sure. You know, Barack Obama lent his legitimacy to support for gay marriage. That helped, you know, but support for gay marriage had been up for like 2 decades before that Supreme Court happened. That Supreme Court opinion happened. You know, like this is just not true. Green Lantern theory of politics is a lie. It is not true. It is not the case that like in a vacuum consistently, the electorate are just really easily manipulated to go drastically in one direction or another. People are entrenched in their ideology. They're entrenched in their worldview. And oftentimes it's really difficult to move people from their positions, you know, like it happens sometimes, but it's more the exception than the rule. Like people, for the most part, are kind of dug in on what they think, you know. Then some things happen that come along and challenge that. So, you know, 2 people die in Minnesota and then all of a sudden, you know, support for abolishing ICE goes up plus 15 points. But even that, think about that, you guys. Think about that. ICE killed 2 Americans in the streets. We all saw it. There's HD 4K video of like both things. And even that, support for abolishing ICE only went up 15 points, you know? So how could I accept their premise that all it takes is just like the most charismatic person, he can come along and I guess shift the American public like 40 points on this issue or that issue? It's just not, that's just not how politics works. Like, I think that politicians' jobs are to represent their constituents. That's when I think of democracy, that's what I'm talking about. But if the particular constituency, there's a particular constituency where the 75% of the people there are pro-life or something like that, it's not going to be some easy, simple thing for some charismatic Democrat to go in there and like re-educate the public. Like, it's so condescending, the leftist worldview, you know, like these stupid proles. I mean, this is like what Lenin thought, right? Like, this is exactly what Lenin thought. Lenin's whole thing was that the Russian peasantry were too fucking stupid to get on board with the revolution. Like, the Russian peasantry was just too fucking stupid to do a collective revolution of the proletariat on their own. That was the whole point of the Vanguard Party. So Lenin envisioned like a small group of educated Russians to lead the Vanguard Party and to lead the revolution of the proletariat. They're just taking their notes from fucking Lenin, you guys.
Propaganda. Well, what am I supposed to say then?
Well, nobody can doesn't even know what democratic socialism is. But what is
democratic
happening?
Socialists don't even have a consistent definition for democratic socialism. You can even tell me if you would allow capitalist parties to exist in your system.
Well,
or
I'm not
that
a
people say the
democratic
Soviet Union
socialist.
wasn't socialist. Or
I'm not a democratic socialist, though.
What are you, a socialist?
I think that you can't really have democracy and socialism at the same time because capital will overthrow the system again.
Didn't he just say a little bit ago that socialism could be democratic? And now he's saying he doesn't even believe in democracy. Like, these are the people that I'm talking about, you guys. These are the fucking people that I'm talking about. Why the fuck would the Democratic Party negotiate with these people that they are not like reachable?
And become reactionary forces will
sure, so you want like a Vanguard Party and you want to like have a violent overthrow of the whole capitalist class and everything?
Well, I wouldn't say for like legal reasons I would want like a revolution or anything like that.
Sure.
So
okay, sure. So
I mean, in America, you can say that as long as you don't specifically advocate for like show up here on this day and we're going to do an insurrection. But you can say that you want a revolution in this country, right?
Well, I just don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. We have a system that exists today where we have a two-party system where we can push, further to the left, we can push further to the right. None of the people on the far left that identify in your camp want to support any Democratic candidates basically at all.
Why would you want to support Democratic candidates? They're not giving us universal health care. They're not easing tuition. They're not making America necessarily affordable right now.
Look, man, I don't know. I feel like we should probably give this kid a little bit of grace, man. I am grateful that social media platforms did not exist when I was his age. Because this might have been me, man. I'm telling you guys, this might have been me. This could have just as easily been me. Kid's probably like 19, 20 years old, man. He'll figure it out. He'll probably grow out of this, you know. Chances are he'll probably grow out of this. He'll probably look back on this and cringe. You know, like odds are pretty good.
Right now.
That's great.
And they're
that
caving
makes
into
for a
Trump.
really
They
good, like,
congratulated
Facebook post,
ICE.
but,
There's
like,
no reason
you
if you're
have to-
left.
He's just repeating what, his favorite influencers have told him, very likely, very non-zero chance he watches this on, right?
To support the Democratic Party. They cave in. They're the fucking fleshlight of the Republican Party.
I agree. Okay, that's fine. And if you want to have that opinion, that's great. But just don't pretend to be a Democrat.
It's not. Everything
Just
I stated
go
was
make your own
fact.
party.
Gavin Newsom struck down a bill for public health care in California.
I really need... Do you see what I'm... Like... This is why people question, like, why do you attack Kyle Kulinski so much? Well, like, you're spending too much time talking about Kyle Kulinski. It's because of this, man. It's because of this. Because of this. him and Jank and Hassan, they keep repeating this lie. They keep repeating this lie that Gavin Newsom vetoed single payer in California, and it's doing real damage, bro. There it is right there. Just some random kid, and he's just repeating the stupid shit that he heard.
I'm familiar with all these lies. I don't really feel like running through them all right now. It is. If you feel this way, that's fine. But why not make your own political party then? Why like be a leech or a cancer in the Democratic Party that just sits here from an ultra privileged position? I'm not a member of the Democrat Party. Okay, then don't be. Then you're not. Then don't advocate for that. And you shouldn't be. And I wouldn't want to form a coalition with you because we're fundamentally misaligned in values. We're not going to share the same values on almost anything, which is fine because we live in America.
Oh boy, this kid's stuck now. Because the whole thing that kicked this off was like, why do you spend so much time attacking the left? We should be teaming up. And now he's like, I'm not a Democrat. I don't want the same things, you know? Destiny kind of just like rolled this kid, you know? But this is how absurd their worldview is, guys. Like, it's so incoherent. Like, they don't even know what they want half the time. They can't even really articulate a coherent vision for like anything. It's all just buzzwords and platitudes. It's just all just NPC dialogue trees. None of it means anything. That's why Ogre Boy just fucking collapsed in a conversation with Pisco. That's why Vadim, don't even get me started on Vadim. What the fuck was that?
America, in a capitalist liberal America, we have the right to disagree.
Dude,
I don't know if we would in your country,
about putting Nick Fuentes on the map, dude.
Do you think I put Nick Fuentes on the map? The guy that works with Kanye West campaign?
You said that online.
Oh, well, if I said it, so it's true. But I also said I didn't put... What do you mean? I've platformed him because I've debated him in the past. I think you should have debates with people.
Yeah, you platformed him, then you bragged about him becoming famous, did you?
I don't think I was the one that made Nick Fuentes famous.
Then why do you say it?
I don't think I do say that.
There's literally a video of it, along with an N-word compilation.
There's a video, or there's like a 7-second clip of me saying something. You saw it on subreddit once. Okay.
I mean, you got a clip of it. I mean, you can say nuh-uh, nuh-uh all you want, dude, but like actually.
Do you think I made Hassan Piker?
No.
But I made Nick Fuentes?
Yeah, but
you know, I platformed Hassan in a way more friendly way when he was a much smaller person than Nick, like way longer, right?
Well, I don't think you were fucking debating Hassan Piker in like 2018 and shit like that constantly.
Wasn't I literally debating Hassan in like 2019?
Yeah. Wasn't I like a crazy Hassan Piker fan? That's crazy that you obsess about some fucking tall tan guy all fucking day.
Tall tan guy? He's the largest left-leaning political content creator. I also talk about Ben Shapiro
but
and
you
Jordan
automatically
Peterson.
assume that like I'm this crazy Hassan.
I don't think he is, by the way. I mean, I think in terms of like total eyeballs, Kyle Kalinske probably mogs Hassan Piker. In total eyeballs, the Midas Touch channel, they probably mog Hassan Piker. Brian Tyler Cohen probably mogs Hassan Piker. I did reach out to Brian Tyler Cohen, by the way, and I informed him of Hassan's intention to try to fucking like snake his way into those spaces. I couldn't believe that part of that video with Hassan. He's just like, guys, trust the plan. Trust the plan. I gotta repair things with Brian Tyler Cohen because he's connected to the consultants and they're gonna talk shit about me in the media. Trust the plan, okay? I gotta charm him with my good looks and my massive audience. And he thought no one would reach out to Brian and just tell him he's trying to snake you? All while telling his audience at the same time that Chorus pays its creators to do genocide apologia? Like, are you fucking, how arrogant are you that you think you can just say that out in the open? And people aren't going to reach out to Brian and give him a heads up. The fuck, what, how arrogant are you? Bananas. 7-Eleven Spawn, thank you so much for 15 months. Appreciate it. Bell Runner with $5. Sick of the hypothetically bad Dem versus the actually bad Republicans. Newsom might take guns, but Trump actually says he likes taking the guns. I don't think that Newsom is going to take anyone's guns. First of all, I don't think that's going to happen. Amon, thank you so much for the tier 1 membership. Appreciate it. Bad Company with $5. Just the language they use tells you how full of shit they are. Lots of they want us to obey, pledge obedience to the Dem leaders going around. Yeah. All elite memes with $5. The biggest difference is that Connor knows Trump and fascism is unacceptable. To leftists, Trump is not unacceptable. He's convenient for leverage. Yes. 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 Snow Source with the tier 2 membership. Tankies in the West cheered when the USSR rolled tanks on fellow communist states in the 50s that were practicing the right type of communism. And I think I have caught up. I think I'm good now. Okay.
I'm Piker fan just because I'm
because
left
you're a
wing.
socialist.
Why are you like so
Hassan
fucking
Piker is a
obsessed about this
socialist.
guy?
Is it crazy for me to assume that you would be politically aligned with the guy who shares your political ideology? Is that really that insane for me to think?
I mean, I just think it's kind of strange that you automatically go to that I'm like a part of this other guy's group.
I think this kid very obviously probably watches Hassan Piker.
If I was talking to a MAGA guy and I assumed that he was a Trump supporter, would that be a weird thing for me to assume?
What?
If I was talking to a Trump supporter, or if I was talking to a MAGA person or a conservative and I assumed they were a Trump supporter, would that be a weird thing for me to assume?
Yeah, but I'm not a Hassan supporter.
No, but you're
That's
both
the thing.
socialists.
I don't define myself. Hassan's not like a fucking politician, dude.
Okay,
that
that's
I support
great.
his policies and then put him in office.
I appreciate that answer now. Why were you so quick to reject the idea then that I made him famous, though? Why did you seem personally...
Authentic. With 5 months, Hutch isn't far left or far right. He's farting. I fart a lot. I'm going to be honest with you guys. In the mornings, I frequently reach over here, turn my mic way down, and just... and then turn my mic back up. If you ever see me looking vaguely confused and my face starts turning red, like, that's what's going on.
I'm offended by that.
Because I don't know about that I support his policies and then put him in office.
I appreciate that answer now. Why were you so quick to reject the idea then that I made him famous, though? Why did you seem personally offended by that?
Yeah, interesting.
Because I don't know enough about Hassan because I'm not a fan of Hassan.
They just lie, man. They just lie. It drives me insane. Am I looking at this number correctly? Is there 1,800 people watching me on YouTube right now? What the fuck happened? Did you guys embed it in DGG again? Is that what's going on? I don't ever check the view count. I don't like keep my views up on the screen the whole time. To the top embed in DGG. Okay, that's what happened last time. That's what I thought. Okay. Scatter, get out of here. Skedaddle. Scoot, scoot.
Oh, no, I don't like
Then
watch
why
him
even
like
have an answer? Then why does I don't know anything about that.
You guys understand? Like, they lie. They will just fucking lie. You'll just ask them these basic questions. They'll fucking lie. They don't care. They do not care about the truth. It's all just like performative ego shit. That's it. That's it. That's all it is. They just fucking lie, man. It's about like, I can't get owned. Can't get owned. That's some questionable logic, Hutch. They have questionable logic. They're the ones with questionable logic. You can't question their logic because none of it makes any sense.
Do you think that if it weren't for me, do you think Nick Fuentes would just not exist?
He wouldn't be as big.
Really? You don't think the Kanye West campaign helped at all? You don't think Candace Owens and all these other people that...
I mean, I did, but that was like after you, though.
Okay, so without me, he would have never been involved in that Kanye stuff. Milo...
Swanee Bird with $5. If you're from DGG, like the stream while you're here. Cheers, buddy. Thank you so much for the dono.
Wouldn't have reached out to him
He
to
might have,
draft
but
him.
you definitely played a role and you even bragged about it.
Okay, well, if the 7-second clip said so, then I guess I can't argue with that.
I mean, you just admitted that you have a clip of saying that.
I've probably said that I have platformed him before because I debate a ton of people. Yeah, that's what I do. Do you think that like you should never debate people who have substantial disagreements with you? Should you never debate like a Nick Fuentes type?
Yeah, you can debate him, but you shouldn't.
Like, you guys need to understand. I need you guys to understand, okay? We need to talk about this more, okay? Because when we watched, it was about 2 hours of Hassan crashing out the other day. And I already knew that he did this, but when I was watching him, was it yesterday? Or the day before? When I was watching him, I was struck by the fact that it really occurred to me, it really sank in. He does this 7 days a week. He will go live for 6 to 8 hours a day, 7 days a week. And in that time, if he's ever being attacked and he feels like his attackers have motion, he just relentlessly lies. I mean, relentlessly. 2 of his posts that he retweeted have community notes in the last 24 hours. Let me see if I can find them. Do they still have the community notes? Maybe he unretweeted them? Hang on. Wait, Ock, I think. Ock posted about it. Basil, like one of the best follows that I have on Twitter. I love Basil's tweets. Hassan retweeted an accusation that Basil voted for Cuomo in the New York City general election. It's just not true. It's just not true. Like, they did not do that. That is just simply not true. But it doesn't matter. Like, that's not the point. There are no immoral tactics. If your God King is being attacked, it is not only morally acceptable, but you have a moral imperative to lie about and smear the people that are attacking your God King. It's crazy. And he does it 6 to 8 hours a day. I can't tell you how many people are in my replies constantly accusing me of being paid. Still, they say that I'm being paid by the Democratic Party to do Israeli propaganda. And the thing is, a lot of these people legitimately believe this. It's not even a lie for a lot of these people. Like, they actually believe it. And I used to find it kind of disturbing. I'm like, it's kind of an interesting experience to be like a public facing person on the internet. And then you're inundated. Usually it happens in waves. It's like 1 to 3 days. Because maybe he pulls it up on his stream and talks about it, and then other lefties start talking about it. And so it's usually like 1 to 3 day waves. And I've had like dozens of these waves where in those 1 to 3 days, all of my replies are flooded with people accusing me of something I didn't do. And when I was watching Hassan a couple days ago, it occurred to me, I was like, and I think I knew it before, but I didn't really it's another thing to see him doing it. He will sit there on his stream and pull up people's tweets and try to ratio people, amplify lies, knowingly lie. Basil, whatever. And then the other one here, shitlibs who don't care about losing to Trump now want you to obey in advance. So their hypothetical establishment candidate, while there isn't even a guarantee there will be an election 2 years from now, using marginalized people as a cudgel as Gavin threw trans people under the bus. Like, no knowledge. This idiot, lazy and curious moron, lives in California and very likely could not tell you a single bill that Newsom signed into law protecting trans people and expanding access to care for them. He could not tell you a single law. And he makes these claims all the time, and he's got his army of idiots. Like, Hassan is a problem, bro. He is a big problem. He has a horrible influence on, I don't even know how many people. This kid, I'm going to give it about 90% odds that the reason why this kid is so confidently wrong every time he opens his mouth, he probably regularly watches Hassan. Very good odds that he regularly watches Hassan.
Fucking brag afterwards that you made them famous.
I don't brag about making him famous.
There's literally a clip of you doing it, though.
Okay, well, if there's a clip of me doing it, then Godspeed, God bless. Do you have any other points you want to bring up?
Not really. I'm low-key bored.
Okay, well,
so
good luck in your...
But I do have something to say. I know it's contradictory to what I said earlier.
Okay.
But long live Hasao Dao Pai Tung.
Great. Have fun. Good luck.
The kids are not all right. The kids are not all right. The kids are not doing well. They were the chosen ones. They were the chosen ones, okay? Gen Z, Gen Alpha, they were the chosen ones. Their entire lives, they had access to high-speed internet and all of the knowledge of the thousands of years of human development at the tips of their fingers. It was supposed to be hard to lie to them. Previous generations, your parents could tell you the most crazy, insane shit you could possibly imagine. Bunch of wives' tales about how mayonnaise gives you AIDS or whatever. It doesn't matter. Like, they just tell you that shit and you're like, well, shit, that sounds awful. And then these kids, they got the smartphones and the tablets now, and they got the internet, and they can like fact check their kids, you know, or fact check their parents. It's like, it was supposed to be easy to lie. It was supposed to be harder to indoctrinate them. They were supposed to be liberated from decades and centuries and millennia of rigid dogma. And they ended up being just as vulnerable to propagandizing as our boomer parents with Fox News. Turns out, nope, they are just as dumb as and easily manipulated. I'm generalizing too much now. I'm generalizing too much. Most of the kids are good. Most of the kids are good. The kids right now, it's like 65-35 in the tank for the Democratic Party, okay? So most of the kids are all right. I can't speak. Most of the kids are all right. English, motherfucker. Do you speak English? All right. Philly D, what did he have to say about all this?
Just you wait, sha-da-da, sha-da-da. Just you wait.
Spectacular revamp of Hassan is streaming from Just Soup for My Family 2026 edition.
All elite memes with $2. Hassan said January 6th was funny and liberal 9/11. No, I know. Oh, I'm aware. I'm aware. That shit was funny to him. Jacob with the tier 1 membership. Thank you.
Yes, I'm in Canada. You made Philip DeFranco again with this topic.
ISIS finally getting out of Minnesota.
ISIS is.
I don't want to watch Hassan's reaction. Or do I? Should we watch Hassan's reaction to Philly D? Maybe that could be informative.
True. ISIS is getting out of Minnesota.
But also, when it comes to real potential matchups for 2028, we should talk about this backlash and controversy, because we're going to see this play out. And one of the most recent ways it has is you have tons of people slamming political commentator Hassan Piker for how he might be voting. Because on a recent appearance on Jennifer Welch's I've Had It podcast, she brought up some hypothetical presidential tickets.
Let's say that Gavin Newsom becomes the nominee, that we make it midterms.
Devastating.
Do you vote for him over JD Vance?
I don't know.
Well, I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom.
Me
of course,
too.
100%.
I wouldn't blink. What about you, Hassan?
I'd probably vote third party.
You would?
Oh yeah. I mean, at that point, it doesn't even.
I'm getting PTSD.
Matter, like, because my policy on
Women,
this
am I right?
is the same as like.
You know what, guys? I do think Hassan loves hearing himself talk. It is kind of nuts. Like, I get self-conscious when I hear myself talk. Sometimes I will re-listen to a debate that I've had to sharpen my arguments. But I cringe a lot. You know? I definitely cannot watch old videos of myself. Like, it's an uncomfortable. He has watched this same video of himself front to back like 7 times. He fucking literally loves the sound of his own voice.
Refusal to endorse Kamala Harris. The reason why I did not endorse Kamala Harris was because
be encouraging third
did things that were not only unproductive but also.
Oh God, Phil, if you can hear this, I'm going to put this out into the universe. Phil, please don't find a way to deflect to the same irrelevant points or straw man arguments. Please don't do it, Phil. Phil, nobody is telling Hassan that he has to support Gavin Newsom in the primary, Phil. Nobody is accusing Hassan Piker of being single-handedly responsible for Kamala Harris losing the election. Phil, please don't do it. Phil! Don't do it, Phil.
Also unconscionable.
And that, it prompted a ton of outrage and a lot of, are you fucking kidding me? With a lot of people thinking that Hassan shouldn't be encouraging third-party votes to his massive following, and some saying things like, insanely irresponsible take, given the harm this administration has unleashed just 1 year in. As well as, can we move on from these left-wing creators that...
Yeah, Hillary Clinton's staffer, once again, that openly said he didn't vote for Zohran Mamdani.
Have built a business on just hating Democrats. It helps no...
Did he vote for a Republican? Did he vote in a way that could help Republicans, or did he vote for a Republican?
Nobody but themselves. You also had tons of people accusing Hassan of being a grifter, arguing that he, quote, wants Republicans in office because he gets to cosplay a revolutionary, which raises his profile and makes him more money. And then separately from takes on Hassan, you had some pushing back on criticisms of Gavin Newsom. They're saying, I live in California, my gay friends have basic rights, my girlfriend can access reproductive care, and we've raised the minimum.
Of course, Philip is going to cook me on this because he is, you know, when the cards fall, he will be a professional misunderstander as well. Once again, Phil.
I have seen Phil sweep for Hassan so many times, bro. He's place training Phil, guys. He's punishing Phil. You get the treat or you get the shock collar. Sometimes you get both. This is what he's doing, you guys. He is place training Phil.
Philip, I mean, we talk all the time privately. I like Philip DeFranco. I'd love to have this conversation with you.
But he's not sufficiently loyal. At the end of the day, we can't count on him to be sufficiently. That is a crazy 1-2 punch to be like, of course, Phil's gonna be a professional misunderstander. Of course, Phil's gonna take the side of my attackers. Of course, Phil's not gonna be loyal, you know. But, you know, I talk to Phil all the time. I like Phil. I am becoming more and more fascinated with the psychology of Hassan Piker every fucking day. I am becoming more and more convinced, and it might be like when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail, but I am becoming more and more convinced by the day that he is like a dangerous narcissist, like a Ted Bundy type situation. Who's the guy in Guyana? Who the fuck is the cult leader in Guyana again? What was that guy's name again? What's his name? Jim Jones? He's a fucking Jim Jones narcissist. All of this shit, guys, is calculated, guys. He's not doing it on a whim. He is specifically choosing people to make examples of. It is a system of compliance, coerced compliance, through punishment and reward. This guy is a raging narcissist, I'm telling you.
I think it would be a productive conversation.
But then as far as Hassan, he's defended himself in a series of posts saying, do you want free healthcare? Do you want free college? Do you want to stop Israel? I'll vote for anyone who sincerely believes in making that happen. Adding, I never said JD Vance is better than Newsom. You want to believe I said that because you can't comprehend a world where democracy implies asking for concessions from your elected representatives before doing loyalty pledges to them like a happy serf. With Hassan then saying, shit libs who don't care about losing to Trump now want you to obey in advance to their hypothetical establishment candidate while there isn't even a guarantee there will be an election 2 years from now.
Yes, we want you to commit to not helping the Republican Party win elections. And I don't think we're asking too much. I don't think that's so much to ask for. to not threaten us with helping Republicans win elections. I think that is a reasonable ask.
Using marginalized people as a cudgel as Gavin threw trans people under the bus. And while he had his supporters, you also had a number of people pushing back at that response, saying things like, no one is asking anyone to obey any ban, so please come.
Like John Fetterman staffer, who only recently left John Fetterman.
And some others also taking issue.
Really? Like, really? Hang on a minute. Are you fucking kidding me with this? Hang on a minute. Let me show you guys something. Again, John Fetterman staffer. This guy used to be affiliated with John Fetterman. Let's tar and feather anyone who had a positive view of John Fetterman. Hang on one second. John Fetterman staffer, guys. Can you believe this guy? He used to support John Fetterman. It's his strategy of discrediting people. He shock trains his audience to discredit people, to establish who is pure and impure. Oh, you can't trust this guy. He used to work for John Fetterman. Anybody who had any positive view of John Fetterman, that's somebody that you can just ignore. Surely you can't find old tweets of mine praising John Fetterman. That might be a bit of a contradiction. Can you fucking believe these people? I don't understand how the people in his chat get hypnotized by this raging narcissist. Did they all memory hole being super positive on John Fetterman? I was stoked that a Democrat beat like Oz in that election. I had a positive view of John Fetterman. And then, new information comes to light and, you can change your mind based on new information. There's nothing wrong with that. The fact that this guy was a former John Fetterman staffer, that's enough to discredit him. But the fact that you were aggressively pushing for John Fetterman at the time that apparently your audience just fucking memory holes, that doesn't discredit you? Because he took it further and was like a staffer? How does that make any sense? How is that a consistent standard? Hello? That's so fucking stupid.
Issue with how he framed Newsom's stance on trans rights. With one person saying, actual trans person here, Gavin Newsom made a comment about trans athletes that I don't agree with, but California is still one of the best places to be trans in the country. See the difference? You don't care about what happens to us, so stop acting like you speak for us. Now, with all this, you actually had Jennifer Welch ending up posting a video in his defense claiming,
what Hassan is saying is we need to build a party that has an FDR style impact.
Oh. You know what? Honestly, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Deceptively simple. Easy. Easy. Honestly, how come nobody thought of this yet? How come the Democratic Party hasn't thought of this yet? All we got to do, guys, is get an 85-seat majority in the Senate and, roughly 350 House seats for Democrats. Why didn't we do this before? What the fuck? Why didn't the Democrats do this before? Jesus, it's so obvious. Fucking brilliant when you think about it. I mean, you just fucking brilliant when you think about it.
really, really impacts the lives of people instead of this slow moving incremental change that the current Democratic Party always proposes. Number one, Hassan's not a politician. Number two,
Cavill Cattle with $10. These people are so irrelevant. Hassan isn't even using their real names. Hillary staffer and Fetterman staffer. Are we supposed to believe even Hassan views himself as similarly irrelevant?
Hassan gets to think whatever he thinks. Number three, there's a large growing number of Americans and Gen Z and as millennials that have felt completely unseen and left behind by the two-party political system, who hate and despise how much they suck up to corporations. We have time right now to have these conversations and to move our politicians to a progressive populist platform.
Well, you can go so far as to say one of the reasons that Democrats lose is because they do not listen to voices like Hassan Piker. So it's also worth noting that during the podcast, Hassan did preempt any potential backlash, claiming that Democrats might lose solely because of him.
I am incapable. There is
Now would be a good time, Philip DeFranco, to say, of course, nobody was saying that. Maybe some people were saying that, but that's not what the conversation is about. The conversation is not about, it wasn't even about Hassan's influence, really. It was about his individual decision to commit to a strategy of helping Vance win an election. You know, we can expand on that by talking about his larger influence, but really anybody on the left that is talking about doing that is, you know, that's a fucking problem, right?
No singular force in this country that is capable of making or breaking an election. And if that was real, then it is the most idiotic thing not to listen to my demands. But everybody knows that that's not real, right?
You know, all that said, I would really love to know your thoughts here. Obviously, with any election, whether it be local or national, I think you should weigh the difference between the two people.
I think he did a decent job of showing both sides.
Ideally, I'd love a...
He literally just showed both sides with no kind of, I mean, to be clear, this is him saying harm reduction is correct. Without fully committing to it, but he is really. I mean, this is Phil saying, yes, a harm reduction strategy is, you know, what he thinks that you should do. I wonder if he will own it, though, you know? That is what he's saying. So just like own it, right? Like own it. If you think that people should decide the better outcome in every election, then, you know, stick your flag in the sand, bro. Like, just own it. That is him weighing in. I have eaten foliage with $5. You should watch and call our Keith Edwards in his Hassan defense. He was also quoted attacking Chorus by Taylor Lorenz last year. You should watch and call out, Keith Edwards. That person has popped up on my feed. I might have quote retweeted them. I don't really know.
Ranked choice system that brings in more voice. Your thoughts here? Obviously, with any election, whether it be local or national, I think you should weigh the difference between the two people.
I think he did a decent job of showing both sides.
Ideally, I'd love a ranked choice system that brings in more voices, different voices, but that's a whole other
I think he did a decent job because he didn't do any kind of criticism of him. Right?
video. And then I'm going to vote for the best or least worst of the two top options.
Okay.
That's why I voted for Kamala Harris. Does she represent everything I want in the country?
You know what? That's a Phil W right there. That's a Phil W right there. That's a Phil W. Now, he could squander that W by finishing off this monologue with a meaningless, you know, but not everybody thinks the way that I do, which is like the most meaningless thing that you can say. So many people do this. But obviously, you know, I respect other people's opinions and you're allowed to have different thoughts. Like, I'm aware that I am allowed to have different thoughts. Viking with 5 gifted. Thank you so much, buddy. Appreciate it. Alexis with $5.
No. But to think or argue that a government and a country led by her versus Donald Trump would be the exact same thing with the exact same things happening, no.
I'm not saying that Kamala Harris would be identical to Donald Trump. And there are certain areas where the Democrats would definitely be identical.
Every area. Every area, basically. Maybe there's like 10% overlap on procedural stuff, you know, but
identical to Trump. It's, you know, Israel being one of them, or at least they don't shy away from communicating that they would be the same.
I think she would have been better on Israel too, by the way. I don't think she would have allowed, for example, I don't think she would have presided over 11-week blockade. Rice, thank you so much for the tier 1 membership.
Right? That's what Kamala Harris did. Someone made a comment that
Kamala Harris, the VP determined our Israel policy. when Biden was president. That was Kamala that did that. Someone made a comment that Gavin would come on the show if you said you were conservative.
Would come on the show if you said you were a conservative. Law, exactly. Yeah, that's my real grift. Is I'm positioning myself as anti-Gavin Newsom and a conservative MAGA guy, so that Gavin Newsom comes on the show so I can grill him on some of his fucking positions.
He would fucking decimate Hassan. He would decimate, like fucking embarrass Hassan.
I do think that we should be having these conversations, especially now, far away from.
That's not a conversation, that's a threat. What kind of a conversation is supposed to follow you saying, I will help Vance win if the nominee is Gavin Newsom? A conversation? What are we talking about then?
The actual election, so that we can nip this shit in the fucking bud. So when people chirp at me to you know get clicks or whatever the fuck, you can keep doing that if you want to do that. But I do think that I should have a conversation with like the Midas Touch guys, Pod Johns. I'll go on neutral territory like that to talk to some of these fucking centrist liberals. Like I'll duke it out with Trey Easton, even though he's a irrelevant figure overall. You know how
no motion. He's got no motion, guys. He's got no motion.
I say that there is like, you need to be definable by your.
So he's calling him irrelevant now, but he was freaking out 2 days ago, calling this guy the consultant class, that we need to worry about the consultant class because they're going to tear me down. They're going to tear your God King down. You have to get more likes than them on Twitter and TikTok because the consultants, they're going to tear me down. But also, he's irrelevant, has no motion.
Your opinions, by your policies, by what you put out there for the Democrats in general. I feel like for Destiny, or also known as Sex Pestiny, he is definable by having a son who is a neo-Nazi, constantly aligning with white nationalist, white supremacist neo-Nazis, being able to say the N-word and all these other slurs as a white guy, and also on top of that, I guess, being super pro-Israel, and procuring child sexual abuse material.
It's the same tactic. It's the same tactic, like in a more specified sense. Like, here are all the reasons why you shouldn't pay any attention to the things that this person says. Really, it's because he knows that people like Destiny are pretty good at articulating.
I don't even know who you are.
Why Hassan is just like a nonsense, not serious joke of a human being. And probably doesn't feel comfortable with the idea of like defending himself in a conversation with Destiny. So instead, you do the thing where you just like, here's why you can just ignore them. That. And he kind of did like a few of the things that he normally does. Like, oh, did you know that he agrees with Asmongold? That I'm bad? Doesn't that tell you all you need to know about him? Doesn't, you know, did you know that he agrees with Nick Fuentes that I'm bad? Kind of interesting that he's agreeing with Asmongold and Nick Fuentes, don't you think, huh? Meanwhile, you know, Nick Fuentes agrees with Hassan about Israel, right? So does that mean that Hassan is adjacent to white nationalists? Really makes you think. He posted a video 43 minutes ago called "They Tried to Stop Me." He is Donald fucking Trump, okay? This is Donald fucking Trump after the guilty verdict in his criminal trial. This is Donald fucking Trump after the criminal indictments. They tried to indict me. He is Donald fucking Trump, you guys.
We got like 5 minutes remaining. They're going to do an.
They're not trying to take me down because of what I said. No. They're trying to take me down because they're really going after you, and I'm standing in the way. He's their glorious martyr. I did everything right, and they shot-collared me. I did everything right. He is Donald Trump. He is Donald Trump.
introductory speech, or not introductory speech. They're going to intro me. They're going to intro the moderator. The moderator's going to intro me. I'm going to go out there. We're going to flip it over. We're going to flip it over to the regular live stream. You'll see us on the regular live stream, and then after that, we'll say our goodbyes and we'll peace out. And then I will do the CBC interview and Q&A with the student fans. And how alternative. An act of defiance against anti-imperialism, but an act of sovereignty in order to maintain national sovereignty, in order to maintain their cultures, in order to make sure that their citizens don't get the worst end of the bargain, as they have been consistently with American international trade engineering. There are new...
Oh, Cuba. He's announced that he's going to be on some kind of a flotilla headed to Cuba with supplies to try to break through the blockade or something like that. Some like PR stunt that they're doing. He is going to resent having to share that space. He's going to have such a horrible time, you guys, sharing that small space with the filthy proles. He's going to have such a horrible time.
Numerous initiatives that are at play right now, whether it be the time all out. Canada.
My name's Alison McFarlane. I'm the director of the School of Public Policy and Global Affairs here at the University of British Columbia, and it's really a wonderful pleasure to welcome you all to this evening's event. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that we're gathered on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded land of the Musqueam people. This land has long been a place of learning, exchange, and dialogue, and we're really grateful for the opportunity to gather here tonight. I also want to begin by thanking the Lind family, whose generosity sustains the Lind Initiative and makes these public conversations possible. We're sincerely grateful for their continued support. So, for those of you who've joined us before, welcome back. For those of you who are here for the first time, welcome. The Lind Initiative brings together diverse public thinkers to engage with the most pressing political and social questions of our time. One of the defining features of the initiative is its role as a public forum for serious, open inquiry. It's a space where complex ideas can be explored and debated in public, a space where perspectives are tested, challenged, and interrogated thoughtfully. The purpose of this series is not to deliver settled conclusions.
We'll see about that.
But to create a space for careful, critical examination. Against the backdrop of our current political climate, marked by polarization and increasingly siloed forms of public discourse, this mission feels more important than ever. It's important to be clear about the role of this initiative. We're not here to endorse any speaker's views. We're here to convene conversations with the voices who are shaping public debate. And in that spirit, I hope over this evening and this series, more broadly, you hear something you disagree with. Not because disagreement is an end in itself, but because grappling seriously with competing arguments is central for democratic life. And we are at a university, after all. We ask everyone here tonight to help us model that kind of engagement. Listen carefully, challenge ideas with substance, and treat one another and our speakers with respect. Finally, a few logistical notes. We'll be taking questions later in the event using Slido. You can submit questions and upvote questions by visiting slido.com and entering the code that is displayed up there on the screen. And as always, a reminder to silence your cell phones. It's now my pleasure to introduce our moderator for this evening, Dr. Nojan Khatami. Nojan is an assistant professor of political science at Fordham University in New York, and we're especially proud to note that he's an alumnus of UBC's PhD program in political science. Yes, and he's happy to be back. His research focuses on democratic theory, resistance, literature, and revolution, and his forthcoming book project examines dissent against oppressive political structures from Iran to North America. His public scholarship has appeared in The Progressive and the Boston Review, and he's co-host of the podcast Politics and the Exilic City. We're delighted to have him back to campus to guide tonight's conversation. And finally, our featured guest speaker this evening, Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker is one of the most prominent political commentators of the digital age. A widely followed creator on Twitch, he reaches tens of thousands of viewers daily, engaging a large and politically active online community in real-time discussions of news, policy, and global events. His perspective has been shaped by firsthand experience with democratic backsliding and authoritarian politics in both Turkey and the United States. His work represents a new form of participatory political media, blending commentary, activism, and community building in ways that are reshaping how younger generations engage with politics. So please join me in welcoming Hasan Piker.
Oh, we're going to get a speech. Okay. Listen up, you fucking idiot proles. You fucking idiot peasants. Your vanguard is listening. Your vanguard is speaking. He will tell you. He will teach you.
I bet Thomas Friedman didn't get that kind of reception.
Anyway, no disrespect to all the previous guests. I'm actually probably going to deliver a much worse speech than everyone that came before me and then everyone that will come after me, including but not limited to Rachel Maddow. Especially considering that I just found out that I'm sharing a stage and a program with Thomas Friedman and Rachel Maddow approximately 10 minutes before I got out of the car. And I walked in, and they told me, "Oh, you have a speech," and I was like, "Oh yeah, you know, like a 2-minute speech, something like that." And they were like, "You signed on for 15 minutes." And I thought to myself, "Well, I done did it again. This is probably like the 20th time that I've done one of these sorts of college speeches where I just come out on stage and start blurting it out, and I have no understanding of what the event is, but I'm gonna try to do my very best, especially considering that I speak for 8 hours uninterrupted, or usually interrupted with
Well, that's just unprofessional.
chat. It's not gonna be too difficult, I hope. But today, obviously, we're gonna be talking about
I'm too cool for the official format. I'm too fucking cool for the official format.
one of my favorite subjects to
I couldn't prepare. I'm too busy streaming every day. Like, what?
discuss. If, according to all my naysayers, including the CIJA, I believe. I don't know if they're in the room right now. Sorry, I'm sorry that you guys couldn't stop me from coming to Vancouver.
There's a J in the name. I'm assuming it has something to do with Israel.
But I'm going to be
Granted with the tier 1 membership. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
I'm going to be talking about one of my favorite subjects, according to my haters, which is America bad. I think a lot of Canadians have learned that lesson if they weren't aware of this concept.
Talk about cheap applause. I mean, my God. You know, comedians talk about getting cheap applause, but like, how about those fucking Tigers? You know, like that kind of go to Canada and say America bad. Talk about cheap applause. Come on.
Except for the Albertans, that America is, as a matter of fact, somewhat of a parasitic force in the global New World Order. And it was actually one of my only failed predictions of 2025 when I thought that Pierre Poilievre, am I saying that right? Poilievre? Doesn't matter. This college campus is so woke. You don't even... Anyway, one of those guys that's usually very, well, I guess he wasn't really, but usually the Conservative Party from where we're standing in America always tries to be American for some weird reason. And I guess because of Donald Trump, that really backfired spectacularly last election cycle for you guys. And I thought he had a real shot, until I found out that Canadians do value dignity and sovereignty and don't want to be annexed by the United States of America. Which is a very healthy attitude to have, especially considering that I think with this last iteration of
Canadians value their sovereignty by taking elections seriously. Well, you know, I thought the other guy had a shot, but it turns out Canadians take elections seriously. And they made their voices heard and rejected somebody who embraced the person who I couldn't even, meaningfully oppose during an election.
Of our beautiful President Donald Trump's attempts at forcibly annexing Greenland, which is a part of our NATO security cooperation. Someone should tell Donald Trump that. Especially after that, we saw many European leaders openly take to the stage at Davos and say, we'd rather be happy vassals than angry slaves. And I thought about that quite a bit. And I thought about Mark Carney's speech quite a bit. And I think that there is a failure of the previous
liberal international order and consensus. And I don't think it's necessarily just Donald Trump, even though we like to talk about him as the harbinger of doom. The reality of the matter is these systems have been collapsing for quite a while. If you're in the third world, if you're in a developing nation, you already know exactly what it's like to be on the receiving end of endless amounts of bloodshed and domination. Now, of course, people of my political background have been talking about this for years. Lenin was one of those people that talked about it quite a bit. Imperialism being an absolute necessity as a global capitalist order, as profit rates have a tendency to decline. And we've seen this endless militarism and endless domination in the global south, in countries that are in the periphery, at the behest of super profits for international capital. But unfortunately now, America's appetite for instability and all of the potential promises of said instability for international capital has put new targets in its crosshairs, as Mark Carney and many others have talked about, middle powers. We're talking about the European Union, Canada, and many other countries that are stuck between what seems like American domination and the global liberal capitalist hegemony, and potentially the rise of regional powers such as Russia that do not shy away from irredentist action and oftentimes violent military conquest, and the behemoth of manufacturing that is China. Now, as you guys already know, BRICS nations have realized that this bargain of American domination was not always going to work out well for them, and that's the reason why they have sought out alternatives and tried to create different trade agreements and maybe even currency cooperative agreements with China, specifically to, at times, leverage their relationship that they have with the United States of America. And I've been a longtime advocate in developing European sovereignty and developing sovereignty for countries like Canada. And now, I believe, is the time for these middle powers to be able to develop sovereignty once again.
Help elect a chaos agent like Donald Trump, who then goes on to isolate America on the world stage, shrink from our role that we've had for decades now, fracture our international partnerships, quite literally like tear up trade agreements, pursue a policy of blanket tariffs, engage in economic warfare against our allies. He is an accelerationist, bro. And now he's like gleeful. You know what I mean? He's like gleeful. He almost cannot contain his excitement for the chaos that comes with Donald Trump, and then using that as a pretense to push the world in a more multipolar direction. It's just accelerationism is what it is. I mean, he is like gleeful about it.
And I fear that
the hypocrisy of Hassan here is astounding, especially because he can't even recognize it, praising a nation for doing something he isn't willing to advocate for himself, rather refuses to do. You mean like rejecting the Trumpy candidate on the Canadian ballot?
if these countries don't do it, specifically Canada, I worry that American domination will at first look like the tariffs negotiation.
I think that he is, I don't know if he'll ever come out and say it. I really doubt it. But I am so convinced, just listening to the first like 5 minutes of the speech, that he's happy that Donald Trump won. I think he is happy that Donald Trump won. I think he is happy with that outcome. I don't think he will ever say that out loud, but I think he thinks that this is better, because it's going to create chaos that can serve as a ladder to put it into Game of Thrones language. I think he's happy Trump won.
Negotiations that Donald Trump has seemingly haphazardly thrown around, and then, and in the worst case scenario, complete military annexation. Now that might sound terrifying to you guys, but we have the most peaceful option ahead of us, at least for the time being, because this growth that we are seeing, this change, this nuclear option of trade, this destruction of international agreements that America was not only the safeguard of, but also the architects of, are coming to a close. What comes next is up to all of us. And by that I mean not just international capital, capital owners of different sorts, petty bourgeois, small business owners, mom and pop landlords and the like. I'm talking about you, the people, the workers, you who comprise the masses.
Oh my God. It's like the Bane speech in The Dark Knight Rises, you know? He really, guys, he really sees himself as like the second coming of Vladimir Lenin. Like, he really fucking sees himself that way. It is so cringe. It's so fucking cringe.
And the quicker we develop sovereignty,
the Dwight Schrute speech at the paper conference or whatever.
For ourselves, both in our work.
Gotham belongs to you, the people. We give it back to you. Do with it what you will. We'll cast out the capital owners. Their decadent lives.
Places, both in our universities, the quicker we organize for ourselves, the easier it will be for all of us to preserve said national sovereignty and to hopefully make it as costly as possible for America to continue dominating the world and engineering whatever kind of design they have.
Now, my role in this struggle is chief propagandist. I will obviously not be fighting in the streets against the guardians of capital, the police state, the industrial military complex, the military industrial complex. I will, of course, not be joining you in the streets, but I will cover it on my stream while making thousands of dollars every stream. Now, I understand some of you guys might resent that, okay? But we are all handed our lot in life. I did not choose to be super hot. I did not choose to be smarter than all of you. I did not choose to be a capable, charismatic leader. God chose that for me. And who am I to deny my purest essence? But I'll be rooting for you guys out there in the streets. I'll be pulling for you. And I'll cover it on my stream. That's just as good as currency. The way I'm going to contribute to this movement is through exposure. And you can't really put a value on that. If I pull up you guys like fighting and dying in the streets on my stream, what is that worth? I don't even know. Unquantifiable. I will put the message out there.
Listen up, you bald fraud!
Also, make sure you sign up for Amazon Prime for the low, low price of $130 a year. And then use your Prime sub on me if you don't have a Prime sub or can't afford Prime. I will take paid subs. Gifted subs are not as ideal, but I will take them. Of course, a decent percentage of that money will go straight to Jeff Bezos. But really not that much, right? Right, guys? Don't feel too bad about it. I'm not funneling that much money to Jeffrey Bezos, okay?
I saw a piece of this in action when I went to Minneapolis, because American domination has often put its crosshairs on developing nations, as I've talked about before, Iraq, Afghanistan.
He's going to do the line. He's going to say that fascism is imperialism turned inwards. He's going to do the line.
As recently as we saw in Venezuela, where the American government kidnapped the leader of Venezuela and his wife and is facilitating a mock trial, a sham trial at this moment. You don't have to love the Venezuelan. You don't have to love the Venezuelan government. You don't.
I don't. Just to be clear, I don't know a lot about them, but what I do know, I don't. Hyperinflation, guys. I'm just finding out. I don't know if you guys heard about this. It turns out hyperinflation due to incompetent economic policy is actually pretty not tight. Did you guys know this? Just now finding out. Turns out it's not good. It's actually not good. You'd think it's like, whoa. Now I'm making $5,000 an hour. This is fucking dope. Turns out, not good. It's actually not good.
You don't have to be a communist or a socialist to recognize what that says for the international order, which was something that many European and even Canadian partners did not recognize initially as they celebrated this action, only to receive the exact same type of lack of autonomy when Donald Trump put his crosshairs on Greenland. It shouldn't take for Trump to go after a white partner country in Europe, a NATO partner country in Europe, for people to wisen up to our grand design. And when I say our, I'm talking about the American government.
Nero Demuz, thank you so much for 6 months. Appreciate it.
But the international destabilization that we have caused came back into the home front, as imperialism often does, in the form of fascism.
Fucking told you. Now that these filthy proles in the streets of Minnesota got a little taste of what America's been doing all over the world, don't like it now, do you? Guess what? That is imperialism, but it's turned inwards.
Just as fascism arose from the failures of liberalism only but 100 years ago, the new wave of fascism is no longer seen as a revolution.
I actually think that fascism arose in part because of the economic devastation of the Treaty of Versailles and the insane reparations that Germany was forced to pay that they just didn't have the money to pay for. I feel like it was more than just like liberal democracy and capitalism that led to fascism, but
revolutionary movement, but instead a movement away from liberalism. The American Republican Party is now transitioning away from a liberal conservative party to a fascist party. And as fascists often do, they are invested in domination and cruelty for cruelty's sake.
Which is why I'm prepared to commit here and now to help J.D. Vance win in 2028 if Gavin Newsom is the nominee for the Democratic Party. It doesn't have to make sense. Don't question the logic.
And the reason why I brought up Minneapolis, Minnesota, and my experiences there is because as of today, Tom Homan has decided that they are retreating the ICE occupation that unfolded in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And the only reason, and the only reason that happened was because the people got together, they organized, and they protected their neighbors.
They were resisting ICE. They were resisting the Trump administration. They were not resisting capitalism. This is what they do. This is all they do. They leech onto protest movements, and they try to make it about a broader struggle against what they call in their minds capitalism and imperialism. This is all they do. They were not taking to the streets because they want to fucking seize the means of production. They did it because they fucking killed 2 Americans and were terrorizing Minneapolis. That's why they were there.
And while there was tremendous cruelty, kidnappings taking place on a daily basis, and community defense and people that got shot and killed like Renee Good and Alex Peretti, rest in power.
I am so triggered right now. I am so triggered right now. Did he do everything in his power? Did he really leave it all out there on the court? I mean, he's talking about the current administration in pretty stark terms. He's talking about the current trajectory that America is on as a result of this administration winning. In pretty stark terms, right? Rest in power, brother. I'll see you in Valhalla. You know, that to me is like the fucking Kash Patel. See you in Valhalla, brother. Did he really leave it all out on the court to like stop this administration from winning? That would have prevented Alex Preddy from dying? Can he really say that he did everything in his power to prevent that from happening? And now he wants to treat Alex Preddy as a prop in his LARPy, ridiculous, fantastical, communist fantasy, like delusional fantasy? Rest in power, brother. I'll help JD Vance in 2028, but rest in power, brother. You know, what the fuck, man? He's like a fucking, I don't even know, man. He's like a Kids in the Hall character, you know? Not quite like Saturday Night Live, but you know, some kind of, he's like a Monty Python sketch. Is what he is. He's a fucking caricature from a Monty Python movie, is what he is.
The people did not stand down under minus 35 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know if you guys use Fahrenheit here. Minus 35-degree Fahrenheit weather. It was very cold. 60,000 people got together and did a day of direct action, somewhat of a general strike. They call it a general strike. It's not the same as the traditional general strike, but there was a day of action. Small businesses from the community also participated in this blackout. And in the aftermath of all of this participation in community defense, ICE was forced to back away. This is the most peaceful option. JFK has said, those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent retribution inevitable.
JFK said that? Those who make, is that the exact quote? Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable. Remarks on the first anniversary of the Alliance for Progress, 13 March 1962. Now I want to look for the full transcript of this speech. I wonder what else is in that speech. Is there a video of it? Alliance for Progress, 13 March 1962. Alliance for Progress, archive.org. Not that long. Guys, can you be patient with me? Do you guys mind if I like read this? Maybe take like 5 minutes to read this. Do we have a choice? You do. You do. You do. I'm just saying there's like a lot of things that they do. Like they reference the letter from Birmingham jail a lot. MLK Jr. They talk about like the white moderate and just like ignore the rest of the speech. And there's it is a great pleasure for Mrs. Kennedy and for me, the Vice President and Mrs. Johnson, and for the members of Congress to welcome the ambassadorial corps of our hemisphere, our longtime friends, to the White House today. I'm not going to read this. I take it all back. I'm going to bookmark it and read it later. I don't want to read it right now.
And I fear that violent...
Kind of long. It's kind of long. I'll probably take like 10 minutes to read that. I fear that violence might become necessary.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent retribution inevitable.
Well, it's not retribution, it's revolution, but...
And I fear that violent retribution as the last option, which is why I'm here to talk today to you guys about what it means that the international order is falling apart. The old world is dying. A new world struggles to be born from its ashes. Now is the time for monsters. Gramsci said that. I hope I didn't destroy that quote. I was trying to paraphrase it. And on that note, I think I'm ready to go. I did 15 minutes. I don't.
You know who he sounds like right there? Now is the time for monsters. Why? Monsters? Why do we need monsters? Like dinosaurs? Like Godzilla? Like what are we talking about? Who's that young US representative that was in the wheelchair? It was like Jordan Peterson. Yeah, it was like Jordan Peterson, but I'm thinking of the kid that like quoted him. Who's that young guy? And he only served one term. Cawthorn, Madison Cawthorn. Mothers, you need to raise little monsters. Remember that? He was like quoting Jordan Peterson.
So we have talked about Madison Cawthorn. Demasculate all of the disturbed by the audience.
I don't even know how the time for that
reaction who loves what he has to say. Take a look.
Our culture today is trying to completely demasculate all of the young men in our culture. I mean, you can look at the testosterone levels in young men today, and they are lower than throughout all of history. And there's a lot of reasons for this that we can get into later. But my friends, they're trying to demasculate.
Sedentary lifestyles, diet, lack of sleep, you know. Not because like you raised your son and gave him too many hugs or whatever.
The young men in this country because they don't want people who are going to stand up. And so I'm telling you, all of you moms here, the people who I said were the most vicious in our movement, if you are raising a young man, please raise them to be a monster.
He's telling.
the international order is falling apart. The old world is dying. A new world struggles to be born from its ashes. Now is the time for monsters.
Jesus fucking Christ. I actually don't think you should raise your little boys to be monsters, and I don't think that we need monsters in the context of geopolitics right now. That would be preferable that we don't do that. But sounds good on a bumper sticker, right? You know? Like it sounds good in like a tweet, right? Jam with 88 months. Thank you so much, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Same to you. Appreciate you, buddy. Okay, guys. What a fucking week. Top 5 week. Top 5 week of streaming. That was a good week. A lot of fun. A lot of good discourse. A lot of laughs. This was a good week. This was a good week. This was a solid week of streaming. We had a good time this week. Let's do that again. Should have more weeks like that. Good work this week, Bald Streamer Man. It was a good week. I'm sure we're going to have a lot of fun on Monday. Oh, you know who we should get on? There's this guy. He was like a young TikTok guy. That IRI knows. Maybe we can get him on. We were doing some snarky back and forths on Twitter. We're going to call it there. I might go to the range for a little bit, guys. I might go buy some ammunition and go to the range. I haven't gone in like a week and a half. And then tomorrow, yeah, it's a day of rest. Shomer Shabbos. We'll be back on stream on Sunday, guys. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. That was a really fun week. I really appreciate all the support. I appreciate your company in the chats over the last week. There's a lot of streamers out there. You guys chose to tune into the stream, and I'm grateful. Thank you guys for that. I will see you guys in 2 days on Sunday at the normal time. Goodbye, guys. Enjoy your weekend. Wait, hold on. Let's do this the right way. Who is IRI still live? Don't go anywhere, YouTube. Don't click away. Don't click away. Fruji with whatever that is. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that currency is. Hi Hutch, much love from Sweden. Don't forget that he compared himself to Lenin, Mr. Red Terror. Yeah. Based? Hello? You mean based? Vladimir Lenin? Hello? Is IRI live right now on YouTube? Or is Pisco live maybe? IRI should be live. Nope. Is Pisco live? Is there anybody live that we like on YouTube right now? That was a good reference. Actual Facts Racing. I understood that reference. I don't know if anyone's live that I know on YouTube, but I tried. I would have rated IRI and Pisco and Lonerbox, but they're not live. So I'll see you guys on Sunday. Bye-bye.